American woman. All right, we're live.
Mhm.
As I'm doing my horrible rendition.
Very horrible.
Yeah, there you go. Well, hey, what was the band name?
The original?
The original, yeah.
Um,
Well, apparently my daughter waits until I just go live on the internet to ask me a question. What's up?
Well, no, I was gonna look for the poster putty.
Well, do you need it right this instant?
yes.
Good heavens. Anyway. Poster buddy. Like I'm just the master of everything in this house or something.
Well,
Anyway, what was the name of the band?
I don't remember the original. I know Lenny Kravitz did a remix, and
They're Canadian. That's why they said that's why it was called American Woman. I'll give you that much.
yeah, I'm still drawing a blank.
Still drawing a blank?
Yeah.
It's technically the name of the band is a question.
The Who? No.
Close.
What is the other one? No, I'm drawing a blank.
Guess Who?
Guess Who? Yeah.
Guess Who? Or it
Canadian?
Might be the Guess Who. I don't know, but I mean, yeah. Anyway. Ba 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 da ba da ba. All right. Anyway, so well, let's get the sadness out of the way. Yes, sadly, my other little wiener dog, who, if you know me from my very first video ever, which was the Arkham Horror video, I held up in our old 2-bedroom apartment, like the video I did nearly 14 years ago. Yeah. Well, anyway, she had cancer, just like her sister did, who unfortunately we had to say goodbye to in January. But little Beaker. So tonight's episode is dedicated to my little wiener dog, Beaker, who it got, she was still moving around okay, but she was losing a lot of fur from the cancer, and the tumors were starting to come out on her skin. So then and then she's a dog, so they just, there's something wrong with me, you lick it, right? And so
makes it roll.
she had to wear a cone most of the time, and whenever she would get the cone off, she would lick at her skin and then basically lick until she would tear the fur off. And then so we did what we could. We gave her baths, and we had the special ointment and stuff we put on, but the vet even said it'll eventually spread to her lungs, and you're gonna find out that she's gonna have trouble breathing and stuff like that. And that was last Thursday, she kind of it almost like she was having little hiccups, and we were and she'd still eat, but I mean, she was just kind of, and then on Friday it was she was just this little tiny wiener dog was gasping for breath. So yeah. And then we were thinking maybe we'd wait till the next week, but it was one of those things where it was just time. It was just you could tell she was super nervous and scared, and it really wasn't fair. So yeah, if I mean, that just stinks. It's it's a mark of I've had dogs that just would have a seizure and have passed away, right? Just and it was just totally unexpected. They one was waiting for a pizza crust underneath the table, and all of a sudden just slumped over, and and just started having a seizure, and then was gone 30 seconds later. And I mean, it's just I don't know. I mean, and that dog was young, right? I mean, relatively 8 or 9, and I was always kind of annoyed by that. But anyway, not to be all melancholy. She was with us for almost 14 years, and we gave her the best life we could, and She was a good dog, and I think like I said, I think I said this. The thing that stinks is that it was like we got those two dogs like literally right as my wife and I were starting to date, and so it's like they've been with us our entire relationship, and so they're like they were like a window into a period of time where I mean Rebecca and I are nothing like we were 14 years ago. We're completely different people.
Natural.
But I mean, but those dogs. Well, I shouldn't say completely different, but I mean we're very changed, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so it was one of those things where it was just kind of like when yeah, I mean obviously our kids are with us still and everything else, and and Rebecca and I became parents very quickly into our relationship, as I've told that story before, and so our daughter is definitely a window into that period of time in our lives. But these dogs, I mean, they were just with us the entire time, so it was just kind of a weird window being closed. I don't know if I'm not trying to put too much poetry on it or whatever. But anyway, good little wiener dog. She was just a little lap dog, and she just would burrow under. I mean, like, like when you went to the couch, because our couch, I live with three other people in this family that are always cold no matter what. They have to have a blanket on them, so there's always a blanket on the couch, and like when you went to the couch, it's like you couldn't just sit down on the couch. You had to like root around and figure out where the wiener dog was, because she would just burrow underneath all the blankets, and she would just sleep. I mean, it's the weirdest thing. I've never had a dog like that ever, that just was happiest when like the entire world was like closed out around her. That was when she was the happiest, just like completely covered in blankets, maybe a little nose sticking out as like a little periscope, but that was all she just loved just hiding, and so you'd sit down, you'd accidentally sit on top of her, and you hear a little yipe, and you have to get up. So yeah. Anyway, so it's sad and it stinks, and if I think about it too much, I'll cry. So I'm gonna stop thinking about it, and we'll move on to something happier. So anyway, I got part of my ear cut off today.
Yeah,
I'm not
but to
gonna-
ask you how you
I'm
were
not-
you were doing there, Vander.
I'm not gonna show it. So I went in and I had my yearly checkup thingy. I get to schedule my camera, the butt thing coming up soon, so that'll be fun.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I got a few years for that.
How old are you?
42.
Well, yeah, 45. He said
Yeah, I got a
45
few years.
Is when you're supposed to start getting that done. He said. So he said you're overdue. So yeah, I get to go and have that done. They're gonna call me, I guess, and set up the date. So I'm excited. But and praise my wife for this, because I don't ever notice anything. My wife just happened to like, and admittedly I got a lot of hair. So, but my wife was looking at me like, I think I was just laying down in bed, and she looked at me and she's like, "What's on your ear?" And I was like, "What are you talking about? What's on my ear?" And she's like, and then she like grabbed her phone and took a picture, and there was like basically this like, I don't know, a little, I'd say about half the size of my pinky nail, like this little mole on on the top of my ear. Where like basically where the top of your ear meets your meets your skull, or meets your head. And she was like, "Well, aren't you? It's like you should have your doctor take a look at that." So it was one of the things I said, "Hey, can you take a look at this?" And he was just like, he said, he gave it some multiple syllable name, which I said, "Okay, what does that mean?" Because my doctor's a pretty funny guy, and makes me sad. He's like moving away to Oklahoma, so I gotta find a new doctor. But he was like, he said, "Oh well, he said you gotta." He's like, it's just basically your skin has decided to grow in a certain way that isn't normal. It just decided to do that. And I was like, why? He's like, it's like, it could be like,
You're a mutant.
Yeah, I mean, he said, take your pick. There's no specific reason. And then And then he was like, so he's like, it's like if it doesn't, you, and then like the thing is that I actually when I pulled my mask off once, I actually like ripped it and like it started bleeding, and I was just, and he said, well, he's like, as long as you're gonna be wearing a mask for like the next whatever, he said, let's just get rid of it, and then that'll let me, see if there's anything weird about it, and so I went in today, and he was all excited. I was like, so who's going to do it? He's like, well, I'm going to do it. He's like, I love procedures. He's like, most of the time I don't get to do anything. I just tell people, oh, yeah, you need to take more vitamins and stuff like that. But no. So, yeah, he did the whole thing, and they numbed it up, and like literally, like I didn't even know he was cutting it off, and so they sliced her off and put it in a jar, and they're sending it off to someplace to have it all chopped up and looked at to see. He's like, it's probably just a growth, but better be safe than sorry. Let's send it off and take a look at it. And so yeah, so I got like basically I don't know, like I said, about half, like you probably can't see how big my, there's no scale there, so but basically like about the size of about half of my pinky nail, like sawed off of my, bled like crazy. It was like it went, I mean, it was like bleeding like nuts, like dripping down the side of my, he was just like,
The head wound.
yeah, he's just like, yeah, no. He's like, so it took a little bit of time. It's a little sore now, just basically because I have a big open wound, on the side of my thing. But they don't do stitches or anything. He's like, yeah, there's, no big deal. But anyway, so yeah, all part of the fun of getting old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to an EGG after I get the second shot and all that, and I feel comfortable going back to a doctor, which is always my favorite test.
What is that?
It's
Wait. The other thing is I get my second shot tomorrow. So, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a little bit because I want to springboard off of that. But anyway, go ahead. You were saying EGG something.
It's basically a nerve test. It's a couple stages. First, they just like they they test you with these leads. It's basically electricity shoot down whatever limit is, and they're just testing the nerve function. And then eventually they stab you and start listening to the shit. It's quite painful. It's one of my least favorite things.
Yeah.
It's not like a spinal tap or something like that shit, but it's not comfortable. Yeah, I got Jen went Saturday for her second shot, and I got like 2 weeks, I think, or a week, something like that. So we'll be all taken care of. And that was weird. I meant to bring that up after the shot. Like I went to the shot to get the shot at Jen's work because apparently a bunch of people didn't want it and they had to use them, so they just opened it up to the family of employees. And I was going to wait, but Jen talked me into getting it. But when I get there, I go through the paperwork on that, and I'm talking to the guy giving me the shot, and he's like, "Do you know anybody who needs this? Just tell them to come down." And I'm like, a little late now, but no, but it was just like the urgency, he had in his voice, just to get people vaccinated. It was quite shocking to me to hear this from somebody giving me a shot.
No, I mean I get that though. I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess it was one of those things where so if you had one or two, when you've had
I had one
right?
so far. Jen's had both. I had Moderna and Jen had the Pfizer.
Oh, so like you're like the Jets and the Sharks.
So yeah, and in 20 years we'll figure out which one got screwed worse. But
it's a good litmus test. Yeah, I got Moderna. So where are my Moderna boys? No. No, I mean it's good that people are getting them done, right? I mean, I don't what's what I'm looking for here? I think the idea that, I mean, anybody, obviously we had the most recent thing where the blood clot thing, which they're putting a halt on the one and done thing for a little bit to dig into it a little bit, which I get. I don't think it's right for people to like sit there and say, oh, it's like, your chances of this actually happening to you are less than this, that, and other thing. If people want to be concerned about taking that one and done, and they want to go to like the 2-shot thing, I totally agree with that. It's I think we live in an age where it's easy for people to like, um, it we could all agree that the more understanding that we can give people to convince them to getting vaccinated is like in their best interest. I think like that's the best route to go in my opinion. I do think that like if we are going to like try to shame people or say you're stupid for like worrying about this, you're just going to drive people away. I mean, there's some people you're just never going to reach. I mean, there's some people that no matter how many studies you show and no matter how many things you show them, and you're never going to be able to convince them that getting the vaccine is the right thing. And fine, give up on them. And here's the deal: they're going to be protected anyway with just the herd immunity and all that other stuff or whatever. Or maybe they won't. Who cares? But it's just one of those things where I think I do get a little tired of hearing some of the people like trying to, I don't know, just try to understand people. I mean, if somebody is like fearful of getting the vaccine, it is most likely coming from what we perceive to be misinformation that they are receiving. That they are, trust me, like I have had arguments with people within my family, like, and not like distant second cousin by marriage twice removed family, like very close to me.
Yeah, I just had
family.
this with my brother.
Yeah, and so it's one of those things where you have to like, in my opinion, you have to try and be open to them and their concerns to it, because it's in their best interest to be protected, right? And if I care about that person and I love that person, I need to maybe put aside my you're a moron, get the shot base reflex and adapt a more cultured response to what they're saying. My biggest problem is that I have family members that are within the medical field, and they are telling people not to trust the vaccine, and I have a serious problem with that. It's like your voice has a ton of weight behind it, and if you convince somebody to not get the the vaccine, and then something bad happens to them, I mean, that's on you. I mean, I mean, for saying that. And I don't know. I just I don't know. I guess I mean, I didn't really want to go down this path too much. The cool thing about the vaccinations, this is the cool thing that I'm excited about, is that I my in-house like gaming group, like the fellas that I play D&D with, a buddy of mine, 2 of them just got their second shot. I get my second shot tomorrow. A fourth one gets their second shot in like a week and a half. So we are like right there to me, having people at that table behind me playing D&D in person on Saturday nights like we used to, and I am super jazzed to like be doing that again. I will probably still continue playing my online game, mostly because we play with Chris, and like he lives in California. Obviously, he can't really join us, but yeah, I mean, it's just so I'm excited. I'm excited after like over a year of like not having anybody at that table. I'm excited to switch, get things back like to where they were, and I
I'm not there yet.
You're not
I'm
there yet?
not, man. Like, when I went to get the shot, I needed some stuff for the car. I needed windshield wipers and, a air filter and a couple other things for the house. And Jen wanted to go out, to eat because we haven't been to a restaurant really.
Yeah. Okay. Well, didn't you say like a week or two ago that you had been to a restaurant?
Yeah, that was then.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Okay.
But I didn't
I'm
tell you
following.
the Walmart story.
All right.
So it was right before, like a couple hours before I got the shot. We went to Walmart to get the windshield wiper, stuff like that. Um, the blades for the car, and I needed sponges for the house. So I'm in this aisle. I was in one of them little scooter things because it was a bad day with the back, but I'm in the scooter thing, and Jen's in front of me, and behind her is somebody who works at Walmart stocking the shelves. And I'm looking at these sponges trying to decide which ones I want. And from behind me, a lady says, "Excuse me," to the woman who works there, "What is the social distancing here?" And she said 6 feet. She said, "Thanks." And just as she said that, some dude comes brushing up against my shoulder. He actually touched me and grabbed the sponge off the shelf. So I went right away because I haven't been around people in 3 years at this point. It's like I'm still getting used to this. And Jen had to calm me down. It's like, so yeah, I'm not there yet. It's just,
Really?
mm-hmm.
Hmm.
It's going to take me a little bit to ease into people again. Yeah. Even at the restaurant, like, it could have just been me, but I noticed, like, that was the first time I was out. It was the Sunday. It wasn't Easter Sunday. Um, it was a week before, whatever. But there were a lot of people out from church. And as I'm sitting there, I'm listening to conversation on. It's like at first, it's like, yeah, I'm happy to see you, the normal shit, and then the conversation just dulled, like died to a stop. It's like it's a weird atmosphere to me. Yeah, but then again, like I said, it could just be me reflecting shit off. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Even
Okay.
my brother, he came down, and I need time to ease into him usually anyway. It's just I love him, but yeah, it takes me a while to get used to him again. And he came down and he was just off the wall with some shit. It took me a while to get used to him. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're almost there, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah, that was my thing
Um.
with the Walmart thing. I was like, I'm fucking 2 hours from the fucking, from the end of the race here, the beginning of the end. And you're going to brush up against me like this. Yeah. But we're close, and hopefully people will understand that we're close, but we're not quite there yet.
All right. Well, other than that, you play any games? Probably not, but I'll ask. You
I
never
got
know.
horrified. I did a sort of a practice run. I haven't really played it yet, though. It's just like a round or two.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't think so. Did we play Wonder Woman? I can't remember. Time's funny with me. That's why I'm a
I
horrible friend. I don't remember when I talk to people or what I did. So
Well, you remember every Wednesday though, so I appreciate
yeah,
that.
this is the only thing that keeps me scheduled. I mean,
Well,
Jen's
that's good.
schedule's all over the place. My schedule's all over the place. This is the only thing that keeps me on a schedule.
Well, I got that going for me.
Yeah. And I
So
enjoy your company sometimes.
oh, well, that's nice. No. What what's something for you? What did you were building something in your backyard? I thought I saw a thing where you were building something or
Oh, that
something.
was phase one of. I have a ground based deck, a ground level deck outside of my house that wraps around this wall and then this wall. It's about 40 feet this way and 25 feet or something that way. And it was shot. My mother-in-law never touched it. I put some weather resistant shit on it a couple times, but by that time it was so far gone it wasn't. Didn't even matter. So I built a fire pit so I could start burning this fucking thing. And that's what you saw was the fire pit. But that was like I could have done that. Granted, I got the injuries and all that, but even before the main injury. I could have done that in probably 3 hours. It took me 6 hours over 2 days. I feel so fucking old, man.
Well, was it fun?
Yeah. Until Jen stepped in it and sunk, and I had to redo it. But yeah.
He didn't do it on purpose.
I don't know. I actually got to go back out there and mess with it because I can't do the. I started ripping up the deck with my brother. That's why he was here. But I can't do anything else because my ground gets so wet here. It doesn't really dry out until like the middle of May or June. So I thought I put enough stone and sand down underneath this fire pit that I would avoid that amount of water. But I went out the other day to start burning stuff, and it was there was an inch of water in it. So I got to redo the some of the leveling there. Some of the drainage. Yeah, this ground here is horrible. There's a lot of clay in it, so it just retains water. Well, it was once a swamp at one point. This whole area, but
well, was it a swamp when you moved in?
Yeah, she's dead. I guess I could. It wasn't that bad. They still are building around here. There's, like Newark's going. UD is pretty big here, but there's a lot of businesses and shit coming up a big time around here. Car dealers and stuff like that. The National Guard just built something else on their compound there. I don't know what it is quite yet. The buildings all look alike,
All right. Well, I mean, whenever we built like anything in like when we built our fence, or like when we've like done any project, within the home, that was, it's like there's that awesome sense of accomplishment when you're done, right? I'm surprised our fence is still standing because I think we did a half-assed job, but
you'd be surprised how much you can fuck something up and it's still all together. I built houses for a really cheap fucking contractor at one point. I didn't know any better at the time, and when I did, I got out of that company.
Really?
Yeah. It was one of my first jobs building houses. It was my first job building houses, actually. Yeah, this guy, he pulled some shit, man.
Well, like, what do you mean? Go on.
All right. Well, here I'm sure it's like where you are because of the snow too. Like anything that we build a second story on, the first story should be built at a minimum of a 2x6 minimum. And the higher you go, the wider the studs get. And at a certain point, if there's a large opening, like a garage door or something, you should convert to steel because of, again, the strength. This guy, the stuff called lambs was just coming out at the time. It was micro and macro lambs. It was basically compressed wood chips that were glued and sealed together with some kind of form, a water protectant. He was using them as headers for the garage doors and shit like that. He was using 2x4 studs in the garage to hold up another story above them, which would hold people. It was a lot of corners he cut. And like I said, I've been around construction at a little bit at that point. My uncle was in, remodeling and all that. I worked with him when I was a kid during the summer. So I knew the basics of it, and I was trained at this in high school. I went to vocab school. But when I actually got on the job, it was a little different. It took me a while to catch up on what was going on. I was a kid too. I was 17, 18 at the time.
So, is any of the houses falling over?
I heard one development. I worked in a couple developments. A lot of them were townhouses, or there was like 10 of them next to each other or something like that. I heard one of them didn't fall, but it's shifting. The whole block is shifting because They didn't fall. They're just shifting pretty bad. Yeah.
So when we built our house where we live, there was like very few houses out here. Ours was like, and it was just fields and fields.
Yeah, that's how it was when I built them. Yeah.
And it's crazy. I wish we had taken more pictures so we could like show just how empty the area was. I mean, now there's tons of tons of stuff. Like, I mean, now there's like a strip mall right near us and a big giant supermarket and yeah, I mean, just basically it all built up. I mean, there was basically a school out here and like a handful of houses, and so I still remember there was like this development company of these two guys that I don't remember exactly what happened, but like the two of them had a business and they were kind of like holding out to like get top dollar for these lots. And one of them, I guess, wanted out, like wanted to, you know, basically needed the cash,
Yeah.
you know, and wanted out. And the other guy didn't want to, so they halved up the lots, and then the one guy sold his to developers, you know, people like contractors, basically, you know, so they could sell the lot and build a house on it.
Yeah.
And so that's what we did. We went with a developer, you know, that had bought one of the lots, and you know, and we bought the lot for nothing. And you know, we got like a half acre for like, I mean, they were like, we have 12 lots in this area, and each one was $8,000. And we picked the second biggest one because the first biggest one had been picked by somebody who had gone into the office an hour before us.
Right.
And so we picked the second biggest one. It was like a half acre, and it was just, and then, you know, it's like, and then they built the house, and they jammed us on the house. I mean, as far as the price a little bit, but you know, they made up the money they lost on the lot easily. You know, that's just whatever, price doing business. But yeah, so they you know, and then one by one all these lots got boop, 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 got all, you know, picked up, and then people built their house and what have you. So then what happened was the other guy like thought, I think they believed, okay, once all these houses get built, my stuff will be worth a lot more money and I can start doing stuff. And so then I think he must have decided, I'm going to build a house on one of these lots as like kind of a spec, and just to like kind of show off what the house could look like. But I remember they came and it was that lot was shared a backyard with us. Like it shares like I would guess like, you know, 1/5 of our property line on the back end of our house is shared with that house. Mm-hmm. And so they came in, they poured in the concrete for the basement and did the whole thing. And then they just stopped working on it. But all of the wood like was sitting out like, and it sat out there like through a winter and a half of this wood just sitting out there. And I was just like, and I mean, I'm sure it was treated and whatever, but I was just like,
no, it wasn't.
Well, you know, I mean, I was like one of those things where it's like, well, they must. I was like, I told my wife, there's no way they're going to use that stuff to build the house.
Oh, sure fuck enough. Yeah, they will. They will bend plywood back into shape. They will get. Lance, I've seen them put studs in, right? And you're like looking down the line of studs, and you can see one actually come out like this. And I seen these guys. They grabbed basically like them ratcheting straps.
Oh yeah.
Wrap it around the other two and grab a large pipe and twist that fucking stud in the shape and then nail it into the place so it wouldn't back out again. You'd be surprised some of the shit they do in houses.
Well, I mean, and I know how the whole like rough carpentry thing works, right? I mean, with shims and stuff like that to get things. I mean, you know,
shim's the
I
finer part of rough carpentry.
fair enough. But I mean, so I mean, no, but I get that, right? I just yeah, you know, I mean, so maybe but that house is still standing, right? I mean,
No, to be fair, it's all contractors are like that. It's like you were saying when I did a house, I'd go out, it'd be a field with sublots, and then we'd go out and we'd trace the perimeter of the house, and sometimes we'd build the forms for the foundation, sometimes not, depend on the concrete, the supplier and all that. But in the meantime, we get all the shit shipped to the houses in pallets, of studs and plywood and trusses and whatever. And they sit out until the job was done, and that could be a year, it could be 2 years. That's basically all contractors. Yeah. Good contractors would try to tarp shit. Some of them don't care, but yeah, that's just a trade thing.
yeah. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
I did, like I said, it just did. I definitely raised an eyebrow,
Yeah.
at the.
Nah, it's just shit you can't do. Like, I'm sure it's the same where you are. Here, we'd have to stop. Back when I was doing it, was a little colder. We'd have to stop usually around mid-October, and then we wouldn't start up again until maybe April or May. Depending on the land and if we could move the machinery around the land without it sinking and shit like that. I'm sure it's the same way. You're up there, probably longer with the snow and all you get. Yeah. I don't miss that. Going first thing in the spring, losing your boot in the mud all the time, having guys pulling you out because you're knee deep in mud. I don't miss that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do miss building houses. I don't miss that part of it though.
My dad, him and like 3 other teachers every summer, they did contract work and helped build houses and stuff like that. And it was just a way for them to make a little extra money during the summer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to have a skill. No, yeah, just shit around the house. It's.
Oh, I know. I mean, I've definitely had, I've learned a lot from my dad as far as doing framing and
Yeah.
and doing the whole thing, and just it's definitely one of those things where I've enjoyed it a great deal. I mean, it's just like and it was fun, finishing in the basement and stuff with my dad. It was fun working on that with him and just hanging out with him, having a good time, and, doing our thing, as you will.
Yeah, when you're not doing it professionally, a lot of that is just hanging out with guys and getting shit done. I actually went to one of them Amish barn raising ones just to see how they do it. I helped them out a little bit and all that.
Oh yeah, well, you got the beard for it.
Not then, I didn't. But this is actually this is like the first time I had a full beard. I had somewhat of a beard before, but this is actually the first time I had like a full beard, and this is the longest my hair's ever been. Just because it trades, like it's a little dangerous to have hair hanging down when you're cutting woods and shit, And the trains, even my wedding ring, I don't wear my wedding ring because of the train. It's something I never got back in the habit of doing.
The train that ran you over.
Yes, that one.
Okay.
It wasn't that particular one. A different one electrocuted me once.
There you go. Oh, hey, I was gonna ask you, did you finally get around to watching Godzilla versus Kong? Or no?
Yes, yeah, we did.
What did you think?
I thought it was a good movie. I think it depends on what your expectations of the movie are, going into it. But I think it was just a good, beer and pretzels movie. Yeah. Could have done less with the human acting or better acting, not writing, I should say.
It felt like the humans weren't even there,
Yeah.
If that makes sense, right?
Yeah, they were just like a plot pusher,
Not even that. I mean, it was like
the dumb down, like the get the audience in line plot pusher type thing. Like, oh, Godzilla's mad. Why? Shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought well, it was like, oh, hey, it was like basically like we're the evil people. I'm like the obvious like weird Elon Musk crazy guy,
Yeah.
and I have my weird crazy daughter. of which the two of them are just kind of like just handled and just kind of almost killed off screen. You so it was just kind of like because you just needed to have a human opponent, right? I mean, like if you think of it, it's like the humans did like next to nothing. I mean, I guess what's his face hit the button to restart King Kong's heart, or the spoilers.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was like one of those things where it definitely was one of those things where I thought that the movie, as far as like the CGI stuff with the big guys. My son was laughing and giggling throughout the whole thing, which was worth it for me. So
the CGI is that I have a problem with CGI with a lot of movies today. Like I feel a lot of them are just driven towards the CGI, and I have a hard time.
what do you think they should have grown like a real giant?
No. I, mean, I actually enjoyed the CGI in this one, but what I'm getting at is in other ones, it's you can always, or at least I can, probably because I grew up with it, you could always tell it's like fake. And with these, they did a really good job, especially with Kong, with the realism of it. You could almost forget.
For my movies with giant apes and radioactive beam breathing lizards, I want realism.
Yeah. No, but I was just amazed with the CGI on this one in particular, because, like I said, of the realism. Like they captured the like a regular ape, the movements and the facial expressions and all that, and they did it fairly realistically. Godzilla, I don't know what a fucking giant lizard looks like, but I think they did pretty good on Kong.
Well,
it's just the technology is really starting to amaze me. Like even with the Marvel movies and that, it's really starting to catch up to what people are imagining in their mind.
Holy crap, Keith's in space.
It's Keith
in space.
I hope he can hear us.
He's good.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
What's up, Keith?
Nothing. Aldi and I were listening to you while we were playing a little online gaming. So.
Oh, were you playing that? And you were too cool to come and hang out with us.
No, we were playing a little Cold War.
What's Cold War?
Call of Duty, Modern Warfare.
Oh, one of your little shooter games.
Yeah, I'm trying to finish my battle pass before it ends. So. Grinding it out.
Whoa, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean a battle pass ends? I don't understand. Oh, is that the whole thing where you gotta like complete all the stuff before they?
You gotta get 100 levels within X number of days, and when you take a month off of it,
I remember when I let myself get sucked into whatchamadig. What's now it's like it's still a thing, but it isn't a thing like it used to be. Where you built your own stuff and it was a shooter game.
Fortnite.
I remember when like I allowed Fortnite for about maybe it was like a month, maybe 2 months. It really kind of grabbed me, and I'd be like, "Oh, hey, the next month's objectives that you had to complete, before a certain amount of time went by."
It's that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So I remember when that sucked me in for like, and then I was able to just like, nope, I'm out.
I've played exactly one match of Fortnite, and I won the match, and then I uninstalled it.
The last one I got into was the Call of Duty, the one based on World War II. I think it was PS2 or something.
No, there's been several. The very first Call of Duty ever was World War II. Actually, Call of Duty 1 and 2 were World War II games. But I've been out of Call of Duty for years, and then freaking Aldi got me playing it last year so it's a good time. Kabuki Ghost of Tsushima is an amazing game. It's art, the voice acting, the story, the gameplay, everything about it's absolutely fantastic. So, yeah, that's a good one for you to play. Responding to the chat, sorry.
Well, that's fine. I try not to pay attention to them. So.
Yeah, it was them minions.
Yeah. Minions assemble. No. Anyway, man, what you been up to? It's good to see you.
Working and playing on my computer. They've started a little while back, about a month and a half, 2 months ago, started with Tabletop Simulator. Now we've been playing a little on Board Game Arena with me and a couple of my buddies have been playing Tabletop Sim and Board Game Arena to get
Oh
back
yeah,
into the
I got
board
your
games.
invite to play those with you, but I didn't respond. Sorry.
He said him and some of his friends.
Oh.
And Aldi's popped in a couple times, but it's been like Saturday night lately.
Yeah, him and his friends.
Well, Aldi doesn't play with us very much, but he's popped in there when after he finishes his game night just to shoot the ball with us
Yeah.
a little bit. But it's just one of those things we start like 9 o'clock on Saturday night and play till midnight or 1 and knock a couple of things out. We're my friend Dave got his second Pfizer today, and so he's kind of feeling icky this evening, kind of tired. And then a week from tomorrow, next Thursday, I and my friend Eric both get our dose 2 of Pfizer. So I figured a couple weeks after that, all three of us will be vaccinated. So we'll probably be willing to meet in person, play some games at that point once we've got that effective, and I'll actually go back to work instead of working from home, which will be good and suck at the same time.
So it's weird. It's like I asked my wife about that, and she works for U.S. Bank, and I was like, so I mean, she's been working from home now for like a year, which it's been nice having her at home, right? And like, I think she misses the camaraderie and like the routine of going into work and stuff.
Yeah, I miss my employees and stuff like that, and be able to just knock out some things in a hallway conversation really easy and take care of some things. I mean, I can do my job remotely, but the job's not as enjoyable. But I'm not gonna lie, it's not bad not having to put on any pants and just sitting in your boxers while you work, and it's not bad rolling out of bed 20 minutes before it's time to work. So that's kind of nice. I won't lie about that part, but
Yeah,
it'll be
I
nice
think
to get out and walk and move around instead of being
uh,
just stuck in here, gaining more and more weight, which is just slowly killing me versus
Get out and
COVID
walk,
quickly
Keith.
killing me.
You could do it. Come on. Just get
And
out
it's
and
just
walk.
to get out and walk.
um,
I just get too bored, but I walk like crazy at work because sitting at my
Yeah,
desk it's boring, and I can just
it's
go out and
different.
walk. It's a
well,
different type of thing.
for her, she's worried that they're never going to
Bring her back.
well, yeah, I mean, because they're already like upper level people talking about, well, in some cases the productivity of their employees has actually gotten better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you see
it's
a
it
like,
lot of
doesn't
remote
surprise
people
me.
are more productive.
so
Well, you don't have water cooler talk distracting you anymore, right?
well, yeah,
I don't know if it's
so
something that I talked to my brother about this. I think it's just because they're home. They're just constantly thinking about it.
I
It's
think that's a lot of
constantly
it too,
working.
where like they don't manage to turn off their brains,
Yeah.
right? And they just keep working, and it's just kind of like, yeah. So I think that's like a lot of it. But she's worried. Yeah, she's worried that like they just aren't going to call people back because it's like they're going to be like, why do we have these giant facilities and we're paying all this money for them, and to keep them up and running, and they're just going to be like, yeah, this is dumb. Let's get rid of this.
But from a business standpoint, if you can have people work remotely and they're productive and getting the same amount of work that they get done at the office, well, it's cheaper to have somebody work from home than it is to have to build office space for people,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, I mean, in a lot of ways, that makes sense for a lot of companies. And if
So,
you're
Lance, how
productive,
does?
do it.
Oh,
It's
sorry,
fine.
Keith.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead.
How does your wife feel about this, Lance? Like, is she worried? Does she want to work from home, or does she want to go somewhere, or is she worried about the long term effects of working at home?
I think that she would love to go back to work.
Yeah.
Just like I said, she has a really good team of people that she's good friends with, and I think that she'd
This is the camaraderie.
just misses that. I think, and I think
Wants to
I
get
don't
away
know.
from you. I don't blame her there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that's obviously
The kids.
so totally a thing, right? Um, so yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things where they I mean, it's I think that when she was like kind of like realized that she was just gonna be working from home, like I remember like she was like annoyed the day that they said, okay, it's like, here's your time to come into work and get everything from your desk.
Yeah.
Just basically 'cause
You got
it
10
was-
minutes.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, and like they had to, hey, Aldi, so that kind of stuff, so it was, but yeah, I mean, it's just different, man. I mean, it's just, like I had already worked from home for how long, so it wasn't really a switch for me.
15 years.
What?
Worked from home for 16 years this year.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but I wonder what like the long term effects on that from people who weren't used to it will be. Like,
I don't
I'm
know.
curious about that.
She'll will go back to work, but I don't think she'll want to.
You don't think she'll want
Because
to?
she loves you so much.
Well, I mean, we have a routine.
And she,
Yeah,
I bet,
and
I
I could
bet you
see-
do. I bet you do.
And at a certain point, when you stay at home, you're saving money. Just because of travel and lunch and all that to begin with.
She gets free lunch.
I order in a lot of food being here
Yeah.
at home, and so I don't have to
Do
go
you
out.
really?
Oh yeah, well we DoorDash is our friend here at the house, so we'll just have
Yeah.
dinner brought in, and Walmart delivers groceries, and so does Aldi, and it'll be
Right.
weird just going out for routine things again that I don't go out for because
We won't shop again.
I will
Like
'cause I
Instacart,
to
like
go
I just
out.
push a button on Instacart and everything we order just comes.
Yeah.
Like, why would I shop? Why would I waste hours
Yeah.
shopping?
Yeah,
I
I mean my
actually had
town's
the
got
option to do
Walmart
that.
and no other choices, and
So-
I hate Walmart.
Instacart keeps track of how many times you've ordered, and it says you've saved 80 hours of shopping time by ordering from us. Like, wow, that's like 2 weeks of time. I mean, that's a long time.
Well, if they would do anything other than the Aldi in town, I would use it too. Which
Oh,
would
you
be-
don't get you just get Aldi.
Yeah, Aldi and Walmart. Walmart uses DoorDash for delivery, and you use Walmart stuff to order, which it's nice. But there's so many times they're out of stuff, and their substitution system is not the best. Whereas, the Instacart shoppers are better because they'll live text you and say,
Oh yeah, yeah.
"Hey,
I
they're
have
out of
long
this. Do you want
conversations.
this?" And it's like,
I almost
sure,
wish
yeah,
they
go
didn't
give me
talk
that.
to me about everything.
Well, you can ignore them, and they'll just not.
Yeah, but I mean, I've programmed in all the alternatives for every single thing we get.
Yeah.
So it's like it just takes. I've spent an hour doing that, and then now, if every once in a while they'll be like, "Hey, you're out of carrots, but this looks exactly the same. You want it?" I'm like, sure.
Yeah, it's weird because I don't have that desire to do that much shopping. Most of my shopping is digital items anymore. It's digital video games to play, something to entertain me while I'm stuck here.
What's your last board game you bought?
Me? The Whatnot cabinet.
Oh, that's right. I think I remember talking to you about that.
I ordered it. I saw it. I thought it looked pretty and simple, and I ordered it just on a whim. I punched the button on Amazon and had it shipped
2
here.
days.
We've got our little game store here in town. It hasn't folded yet, and it opened last June. So they launched a game store in this town of 20-some thousand people during COVID, and they didn't collapse, which
Wow.
shocks
That's
the
had some
living
good
shit
funding.
out of me.
Yeah.
That's some
I-
deep pockets.
I don't know. They're kind of hippies. It's kind of weird, but I went in there when they first opened, took them like my pile of stuff to get rid of. I just loaded it all in the car, went down to their shop and said, "Hi, my name's Keith. Here's some free shit to either sell or use as board game demos. Thanks."
Nice.
So I got
Yeah.
hit with a Facebook ad from my local game store. That's actually pretty close. And I clicked to buy it, and it was pickup only. I'm like, no.
No, screw
Well,
that.
That's because you're spoiled, Scott.
I know, but like, why
Why
sell something online where you have to go pick it up? I don't get that.
That's
Oh,
how they're
well,
surviving, basically.
Would they bring it out to your car?
I bet I just don't want to go over there.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So, but like, it's weird because it's a really cool system. Like, in fact, I need to look into it for PGD store.
It
You
actually
two,
works.
you two
Like-
were just nerding it up, playing video games.
We're
We've
addicted
played
to this
several
stupid
different
game.
games.
Huh.
So dumb. It's fun.
Well, then we played other stuff too. We mixed it up because we played a little of the. We played like a week of Sea of Thieves. You suckered me into that one and bailed on
I
it.
got bored with the gameplay.
Yeah, I did too.
It's
And then-
not that
What was
interesting.
the other thing we played for a minute?
Well, no. I gotta ask
Uh,
you. Did either of you have you either gotten
Apex.
No, a 3000 series. A 3000 series.
I don't.
Yeah, I got one.
Where'd you get one?
I told you NZXT.
What?
But I told you that
No.
NZXT BLD. You build a system when they're in their
Yeah,
configurator.
he bought a new computer and it was built into it.
NZXT. What?
It's Let's Build LETS BLD. Go there. You can configure a system.
Yeah, that's who built mine too. So
They're nice.
they do a pretty good job.
Oh,
I want to build
I
my
have a question
own.
for you guys.
I have no
No,
desire
you
to do it.
really don't want to build your own.
What?
You just think you'll build your
LETS.
own.
What? BLD.
LETS BLD. Yeah, share your screen. Let's go through
Oh
it.
God, you're just so bored. You're like
Share your screen.
LETS BLD.
Share your
Yeah.
screen.
No,
Let's
I'm
go
not
through
gonna
it.
share nothing.
Come on, let's
man.
do it. Live build.
Well, I'm not paying for anything right now.
I know. Well, let's build you a machine.
Remember, we're talking about land, so it can't be that high speed, Aldi. I'll never figure it out.
All right, here we go.
Gaming PCs made simple.
Start my PC.
Yeah, you could start with a streamer PC or creator.
And that's like, what games are you going to be playing on?
Yeah,
it?
what's your
So
favorite?
That helps it.
Yeah,
pick
pick
stuff.
Cyberpunk just so you start at the top.
Oh yeah, they've got that on there now. So yeah, just pick that one, and that's all you have to pick. Pick your price. Well, you cheap ass, you're gonna spend real money.
Do a streaming PC. You're not
Why do
gonna
I want to do
do
a stream PC?
I don't know.
What's the other?
Here's the thing: you can change everything. Just pick them. Yeah, pick $2,500. You can configure however you want. Now you configure. That's a 3070.
And they must just have a ton of them, huh?
I
They
assume
have some apparently.
you really want a 3080 though.
Yeah, I know I do.
So, Scott, is this just towers or is this laptops too?
It's
Towers.
I think it's just towers.
Okay.
But NZXT makes a whole slew of peripherals that all work together, like coolers.
Click on special edition up there, Lance.
Where?
Upper right below the cost. See where it says special edition? Click on that.
What does that do?
Oh, it
Nothing.
loads it.
Nothing.
Apparently, it's not going to pull any special edition cases.
So you want the H710 case, unless you want the smaller one. You
Yeah.
want a compact case? You want the big one?
I've got a cool Fallout case that I got out of the special edition. That's pretty sweet.
No, I'd want that one.
And then down at the bottom, you can go to the next, hit next, or click on one of the.
Or you can just jump over there.
It'll
and click
just
GPU.
go. Yeah, you just go to GPU or motherboard.
And so it's liquid cooled
I'll let
by
you pick.
default, which is nice.
Yeah. But they give you the Kraken X63.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably want that.
Provides better cooling and more stunning visual effects.
Oh, you could spend more money.
Well, thank God.
What motherboard did they give you?
Nothing, apparently.
Apparently nothing. You get no motherboard other. I guess you have to pick the motherboard here and then it'll finish out, maybe.
It's probably just got a default one, and then you've got to pick if you want a different one. Is my guess.
Yeah, you want the Asus ROG Strix Z590E.
This one?
Yep.
You want to add that 260 bills to that. There you go.
There you go.
It changed the CPU a little bit, but that's all right. There's your graphics card. Next.
Your graphics card.
Oh, they
So
don't even
you
have
could
the
drop down to a
3070.
3060, or you can stick with that.
They don't even have the 3080s or 3090s anymore.
Yeah, they're probably out right now.
What CPU?
Well,
An
bunch
i5?
of-
No.
bunch of- Yeah, the i5 ain't gonna run shit.
i9. What is the difference there with that 10900 KF and a
That's really good.
10950K? I don't know any differences there. 20 core, 20 thread.
$30 difference is what you're
Yeah, I
looking
know. I just like what? Like why is it $30 more? 3.7 gigahertz,
10,
10
20,
cores, 20 threads. How much cache was there?
This one has
3.6,
lower
5.
gigahertz.
Right now, it's about going to be 23 grand in
Well,
cash.
actually, click the more info on the cheaper one. I want to see the RAM capacity 128 gigs. What was the other one?
128.
What's the fucking difference? I'm sure there's something.
Yeah, this one's technically slower.
Yes.
No, this
Look at the
one's
cheaper one
base
then.
speed. Yeah.
All right. RAM.
For supplies.
I would just get like an 850.
It should have one built in to the price, and those are just modifications.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But you probably want an 850.
I
Because
don't think
that's
you need
cool.
1,000 unless you're gonna run multiple cards or something. And you definitely want the G skill with the RGB to make it look to make it look fancy.
What this?
Either one. That one, the Royal makes it look like gems, like shiny, like crystals. The G skill is more like a smooth. I like the G skill personally, or the Trident Z. Yeah, that one, not the Royal. So you get 2 of those. How much RAM is that? They're only 32 gigs. CPU cooler may be seated sideways, so it's all RAM. Yeah, whatever. That's basically to make the tubes come around the right way on the where the RAM is slotted
Oh,
in.
thank God, the tubes.
Yeah.
You need
Now
the
we're gonna make
tubes.
it expensive.
Yeah. You want all SSD.
You
No-
want
no moving
Samsung
drives.
970 Evo Plus.
Well, you
baby.
already got one included, but you want to get 2.
Yeah. So
Hey.
bump that up to 2 of those.
Off the table, Nudge. Come on.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, 2
Why would
terabyte.
why
Two-
couldn't I just
Two
make it
2
a
terabyters. Yeah, there you go.
Or at
two
least,
Double-
two
double- two-
terabytes?
Yeah, two
or at least go 2 1 terabyters or
2 terabyters.
They're up to 2 terabytes now.
I mean, honestly, you probably don't even need that much, but how many games do you install? Is the question.
only another
So now you're at
$460
2
if you had
1
to-
TVs.
Yeah, that's probably plenty.
That's fair. Next. Oh, can review. Yeah. Okay.
There
Oh,
you go.
RGB.
We got him up
Yeah,
to 3
you
bills.
need RGB strips.
He does not need RGB.
Come on, man. You do. No? Lance is not an
Easily
RGB.
adds gorgeous underglow lighting.
Do you want to see mine? Can you see it?
Yours
Yeah,
is going to give somebody a seizure.
That's. I mean, isn't that awesome?
Mine
Yeah.
is much more muted than that.
Yeah,
Mine
that's
has
like
like
a
two
unicorn.
compared with-
Yeah.
But which one do I want though? The underglow?
Well, I like the fans too. I mean, if you get the fans, to see how my fans are lit.
They're lit.
Let's see if I can get in close. Can't really see them. See those fans up there?
Your computer looks like a goddamn carnival claw machine.
Hey.
It kind of does.
See the RAM back there?
I'm waiting for a
broken
claw to
shit?
come down and try to pick up a stupid ass stuffed toy for $5.
Accessories.
Well, yeah. Remember, Liz, you gotta spend all day with this.
Wait, go back. You want the puck? Do you have headphones? You want to stick on the side of your machine?
Really?
Yeah, it's worth it.
Well, couldn't I just buy one of those off of Amazon or something?
Sure.
Oh, wait. I got a puck that came with mine, Scott. I'll show you.
Hey,
They're
off the
awesome.
table.
No,
You put-
this is my puck.
It's blanking out. Fallout puck.
It's a Fallout. And it's shaped like the vault door.
Neat.
The peripherals.
Uh,
I don't need a mouse
Put that-
pad.
Oh well. RGB.
Booting 2 clicky RGB full size keyboard.
Nah, don't buy that.
Monitor.
New monitor.
Yeah, you need
Well,
a
I
34
wanted-
incher.
32 inch 1440p.
34. Come on.
There's no 34. It's just
There's
32.
You want the curved for sure.
You don't
Oh,
want
you really?
MSI.
One
That-
1 millisecond.
Buy
I
a
see
monitor somewhere else.
165 hertz. 429 is not a bad price for that.
No, it's not, but it's
I don't know if that's.
Probably
I don't know if
mediocre
those monitors
panel.
are great. But
probably a garbage panel.
do you want a white
Oh.
one? You want a black one, or do you want to mix it? I have the black and red. It's a black case with a red metal insert.
Ooh.
I think the white ones are cool too.
My Fallout case is cool.
Yeah, you need Windows 10.
Yeah.
What services?
It's already standard.
Yeah, it's already. Yeah, I mean,
There you go.
$3
$3
bills
grand
out
out the door.
That's not bad. That's a good machine.
$3 out the door. Plus shipping.
I thought it would
Now,
be more than that.
The video card is not up to snuff, but you could replace that later.
It's still better than my video card. I got
Yeah.
a 2070, not the 3070. So you know. Because
Well, it's- I
You'll
mean,
probably
that's-
play anything you play with a 37. You will be fine with, I'm sure.
That's what I want.
consider the
spend.
2070s are pretty good. So
That's about what I want to spend.
All right, check out.
So,
I'm not
Scott, how
gonna-
much?
you know me. I got to research everything
Yeah.
7,000
Yeah.
times.
yeah, it's
How much?
they do a good job. It comes well packed.
Oh, yeah,
it's ready
it's-
to go.
I'm totally happy. So I built an NZXT with all the NZXT shit. It took me 2 days because I built it wrong the first day and had to take it out and put it back together again.
Wait a minute, you built it or it comes built?
My first time I built one. I used all NZXT.
This one comes built.
So NZXT makes a bunch of peripherals like the cooler, the case, the
I gotcha.
the fans, the glowy RGB strips and stuff. But if bitch to cable master, man, I'm terrible at it. Cable management.
Yeah, don't you need 2 monitors though?
I do.
I'm gonna tell Robert that he's wrong. 42 inches too big a monitor because
42.
puts too much.
So I've got a 30 inch, and I have to look.
Yeah, my 34.
I'm tilting my head to go back and forth on it.
Yeah, if my 34 was any bigger, it would be too big.
Hold on, Scott. You got a 34-inch monitor, and how far away from it are you?
This one. So
3
3 feet.
Yeah,
just
30
over
inch.
my arms.
30 inch, not 32.
Mine's 34.
I don't know if that would be good for you,
I can
man.
take a picture.
No, I'm just saying, being that close all the time, I don't know what that will do to your eyes over a while.
Well, I'm sure it's not good.
Yeah.
So.
And then I've mounted my second monitor above that one because.
Oh, and the Amazon friction arms. You want those too. Bolt that on the back of your desk. Two monitors, the hydraulic arms.
I'll be okay.
Sky's gonna have you up to 10 grand before this is done.
Even with 2 new monitors, you'll be under 5. Because monitors are cheap now. Even the big good ones. Unless you want a HD monitor or what do you call it? Not HD, UHD, which you probably don't need.
My biggest thing is that
4K.
I want to do it. I want to build another system, but I also know that it's kind of foolish of me to want to build another system because I honestly don't play enough video games on my computer to warrant it.
Yeah. I tell you what, this thing saved me from going completely batshit crazy during COVID. This computer I built.
Yeah, but I'm like I just said. I mean, it's like
you're about to escape.
My core gaming group is. I mean, like I am like 3 weeks away from being able to play D&D in person because everybody's got their shots or getting their last shots.
What stopped you from playing online? Or you were playing online too?
Well, we've been playing online. It's just we need. I mean, I need to be able to sit at a table and order pizza with the guys and
the tactile feel.
Yeah, and just BS, and have a good time. I mean, it's not that it isn't that we haven't had fun or what have you. It's just it's and I'll still play online. Like I was telling you, weren't here, but I was saying earlier, I'll still keep playing online because Chris will still want to play with us, and obviously he can't play. I got to rig up. Actually, what we're probably going to end up doing is we're going to rig up a way for him to play with us. I'll put a camera to like look at the map and just have him be able to play virtually with us.
You just strap an iPad to a broom and you pretend he's sitting there.
Well, yeah.
You call him the witch.
I mean, obviously, all he would need is for me to do a Zoom meeting.
Yeah.
Take my webcam and then have the webcam look at the table, and then he'd be in the thing and just have him talk to us through the speakers, and then he'd be right there. So.
Oh, hey Aldi, did you know when you die that you can have your ashes put into dice?
Mm-hmm. No, you can have them put it in an hourglass, and then you could have game night. You can group forever.
Jeez,
you've seen that meme?
Yeah, I saw that. But did you?
It's only been posted to like 40 times a day.
I know.
Really?
I'm not even exaggerating.
Did you see that the guy at the San Diego Zoo got bit by the bush viper, this poisonous snake that has no known antivenom?
Oh, he died?
Sucks to be him.
They haven't released the name, so I don't know if it's a dude or a lady or whatever. But yeah, they are in the intensive care unit at a hospital. I mean, it's just like good heavens. I mean,
was it the black mamba?
It's some just Google San Diego Zoo poisonous snake. It was like a bush viper or something like that. African bush viper.
So that raises the question: why do you put in your zoo a venomous reptile for which there is no antidote?
I mean, you're. I mean,
It
Not necessarily the
depends.
smartest thing, right?
well, it's got to be one of those
Conservation.
things too, where I
Yeah.
mean, no, I mean, I've talked to people that you know they not you know with snakes. It's like if snakes are well fed,
Yeah.
like and snakes will go weeks without eating, right? But I mean, it'll if snakes are well fed, they won't attack you. You have to like really annoy a snake to want for that to want to try to bite you.
What if that snake's just a dick?
Well,
Well, there's
that.
that.
I
I
mean,
don't-
come on, you know
They-
there's got to be the dick in the snake world, just like there is everyone
No,
else. It's like,
Now, what
you
if
know
you're
what? Screw you.
what if you're the snake, or you're a rattler out in the desert there, and you come walking up on my house? Wouldn't you be the same way? You'd be a dick, wouldn't you?
See, I don't mean, and so the thing is that I've often thought that we tend to imprint human emotions
Yeah, we do.
into the animals that we keep, you know, and I often like, and I definitely, and depending upon the animal, we like tend to like associate it with them more. I mean, like, our dogs. I mean, like, I have this big, giant, cuddly husky that like he's just a big dummy, and he just walks around the house and he begs for attention constantly, and I want scritches and I want help, and we always, you know, and everybody's always talking to him like he's a human being, and so we associate human behavior to him, but he's not a human. I mean, he doesn't. I mean, I mean, as much as I love him and he's an awesome little guy, I know that he doesn't. You know, he doesn't think like we do, right? I mean, maybe he does, but I mean, you know, they just aren't that way. You know, I don't know.
I
It
just
doesn't
don't
seem like
like.
it doesn't seem like it's going to be a death sentence. They might survive.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, but it's
cool.
still,
But it's not good.
still, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you need to go in there and clean out that cage. You know, it's like,
Can you suck the venom out?
Yeah, watch
Depends
out.
on where you got bit.
Can you suck the venom out?
Watch out for the African bush viper. The African what? Never mind. Just
So I went back and watched Kill Bill. Kill Bill. Man, that movie's good. But there, you know, the Black Mamba.
oh yeah, that's not a bad
Bites
movie
him.
at all.
Yeah, I might
Hey,
go back and watch that.
Yeah,
I
but
was
maybe
like-
that snake's just
so-
having a bad day, right? He's like all spine, and maybe his back hurts. So
Yeah.
he's having a bad day.
Bad day.
He slept wrong. Some dude comes into his cage, picks him up, he torques his back, he gets pissed, he bites you. It happens.
Could be.
What's up, Forrest?
I think he froze on us.
Rose.
I don't know.
So I played a
Give
pretty
us
good game.
view up his nostril.
Oh, Scott, I meant to ask you about a game first. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I start to watch something he did with who's the guy from Fantasy Flight? Corey Knitsky. Yeah.
Yeah, I played the initiative. The
Initiative. That's
The
what.
initi- well, it's blacked out, and then the initiative.
What'd you think of it?
It's just, I don't know if it's good as a solo. I'm a
Okay.
little. I guess I'll have to say I'm disappointed a little bit, but I've only played 3 missions, and they were all. And I think the whole game is gonna be like this: Wheel of Fortune. So the basic mechanism, I guess, mechanicism, Keith,
Yeah.
is you're searching this building for clues, and the searching is kind of fun, but as a solo player, it's not that interesting. It's okay, but you're trying to play cards to a stack, and as the numbers go up, you can't play anything lower than the highest number on top of the stack. So if I play a 9, you can only play a 10, 11, or 12. But if it's a solo, I can kind of like, I don't know, manipulate it where I'm playing the 2, then the 3, then the 4, then the 5, then the 6, etc. Right? As best I can. My hand's only 4 cards, so I still get screwed with that. Anyway, you run around the building and pick up clues, and all they are is just they're like cryptographic symbols that match letters or numbers depending on the key. And then you flip the windows open, and it'll say, "You will win." The very first mission is really silly. It just says, "You will win." Solve the puzzle. Done. That's the first puzzle. Now I know that's an introductory.
Yeah.
Second puzzle was a mixed up word, like it was randomized, and you had to unscramble the word to get it correct. Third mission was a number sequence, and I just died because the game has a mechanicism where when you go through the deck one time, you then shuffle in 4 stopwatches, and if you draw 3 stopwatch symbols, you lose, just straight up. And so my next draw was 1 symbol and then 2 symbols, so I basically lost. But I knew that when I looked at the pattern, I knew what it was. So I technically lost that one. Now there's some meta stuff going on too, which is kind of cool. Where right when I could stop the stream, I found the meta puzzle, which I wish I had done on stream because it's really neat. But that's where I'm at.
Okay.
I want to play more. I
played
mean, there might be a lot more to it.
Is
I
that like
played
a
a
brand
solo
new
version.
game or what is it?
It is.
Yeah.
Just came out.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of
Must have been
Cantaloupe?
one of your. You must have. Your friends with privileges kind of thing. Got one early, huh?
I ordered it pre-ordered.
Have you guys heard of Cantaloupe?
Well,
Cantaloupe.
You know I have.
It's a fruit that you eat.
No, it's Cantaloup. It's a board game that basically simulates the old point-and-click adventure games like Maniac Mansion, Secret of Monkey
Okay,
Island.
well.
Oh, I love Maniac Mansion.
So this game, it takes itself not too seriously, and
the
it's a
preview video is
big
fun.
book, and it's got decks of cards in it that are numbered, and you've got the little old red decoder, so you put it over the red text, and you can read the text underneath and stuff, and you'll go to a page, and you'll see basically in the page of your book a scene, if you will, and there are some arrows and letters kind of lined up down the sides. Any cards you have, you can use those to interact with the book. So you take your card and you line up the code on that side with the code on the page. And so say I'm
What's an
using my
example?
magnifying glass, that's my look, and I can put it up against the lighthouse lamp, and it'll give you a code. You look up the code in the book, you put your little red thing over it, says, oh yes, it's a lighthouse lamp, it's quite warm to the touch, that type of thing.
Right.
And so it's doing what the video game would do, but through an analog format of using cards with codes, and you'll have an inventory full of cards, just like you'd have an inventory in those games, and you go to different locations and you work your stuff, and eventually like you can combine items. It's like, oh, I'm going to use this item with this item, and you pull when you're using items instead of in the book, you've got an inventory sheet, and you line it up. It's like, oh, that doesn't work with that, or it'll say, oh, they combine together. Take card 47 and remove cards 16 and 22 from the game, and so now you've tied a string onto the firecracker, for example, or something like that, which is not a spoiler because I made that up. But if you like those old point and click video games,
Spoilers.
it feels exactly like that. But I think it's really a solo game. You can
Yeah,
play
you can
it
work with it.
multiplayer,
You can play it together.
but it's not difficult enough, and it takes a little while, I think. And it's also got clues. If you get stuck in the back, you can go and say, hey, I'm stuck here, and you check off things as you do things in the game. It's like, oh, what's the last thing you've checked off? And you say, oh, you haven't checked off number 47 yet. Okay, here's your hint, and all the way down to a solution if you still can't get it. But it's really cool. It's a one-time play thing, like so many of these other games. But if you like those old things, I really do recommend it as a solo play for about 2 to 3 hours in an afternoon. It's pretty cool.
That's pretty short.
Yeah, I mean it is. But do you really want it to be that too much longer?
No, I guess not. I want it to be
And-
done within a half.
And it finishes kind of okay. I've accomplished this much of a story. Obviously, there's
Yeah,
going
there's
to be
two.
a volume 2.
Yeah, it's already
with-
out. It's already out there somewhere.
Oh
I've seen
shit!
that.
Is
I've
it?
seen the ads for it.
I need to get it.
I don't know if
so
it's
I can-
released yet, but it's out there.
So then your story will continue from where you accomplished your goals in the first. You really didn't accomplish what you talked about you were going to do. You just, the first part, you're trying to assemble your crew. And so it's pretty neat.
It's interesting that they didn't make an app. Right.
Yeah, but I think it's intentional because if you turn it into an app, then why aren't you just playing the video game, right? But the fact that you can use it completely analog
That's
and
what I
it
meant.
still retains the feel.
Yeah.
That
Like if it was just a full, just only an app, not a book.
right.
Does the book add anything to it? To make
No, it
yeah.
just makes it so that you've got a tactile feel and you're flipping around and doing your thing. Like I said, though, if you used an app, there's less point to it, right? It's
Yeah. The only thing about what would be cool with an app is if he talked to you, because the
Right.
character is actually kind of funny if you watch the preview.
Yeah, the character has a lot of little silly tongue-in-cheek jokes that reference a lot of those old things. He's a smart ass, so it tries to be funny like that.
Yeah.
Makes little comments about things, and it will pick on you for
Doing stupid stuff.
certain things you do inside it. Like it'll be
Like if you try to put the CD in the glove box or something.
yeah, if you you try to use the lotion with something else, and it might reference a card. It might say these two things don't go together, or it might say, oh, pull card 48. You pull card 48 and it says achievement unlocked.
You're an
you
idiot.
you made blah blah blah, which was absolutely pointless, but you followed the old tropes type of thing, and so it will give you little achievements for uses that they thought ahead that you might try to do, even though they weren't part of the solution, which was a nice touch. And sometimes it'll call you out flat off. Like I looked through the cards after I finished it, that it'll call you out for basically trying to cheat.
Right. If you were just read paragraphs, it'd be like,
Yeah,
why are
if
you
you were
reading this
just reading
paragraph?
something, yeah, you shouldn't be reading
I've seen
this.
that in other games too.
So, yeah, I recommend it. I think it was really cool. And the only other thing I really played solo on my board game collection was I did a little bit of the Chronicles of Crime 1400. Worked on that, which is just more Chronicles of Crime.
So I have to
a little
talk
bit
about
different
Glow. Have you guys
Well, I
heard-
was going to ask you about that, but I want to say this about Maniac Mansion before I forget about it. I remember when I played that game, I was like just blown away by the fact that there were like multiple different endings. And like that's the first game I ever played like that. There was like, depending upon the characters you chose and the stuff that you succeeded on, there was like different ways you could win the game or lose for that matter. And I thought that was like so cool. I was just like,
well, and certain characters can only do certain things.
yeah, like
Yeah,
and
really
like
cool.
so to get the green tentacle to like you had to like there was like you had to, if I remember correctly, like you had to like do a jam session with them and like create because they wanted to make a mixtape or something to send
Isn't that
away.
the Day of the Tentacle?
No, that was Maniac Mansion. I
That
never
was
played
Maniac
Day of the
Mansion.
Tentacle, but I remember like
It-
there was stuff like that, and you had to play the guy who was the rock, the punk rock guitarist guy, and
Yeah.
like he had to be the one that
British
talks to the green tentacle.
Day of the Tentacle's on Xbox Pass, Game Pass, with a commentary.
And Day of the Tentacle has the full game of Maniac Mansion inside the game. So you get both games.
All right, so talk to us about Glow. What is?
Oh, it's awesome.
Is that like a
It's-
Kickstarter or what is it?
No, it's just going to be released. It came out from Bombix in French, and the English version I think is coming soon from Luma.
Oh, so why?
Bombix? I like that.
But you,
Bombix.
you
Yeah, I like
somehow
that.
have a
I
copy.
played a
Is
few
it
of
not
those.
released
The
yet? I
gorgeous
see it.
ladies of wrestling.
No, it's just GLO. It's like light glow.
Oh, okay.
A light glow. It's lure in French.
What's
Like
what's
my
the,
French
E-
accent.
easy for you to say.
what's the
Lure.
theme
So
here?
how do you have an English copy?
They sent one to Lincoln and Nikki, and I played it on tabletop simulator. That's on there, the official version.
Lincoln and Nicky are in it now.
It's really cool. So you get an adventure, and there's like 6 or 7 of them to choose from, and that's like your permanent character. And you play with it. That character has special ability. They all have special abilities, mostly to do with colors. Like you'll get the dice of the color of the character. So the red character gets 3 dice. The yellow character gets 2 dice, but some of the faces on those dice are victory points, right? But mostly every die will be one of every element of color, plus 1 for the color that the dice is. So fire will have 2 fire symbols, and then the water, the air, the earth, right? And so you recruit that original adventurer, and then you play 8 rounds, just 8-round game, and you recruit you recruit a companion to add to your party, and that companion will either come with extra dice or come with special powers like rerolls and fireflies is a thing in the game, or wild footsteps to make your path to travel. So you draft a character, you roll all your dice, you activate all the ability. This is what I love about it. You activate all the abilities whether you want to or not. So if I roll 3 fires, I have to activate every character or companion that has 3 fire activation. which could kill them, right? So it'll say, if you roll 3 fires, this guy gives you 5 points and then he dies. So you can't skip that. You have to do it, which is what I find really fascinating about it. That mechanic I don't think has been done before. Normally you're rolling and then you're deciding, well, do I want to activate that? And I'm spending the dice. And you don't spend any dice in this game. Every character that activates will always activate to the number of times you roll that combination. So if you have a guy that gives you a victory point for every blue when you roll, and you roll 5 blue, you get 5 victory points. And you don't spend them. Then the next guy says, oh, you get something for 2 blue. Well, you've activated that 2 times, right? Because you have 4 blue. It's really neat. And then you're kind of traversing this map of trying to find a safe spot where the light glows brighter. And it's all black and white artwork, except for the map has colors on it. And some of the characters have a little bit of color. Actually, maybe not. The characters are all black and white. And they're really cool fantasy stuff. Wild fantasy, not like anything you know. I think there's like one dragon-looking guy in there, but that's the closest to any kind of fantasy being I can see. But it's usually like mutations of animals. Like there's a weird bunny rabbit one, and there's like a weird spider. So you're playing 8 rounds. You recruit a character, and then you move on the map if you want to. You activate all your dice, and then every temporary dice you get, you put back on the board, and then new companions come out, and then you recruit those. So you might get a different set of dice depending on who you recruit. And some of the characters don't do anything. They just give you points, but they might die. So you have to take a risk, right? Like, I'm not going to roll 3 oranges, so this guy's going to die. But he'll give me 10 points at the end of the game.
Sounds cool.
I think that's it.
It does.
Artwork is awesome. Like, from what I understand, the game has been done for years, but the artist took a while to get the artwork done. So it's been sitting there.
Yeah, one thing I will give the French game design companies is the artwork, like Kemet and all them, and Dixit. You know, they do fantastic work on art. Different too, like from what
this is really different because it's all black and white, and it's all line art. It's like strokes of lines and stuff. You have to see it.
Has anybody played Moonrakers?
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide if I want to buy it or not.
Well,
you got James Bond in it?
It does not have James Bond in it.
You got Jaws?
No.
Does Jaws find a girlfriend? turn into a good guy?
No, I mean
it's actually a love story.
I mean, it's deck building, which, but it's negotiation, and which I like.
Yeah, so you've got your deck building engine. And then you have public contracts that, for the most part, you can't complete on your own. So you need to like work with the other players. I mean, towards the end, if you've built a really good deck, then you can do it on your own, and no one can stop you from winning anyway. But so there's kind of the built-in, prevention of runaway winner because other people have to work with you.
Forrest, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Smoking his pipe.
He's making balloon animals.
Do you really want to know, Lance?
Well, I wouldn't ask if I didn't know. What are you doing?
All right. So I got to try and snake my drain with one of these. This isn't long enough. So I'm going to break this one in half and then attach it to that one and then snake.
This is not going to
I told you to buy the $20
No, you're not.
Oil.
Why don't you get a metal one? They're
dude, if you do that, it's going to, you're going to lose it down the drain. You are going to lose it down the drain.
Forrest, which drain are you working on? The bathroom or kitchen?
Oh, nice.
Bathroom.
All right, get
also,
is it a
that looks really cool.
Let me I'll let you chime in here in a second, Barry. Is it a sink or is it a bathtub?
It's a sink and it's a bunch of really black gunk.
Okay. Get a bucket and a pair of channel locks. Okay, go underneath. There's a little trap. You unscrew it from 2 ends.
Yeah, my wife did that.
And you're still having an issue?
Okay, and then what?
Yeah, I'm going to get deeper.
No, that's got nothing to do with what's going on. You've got.
I love that art.
If you got to go deeper than that, there's something.
There's something further in. There's something further in, and that little snake's not going to do it. I mean, you are going to lose.
That's what she said.
No.
This is for me.
There's
this is for me, Lance.
I mean, Forrest, you're going to do whatever the hell you want, but I mean.
This is not going to end well.
Those two things are not meant to be tied together. And here's the deal. Here's the
Precautions
deal.
will be taken.
No. Listen to me for a second, Forrest. If you
Okay.
don't want to do that, what you can do is you can go underneath the sink, you can unscrew that thing, get that trap taken off, and you can then just put the thing that you can just put
the
one
one
of those snakes down that way, and that
Oh,
way
I
you don't
did
have
that.
to do the whole like weird
It's probably-
process that you're
It's
doing.
probably in the trap anyway.
My wife
Yeah.
did all that.
You
She
took
went
it
down
off
there.
and cleaned it out and all that.
Yeah,
Cleaned
she
out the
did.
Did
trap?
you run like some vinegar and baking soda through it? That'll break up some shit usually. And it's
Ooh, no, we didn't try that.
with the trap
Yeah,
off.
before
try
you
that,
put-
yeah.
First of
You're
all,
supposed
and
to put
do
it
it, dude.
in
You
the
know you're
drain
not- you
before
know
you
you-
put it in your
you're
mouth.
wasting your
First,
breath.
quit putting the sewage treatment in your mouth.
You're wasting your breath.
But
you
Forrest,
get
This was clean.
you
This hasn't
get
been used.
you get one set of teeth. For God's sakes, just go get a snips or a scissors or something. Good Lord.
I sent him the link to the snake that I used. I think I must have put it down like 20 feet.
yeah,
Well, yeah, and
Is it one of
it's-
these
and
dudes?
Yeah, it has where it will rotate.
Yeah.
and
yeah,
pull out
that'll
whatever.
work. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're a pain in the ass, but they'll work.
They are.
Oh, yeah.
And I got really dirty from it too because
yeah,
black.
yeah. You always will. There's
Dude, he should
Oh,
just
it's nasty.
inhale off of that pipe. He's got to have the lung capacity. Treat it like a bong, and he'll pull
Yeah,
that
like-
shit right out.
I actually think I got to do that to my guest bathroom because we don't use it as much. I think I'm going to do that soon. This will be fun. It'll be first.
Okay, then I got another question.
Downer.
Has anybody played Cryo?
No,
I
looks
just
cool.
ordered it.
You ordered it, he said, Scott?
Yeah. I
What-
just
what-
The only
played
reason
it.
the only reason Cryo interests me is that it sounds like a weird like almost like RimWorld type of thing going on. If you read the thing where
Simulation.
yeah, it's like the colony ship in an anonymous act of sabotage. Ship plummets to a frozen, uncharted planet. Before the sun sets and the temperature drops, you must gather what you can for the wreckage, rescue your crew, and then find safety underground.
There's no way it's like RimWorld.
Well, I know, but the background. I mean, it isn't.
Oh, yeah,
but I
yeah,
mean,
the
like
setting,
the
the
story,
setting.
the setting sounds kind of cool. I gotta play another RimWorld game. I haven't played that in like.
Yeah, the
5
RimWorld game
months.
is awesome. I have so many stories from that game.
Oh, I mean, just like and the game's at its best when you're just getting beaten to death.
There was something came today that was really cool. I don't even remember buying it.
My PAX Viking PAX
Myth of the Heavy Gamer box came in.
My Myth of Heavy Gamer box came in. Yeah, my High Frontier, my all-in High Frontier. It's not going to work for us. You are going to lose.
You doubled it up.
Yeah.
We're doing this for science. We're doing this for science.
Can you point the camera down at it?
Yeah, point the camera down at it so when it tears in half,
So
we can all
when
laugh
you
at
when we
you.
see you pull it halfway back and the other half
Oh well,
is there.
it's
It's
a good
just-
thing. The
It
good
just
thing
looks
is-
like a
Just
Three
tape
Stooges
that
skit.
together.
It just
So-
looks like a Three Stooges
Wait a minute,
skit.
Time out.
And-
Tell me you took the plunger out of the sink, at least, right?
Oh,
Just give it a
what?
sharp yank now
The
and see if
stop.
that rips it.
No, it's
Stop.
in there.
the stop. Pull the stop out. Oh,
It's
it's probably
in,
screwed in. You know, one of the screwed one and screwed.
Oh,
Ooh,
it's
this is
screwed
bad
up.
Unless it's on the ball cock, yeah.
This is
Yeah,
a bad
the ball-
idea.
the ball cock.
It's already coming loose. It's
Hold my
already.
beer.
Wait, that's not duct tape.
Is that masking tape for us?
It is masking tape.
It's pro gaff. I don't know.
It's
God.
gaffer's tape.
Gaffer
Okay.
State.
Well, that's better
Yeah,
than masking.
that's gonna
tape.
tear.
Oh,
Yeah.
let's just spotlight this for
Spotlight.
everyone.
I like it.
Forrest, does that have ridges on it?
Does
For her pleasure.
Oh, you're never getting that fucking thing out, man. It's got teeth on it?
Dude.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah, you're never getting that thing out, man. You better
yeah,
watch.
support plan?
Man.
Lance and everyone else, I've proved you correct. You're welcome.
Just-
Did you lose
seriously,
the end of
Forrest,
it yet?
go underneath the sink. There's a P trap. Take that off
Oh, you already lost it.
and see if
No,
you
no, I
can
didn't.
clean
I
that out if
decided
it's
not
gunked
to.
up. And then if not, run a snake back into the wall, and
Yeah,
clear it up.
if you-
There's
if
something
you-
else going on there.
If it drains through your trap and your trap is empty, don't start where you're starting at least. If you're just going to use one of those, run it through the wall
Yeah.
just in case
Yeah.
it's right there. But
And do
Yeah, I'll do
never,
that tomorrow.
never use liquid plumber or any of that
just
shit.
put
in
your
pipes,
lips on
man.
it and suck as hard as you can and see if something comes
Oh
out.
God, it hit me in the face. Oh, it's so gross.
That is also what she said.
That's another
Roto
thing.
Rooter
man.
makes
Listen to-
emergency calls, by the way, if you need it.
Who?
Roto Rooter.
Yeah,
It's the same.
You gotta pay.
I got feelings about them.
No,
Away
they
you
got,
go, trouble down the drain.
Mm.
Rooter, rooter.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It was Mr. Rooter up here that I had
Oh,
issues
well.
with. Mr. Rooter.
They don't have as good a jingle.
Let me
No.
see
Same.
here.
Whatever
His
you
thing-
do,
His
if you're
thing
planning
was
to call a
is-
plumber, do not use the liquid Drano. They get pissed when you do that.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
no,
and-
it's not good for your pipes, dude. It's
Okay,
really
you
not.
could use there's a
No.
there's a natural one. I forget what it's called, but it cleaned up our shower drain really good.
Some enzymes in it now.
it was
yeah.
an enzyme one.
Yeah. Is that
Green,
like the CLR
green goober
stuff?
or something? Not green goober. Green gobbler, I think it's called.
Huh.
Yeah,
I'll find it.
So the reason why Cryo interests me is that it's Tom Jolly and Luke Laurie. So I mean, it's two guys that like,
Yeah.
I've liked a lot of their games before.
Sure.
The thing that annoys me about it is it's like, okay, so it's area majority and influence, end game bonuses, hand management, worker placement, but like the background for the game says that it's like, oh, an anonymous act of sabotage has sent the ship plummeting the surface. That made me think, oh, maybe like hidden like person working against the colony, like you want the colony to fail kind of thing. I was kind of like, that'd be kind of cool if that was an aspect of it, but no, it just no.
That's a setup for expansion, my friend.
Well, maybe
To be continued.
But I mean, it made me interested, right? And then I was just kind of like, oh, you know, and then like, and it looks like it's pretty light. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say light. It just looks like it's, I don't know. The artwork's cool. I like the look of it, but I'm
It does
also
look
like,
awesome.
but with any game, it's like, oh, that looks kind of cool, and then I'm be like, you know.
Yeah, I felt that way about the new one, Merchants of Magic, from Rock Manor Games.
Yeah.
Played it 4 times now.
And
I thought it was great, and then now it's in the good to very good. Still a very good game, but it's just a little too much randomness. There's a way that the cards come out that can really swing the game if they happen to come out the right way or the wrong way.
so I want to point something out though, and I will call this, and this is not me trying to trash on my old company TMG in any way.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just do this, but I will just call this the TMG effect. Okay, so here you have here's the cover, right? Okay, cool cover, whatever. Now let's just and now remember this game did not go to Kickstarter. This is just Z-Man Games. Hey, we're gonna publish this kind of thing, right?
Yep.
So look at the bits, like little pieces of molded plastic, you know, like you know. Before deluxe games, this would all be wood pieces.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now I mean, now we live in a world where it's like these would have been just cylinders.
Yeah, those were wood cylinders.
Yeah, remember when people lost their minds over the fact that Galaxy Trucker had the clear plastic, clear plastic green cubes?
Yeah,
I mean, like look at that cube. It looks like a swirl.
Yeah, it's a swirly cube.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, and I'm not saying it's a
marble.
bad thing. I kind of like the fact that like this stuff looks cool, right? And I mean, I like the way it looks. But I mean, 10 years ago, nobody would make a game like this, and everybody would also be like, "Who are you? What are you? Some sort of Ameritrash game? You need models in your game?
This is a thematic game.
Yeah, is this a thematic game?
This looks super Euro.
Yeah, it's just like get these plastic components out of my Euro game, please.
To be fair, it was good on TMG. They got the trend rolling, you know. But I think it was coming anyway. You know, we've seen like Eclipse and you were saying the other games, they were starting to build up to that, you know, on their own, and they weren't.
The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm gonna buy it.
Are you do those lights hang down? Are they supposed to hang down in the bathroom there like that?
Oh, I know. He's gonna use a plunger. That's gonna fix everything.
You just gotta give it a whirl, right?
Oh, God.
Are those lights supposed to be that like that? I've never seen that before in a bathroom.
What? Yeah.
I've never seen
this one doesn't work.
in the bathroom.
This one only kind of works.
But like when you brush your teeth, you like hit it and like
I do.
Yeah, like I've never seen that before.
This is my kid's bathroom. So they don't,
it's a
they
kid.
don't.
Oh, it's your kid's bathroom. I mean, okay, so Forrest, is that water in the sink right now? Okay,
Yep.
yeah, it is.
Yeah,
And so it just doesn't drain at all.
it does it slowly.
Oh yeah, you got like a hair clog.
Yeah, I mean, you need to put you could put some bleach down there and have it work on that stuff. I mean, you might just have to suck it up and call a plumber too.
Nah. Okay, cool.
And he'll come to your house and he'll charge you $125 and he'll put a snake out down there
Yeah.
and he'll get it fixed but then you'll have a sink that works.
Forrest, is this your only sink? Your only bathroom sink?
Is it time for
No,
a tour?
no, the sink works. It just drains really, really
Okay.
slow. I'm just trying to see if I can.
So it's not a
go
priority. Yeah, I just let it
No.
sit overnight and drain, and then, like I said, take that trap off, see what that looks like, and then if not, go from there with a snake. Yeah,
No, this would be going in like 3 minutes if I let it drain. It won't take that long.
just put a
Yeah.
bucket
Yeah,
under the
and
trap
no,
and
that
pull it off.
the vinegar and baking soda thing works too.
Yeah, but don't go nuts on the baking soda.
Yeah. But yeah, like some bleach, some vinegar, baking soda. I've cleared out pipes. I've cleared
Don't
out
mix
stuff.
them.
Oh no, just throw it all in there. Shake it up. Add in a Diet Coke and some Mentos.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Now,
You'll
for
be
Forrest,
good to go.
maybe he should use hydrochloric acid and sodium
I
hydroxide.
feel your pain, man. I wish you bought that
So
Amazon
we can do it more
snake I told you about.
violently, but
You'd be done.
Yeah.
Oh
you
yeah,
gotta-
if you had one of those metal snakes, he'd be done already.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
maybe it depends. on
Maybe.
Well, you still got to take off the trap and go in underneath.
Yeah.
My wife did all that. She went down there. She had the snake. She went deep. She
An
wants me to go
actual
underneath
snake
and
or
replace the
you're-
pipe.
Forrest, was it an actual
Oh.
snake or that green thing you had?
No, a real snake.
Okay,
Not the green
since this is live, I am not going to say this. So this is
You're not going to say
the
it.
sheer. No, I just
What
want
are
to
you
say.
not going to say?
No, let me just
Let me tell you.
Let me just okay. So there is a strange dichotomy of the two board game companies I worked for. Okay, with TMG and with Gray Fox, and I love my time with TMG, and I absolutely adore and love my time with Gray Fox, and I think like Shane and Josh, my bosses at Gray Fox, they are more like me than like Michael and Daniel were. Yeah, I think that so. So I sent Shane a text around like 6:37 about a frustration that I was having with somebody that like I'm not going to mention who it is because you probably know who they are, or you could figure out who they are by going on Facebook or whatever. And so Shane's response to my complaint was just not like, hey, I need you to fix this. I was just like basically just a complaint. And, just a sounding board. And so Shane must have just finally read it, and he sent me a text back, fuck that person in all their holes.
Yeah, I don't think you get that from Michael.
No.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah,
Yes, if you're going to get it out of there with that plunger,
when
yeah,
I-
got to get the seal on it.
get after that, Forrest. Come on, work it.
Yeah, get
It's about speed.
put your back
it's about
into it.
speed.
Forrest,
Yeah.
you got to plug that vent.
you got to go
Yeah,
slow.
see, that's what I'm trying
You got
to
to go
do.
slow then fast. You got to tease it.
Put a piece of tape over it.
Yeah, if it'll stick.
Good.
Yeah.
Or a
Yeah,
wet
good
washcloth,
call.
yeah. Or sock.
I find it hard to believe you never gagged anything.
What's that rubberized tape that you see on the infomercials?
He knows.
Yeah, it's the
Uh,
bondage tape. It's
Oh,
what was that? What was the name?
no, I wasn't thinking of that, but
Well, there's that stuff.
Oh
called
yeah.
It's called grip
Late night,
tape. Is what
late
it's
night
called.
TV, right?
yeah.
They put a piece
And-
of tape.
And
They
here's
tape
the
up
thing.
a leak on a boat.
Yeah. That's what
Well,
I was
no,
saying.
no,
Oh,
and
yeah.
here's okay, and this is not, but the stuff that people refer to as bondage tape is actually really, really good stuff for
Cards.
board game
Yeah.
uses for cards. It's absolutely fantastic.
It doesn't stick to
It
anything
leaves
but
us-
itself.
It leaves some. It does some. It reacts sometimes though.
Oh,
It does. There are some.
Oh, something's coming up. It looks like the water's dirty.
Well, I mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got a bunch of that.
Come on, work
Like
it
I said,
hard,
it's mostly
Forrest.
just-
Get after it.
but
Oh,
yes,
sure.
but now it's just draining right back down. I mean,
Oh, it's draining though.
But I got this lodged. That's what's good.
Oh, There you go.
Well, I mean,
Ish.
Yeah, just keep going, man. It's almost there.
I'm telling you,
I'm good, at,
telling
I'm
you
good
if-
at this sort of thing. I love this sort of
I
thing.
bet you are. I bet you are.
I could be a plumber for real. I don't mind doing that.
Forrest, and I mean
I
this
don't wanna
in all sincerity,
brag,
you could be a plumber. I
but-
guarantee you
I'll
that.
plumb the shit out of your house.
I'm kind of bummed that his video froze because
You know, we lost
Uh,
the connection.
I want to see what's going on.
I was
You
engaged in the
can't have the
drama.
internet and the faucets work at his house.
Well, this is the first for the Alaboom anyway.
A live plunging.
Live,
Live-
a live plunge. That sounds really dirty. Tonight on the Alaboom, a live plunging.
Oh.
Bueno, bueno.
It's not what I
I
signed
don't think
up
a
for.
forest trying to clear a drain. I think it's somebody trying to drop a M80 down the drain to clean those pipes.
No, he hasn't
I don't
disconnected.
think he's
It's
quite
still-
that redneck
something's
yet.
still there.
Oh, come on. He's in Indiana,
he's
for
gone.
God's sakes. I know how us people in Indiana are.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Yay, Indiana. I just wanted to get done so I can get to my forest facts and forest stump already.
We got enough people for that? You think?
Oh, yeah,
I
plenty.
think we got to rotate that for a stump. That was entertaining to watch Alex not get any questions correct.
Well, I mean,
It's kinda fun.
I'll let somebody else go in
Yeah.
the box if they want to go in the box. I'll
Like
let
I
them.
said from the start, we could do that. But I feel
We need
bad
to
for
pull
Alex 'cause I
a
didn't
random
know
name.
Canadian, and a lot of them were American based. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of American stuff there.
All right. Well, like when Forrest gets back, I can. There he is.
Well, I'm headed out, guys, because I
You-
got
Whoa,
Fully-
wait,
Did you fully cleanse it?
Keith. Wait, Keith.
Oh.
I need you to see this. I need you to see that I'm competent.
Okay.
Boosh.
What you're
Boosh, boosh, boosh.
Wow.
That was
Got it.
doctored. That was doctored
That was
footage. I
doctored.
don't,
Yeah, we couldn't see anything because you froze. Are you
Oh.
draining freely now?
I don't think it's actually going.
Mhm.
Yeah, it
It's a
went.
deep fake. That's a deep fake.
You got no
TV
backup there?
magic.
all right.
Ah.
So
See,
now,
once you abandon your stupid trying to tie two snakes together and went to a real solution.
so
like a
so
plunger,
Forrest,
you're
Forrest,
good.
Forrest,
That's fair.
Forrest.
What's up?
Do you have bleach in the house?
No, my wife normally uses vinegar. I don't think she likes.
Okay. Well, if you have
having,
vinegar
I
now
don't think we have
since
any.
okay, well now since if your kids are in bed, pour some vinegar down that drain just to let so it'll go down and it'll coat the stuff that like 'cause otherwise it's just gonna build up again because you basically just kind of like popped a little hole in the junk that's but now pour some vinegar down that drain and then and pour in a little baking soda and let it sit overnight.
How
And
much is
then
it? All right.
like a
Baking
table
powder,
like,
baking soda.
yeah okay
I'll
sorry and
Google
then
it.
like a
No,
tablespoon.
you had it right. I'm just reminded.
Yeah, a tablespoon. And then tomorrow, go to another sink, turn the water on as hot as you can, and get like a bucket full of like the hottest water you possibly can, and pour it down the sink.
Yeah.
And you don't turn it on with cold water because that'll just basically ruin all the work you did. But what'll happen is the vinegar and the baking soda will go down and it'll coat all that junk and it'll start eating it away. And when you pour the super hot water down the sink, it'll dissolve it all and it'll drain it down.
Unlike
Baking
liquid
soda
plumber.
doesn't eat anything. Your vinegar will dissolve some things because it's an acid. What happens with the vinegar and baking soda together? The vinegar and baking soda neutralize each other, and the reaction releases carbon dioxide, and so basically you're creating a bunch of gas that loosens it up in the
Yeah.
cracks.
Yeah.
Mr. Wizard.
Yes.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Hey,
Don
my
Herbert.
chemistry degree was good for something, by God.
Don
Finally,
Herbert.
you spent all that money, and now you finally got used
I
to
know.
it.
Mr.
Oh, he's
Wizard.
Mr.
I remember that show.
Oh, I watch Mr. Wizard every day.
Oh, I
I
love Don
love that
Herbert.
show.
Yeah, I do remember that.
All right, now that I'm done using my chemistry degree, I'm going to bed.
See
Don
you,
Herbert
Keith.
was the man.
Take it easy, Keith.
Night, night.
Did you watch 3-2-1 Contact?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
3, 2,
Yes,
1.
yes.
Contact is the
It's the-
season. It's the something.
is
Everything happened. Contact.
Oh, yeah.
One of them I remember.
And the Bloodhound Gang, of course.
Oh,
yeah.
the Bloodhound Gang. Yep.
It was the same
Forever this
episode. It was like the
trouble
same
was
episode
there
of the
on
Bloodhound
jungle.
Gang.
Oh,
We're
it never
the
switched. It was like they
Bloodhound
did one episode of it
Yeah,
ever.
like they only ever played one episode.
You got the crime, we've got the time.
Wow, you remember all that?
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. I loved it.
Jen
Yeah.
brought up on Electric. Oh, what the hell was it?
Electric Company.
Yeah, she's like, "Do you remember that?" I was like, "No, I do not remember
Yeah,
that."
Morgan Freeman was on it, I think.
And then she
Oh,
pulled
yeah.
it up, and she's like, "Oh yeah, you weren't born yet." And I'm like, "Yeah." It's like
Yeah, it's an early
just
70s thing.
before my time. I was in '78. And I think she said '74
Yeah, it's,
or something. I don't remember.
I watched it. Zoom.
So you mentioned
All the
Morgan Freeman.
PPs.
Morgan Freeman. I was just looking at like other movies that guy's been in. Man, he
All
has
of
just
them?
All
been
of them.
in like,
Yeah.
and like all of them are like he has been in like 8, 9, 10 movies that everybody considers to be like top movies of all time.
And he
And
plays
he
God
started
in all
late,
of them.
He started his
And then-
career late, didn't he? Or am I thinking of Denzel?
Yeah, a little late. And then
I liked 7.
but he's 7. What was his first name in 7?
Oh,
Probably something biblical.
I could hear Brad Pitt yelling at him.
No idea.
He didn't have one. They were just known as
Oh, they
Mills.
never-
He's Somerset. They just always called him
Somerset.
Somerset.
Yeah.
They just called him Somerset, and they called Brad Pitt Mills. You never got their
Mills.
first name. They just
What
never.
was Mr. X?
Oh yeah,
Was it Mr. X? No, it was John Doe.
John Doe? Yep. They never.
God, I want to watch that movie now. I wonder if it still holds up. I haven't seen it. In a
It
while.
does. I watched it like.
There's some goofy shit in there.
Well, it was like I was in a
Uh.
mood, right? I was in just a mood to watch his movies, Fincher's movies, right? And so like
Have you watched the Mank? The new one?
the what?
Mank?
No, I haven't. I gotta watch that.
Thank
But I watched
It's
I
like
rewatched
early Hollywood stories.
I rewatched
I'm looking in that Jen likes that stuff.
dang it, why can't I think of it now? I rewatched I rewatched Zodiac because I hadn't seen it since it first came out.
Is that good?
I liked it.
So,
I mean,
couldn't
I
get
like
through
about
it.
the Zodiac Killer was.
The
Well,
Zodiac
yeah,
Killer.
see,
Yeah,
the,
it was,
the problem that people have with Zodiac is that it didn't because it's based on reality, and since nobody's ever like truly determined who the Zodiac
They solved
guy
it,
is-
by the way. They solved the puzzles.
Well, they solved the puzzles, but
Yeah,
but
yeah.
they've never conclusively decided. They basically they have like 4 different people they think very likely could have been the Zodiac killer, and all of them are dead now. But they don't know
no.
who it
Oh,
was. So
there's a good documentary on it. It's not the same, but like it's this is a robbery. It's on Netflix. It's like trending on Netflix right now. It's like there's this
yeah.
museum in Boston. Some Gardner, the Gardner Museum. And they got robbed in 1990. They stole like $500 million worth of paintings, like $500 million worth of paintings, and they still. Well, I don't want to say anything, but basically, it's a 4-part documentary. You got to watch it.
no, okay,
I
good.
was thinking about
But
that.
it's got a similar. Maybe all the people who were involved in the heist are dead, and so all this shit's missing. Maybe. But watch the documentary.
One second.
It's really well done.
Rylan!
Yeah, I have to look in that. Me and Jen just finished.
I don't even remember that robbery. I mean, I was.
Neither do I.
Yeah. Oh, also, 2020. If you have Hulu, 2020 did a special on the Gainesville murders in 1990.
The Gainesville.
Yeah, Danny Rawlings killed 5 students, University of Florida in 1990. The year I was a sophomore, I was there.
Yeah, I might have been too. I was like 12 then.
It's a
I might have
2-hour
been too young.
documentary about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to high school with one of the girls that got killed.
Oh, did you?
I didn't know her real well, but I knew her.
Yeah, it's my brother.
That was
and I
a
were-
weird. That was a sucky time of life right there.
Yeah.
Like you're going back to college. This is my second year, and then you get. We get there the weekend before, and then you start hearing, they found 2 bodies. They found a body. They found 2 more bodies. They found another body. You know, like it just was like, what the hell is going on? And everybody left. We went to Daytona.
Did you? Yeah.
Yep, my roommate's grandparents have a house in Daytona, so we drove there and hung out for like half a week.
Yeah,
And
that's,
autumn.
I'm sure that was nuts. I couldn't imagine going through that. Yeah.
It was unreal.
Like me and my brother, we were talking about. There's a family friend of ours that that killed his wife with a crossbow. And I was talking to my brothers, like, I kind of want to talk to him to figure out what the fuck what happened, you know. And part of me is like, I don't know.
I don't want to talk.
You know, it's like, it's just,
It's a really
know,
well done
it drives
documentary.
people
There's so
mad.
much footage from the '90s that I don't remember seeing at the time. I mean, they did a lot of interviews with people on campus and stuff, so it's kind of interesting.
All right,
I was kind of looking
here.
for myself actually.
So let's get the forced facts out of the way, everyone.
Non sequitur.
Yeah, total non sequitur. Here we go.
I think Lance is. Never mind.
What were you going to say, Forrest? You think Lance is what?
I think Lance was worried that conversation was going to take a left turn.
It was
I
unrequited.
was talking about the 2020. There's a 2020 special came out like last week about Gainesville murders in the 90s.
Are those unsolved?
No, they're solved.
There.
It is annoying that whatchamadick, the Netflix show about the people that chase serial killers, they basically it's canceled or put on
What the fuck?
hiatus.
That's a David Fincher thing too.
Yeah, and basically because he says
He had
he's
a
got,
5-year thing. Yeah, he had a
yeah, but
5
he said
season-
he said he has so much stuff going on that he doesn't know when he'd be able to come back and do it, and so
It's so
released
frustrating.
so he released the actors from their like contracts, and he
Sure,
said,
that makes
you
sense.
know, because
Maybe it'll-
he
maybe it'll
didn't want to. He said he didn't want to like make it so they couldn't go and do other things, you know, and you know be able to
What was that guy's name? MDK?
BTK.
BTK.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Bernie Madoff died.
Oh,
Oh, really?
Did he?
Today?
I heard
thought
on the
he heard-
radio.
I
think
thought
it
he
was
already
today, yeah.
died.
isn't that
All
the
right.
guy
I
who
thought
made
he
off
was-
with your money?
That's
Yeah,
the
he-
pyramid scheme guy.
Yeah.
The like the
was
biggest
today?
Ponzi scheme. It was either today or yesterday or something like that. He was 81. He was scheduled. Here's the deal. He was scheduled for release in 2137. So he almost made it.
Almost. No.
He almost
Close, but no cigar.
he almost made it.
The movie, I think it's like a TV movie with Richard Dreyfuss is pretty good. I watched it. Richard Dreyfuss plays him.
They said in
It's
like
like a, it's
after,
like a dramatization.
The
so like
HBO
you know he
thing?
basically
Is it HBO?
he kept himself you know he basically like it was one of those things that he gave
Oh, no,
some
that was
interview or
Pacino.
something where like basically he accepted the fact that like he would never be out of prison ever, but it was like, oh well, you know, I spent 40 years living off other people's money and living the time of my life, so yeah, these last few years
Would
might
you
suck.
trade in, how many years has he been in prison? Maybe like a dozen or something?
I don't even know
How
if it was
old
that.
at the time am I?
Yeah, I mean, like, was he 70 when he went to prison? I mean, you know,
I think so.
would you trade
Yeah, fuck it.
in 12
Yeah,
years
fuck
of your
it.
life in
Yeah.
jail if you lived like a king for the first 70?
No.
Mhm.
That's a wonderful hypothetical. It's like,
Oh,
would you
that's
kill
awesome.
would you kill Hitler as a baby if you went back in time?
He said
No,
he was
I would
worth
just hug him
65
more.
billion.
Here's the other thing we're not factoring in here. I imagine that he was not in a high security prison, and I imagine that he had so much money kept to the side that he was able to run things to a certain accommodating lifestyle in jail
I don't
or
think
prison.
2009 is when he went.
Bed prisons are a little different, Forrest.
I don't know.
Especially.
No, he was in
the-
I'm pretty sure he was in a one of those rough prisons.
Oh, was he?
Let me see. If I can find out.
Ponzi scheme guy prison. Thank you, Google. You're the best.
Says here, prison life. I have left a legacy of shame. Some of my victims have pointed out to my family and my grandchildren, there's something I'll live with for the rest of my life. I'm sorry. Like something.
something.
Well, no, I'm just like, he's like,
Dark side.
Madoff's lawyers initially asked the judge to impose a sentence of 7
Okay.
years and later requested the sentence for 12 years because of Madoff's advanced age of 71 and his limited life expectancy. Judge Chin sentenced Madoff to the maximum sentence of 150 years in federal prison.
It's Otisville near Manhattan.
Judge Shin also said Madoff had not been forthcoming about his crimes. I have a sense that Mr. Madoff had not done all that he could do or told that all that he knows, calling the fraud extraordinarily evil, unprecedented, and staggering, that the sentence would deter others from committing similar frauds. Judge Shin also agreed with prosecutors' contention that the fraud began at some point in the 1980s. He also noted that Madoff's crimes were off the charts since federal sentencing guidelines for fraud only go up to $400 million in losses. And his was 68.5 billion.
Oh,
When
That's
did he
amazing.
get caught in the 2000s? Right?
Oh, yeah, interesting. It's medium security, not maximum security, and it's mostly a Jewish prison.
And it says here in his Wikipedia, Madoff said that he is treated in prison like a, quote, mafia don.
Oh,
So,
really?
That's good.
like I said, I don't
Yeah.
think he was getting things
That was a letter that he sent to his daughter-in-law. I mean, who
Mhm.
knows? I mean, he's still in prison.
Remember in Goodfellas when they showed the prison scene where they're in the special area of the prison where they can just do whatever they want, cook whatever they want.
Yeah.
Apparently he was very good. Yeah, he's good friends with somebody in like a crime family as well. And yeah, I don't
No, he said somebody assaulted him because he changed the channel on the TV, and then he befriended Carmine Persico, the boss of the Colombo crime family, one of New York's 5 American families, and then that person had like his goons go beat up the guy that slapped him.
Bodyguard.
Yeah.
Talk to my bodyguard, the head of the Colombian syndicate.
That's nice. He's got good there.
No, he said in February 2020, his lawyer filed for compassionate release from prison, and they claimed that he was suffering from chronic kidney failure, a terminal illness, leaving him less than 18 months to live, and that COVID-19 pandemic further threatened his life. He was
They didn't let him out,
hospitalized for
though,
this
right?
condition in December of 2019, and this request was denied due to the severity of Madoff's crimes.
good.
Yeah.
Good.
And then he died of natural at the Federal Medical Center in Butner, federal prison with special health needs near Butner, North Carolina. So even when he didn't even get to go to a normal hospital, he just went to a hospital, basically a prison hospital. So Madoff was a prominent philanthropist who served on boards for nonprofit institutions. Oh, isn't that
Oh,
nice?
good for him.
You gotta be to cover your ass. It's how you stretch it
Right.
out.
I'm sure he thought he was spending their money better than they would have.
Yeah.
No, look, when did he actually get caught? When was it? The late thousands or early tens?
Well, I mean,
I
that
had
was the
the-
whole thing. He used all of his money to stay out of the courts forever.
I feel like if you knew it was coming, why don't you, and you have so much money, why don't you just go to some place that
2009.
wouldn't extradite you? Like,
2009.
Yeah.
what'd you say, Scott?
Let's see.
He was convicted
Post-
in 2009.
Yeah,
Oh.
Bernie posted $10 million bail
It's
in
like 20
December
years, yeah.
2008, but remained under 24-hour monitoring and house arrest in his Upper East Side penthouse apartment.
So how much money did he have? Like, was he a billionaire or was he like 100 millionaire? Because I feel,
Billion.
yeah,
That was
that's just
65
shameful.
billion.
That's shameful. Like the fact that you wouldn't have some foolproof escape plan for like, oh, cops are here, feds are here, center of my house. Here's a helicopter that has a jetpack. No, we're laughing, but you can invest
I'm
100.
laughing at you
You
for
can
it.
invest millions of dollars in some sort of elaborate instant escape, and you don't.
It's only in the movies, man.
No,
I could
Scott,
build
if
you one of
you
those
have the
for
money,
1.2
though,
million.
if you have the money, you could make this.
Yeah,
Like, this is not a far-fetched
Well, he
thing.
didn't have the money. It was all fake.
Well, here you go.
Well, there you go.
But the shameful thing is
listen,
that he didn't have an escape plan, not that he ripped off all these fucking
Well,
people.
no, that's shameful as well, but I'm just ashamed he didn't have some sort of elaborate James Bond type escape. It just
so
pissed me off.
here, just
Use your money wisely.
I
listen
think
to
it was
this
all
here.
ego. He didn't think he was getting caught.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I think that's what
That's
it was.
fair.
So
Watch the movie.
So here in 1999, financial analyst Harry Markopoulos had informed the SEC that he believed it was legally and mathematically impossible to achieve the gains Madoff claimed to deliver. According to Markopoulos, it took him 4 minutes to conclude that Madoff's numbers did not add up, and another minute to suspect that they were fraudulent. After 4 hours of failed attempts to replicate his numbers, Markopoulos believed he had mathematically proved that Madoff was a fraud. He was ignored by the SEC's Boston office in 2000 and 2001. as well as by Megan Chung of the SEC's New York office in 2005 and 2007 when he presented further evidence. He has since co-authored a book titled No One Would Listen. The book details the frustrating efforts he and his legal team made over a 10-year period to alert the government, the industry, and the press about Madoff's fraud. Although Madoff's wealth management ultimately grew into a multi-billion-dollar operation, none of the other major derivative firms traded with him because they did not believe his numbers were real. None of the major Wall Street firms invested with him, and several high-ranking executives at those firms suspected his operations and claims were not legitimate. Others contended it was inconceivable that the growing volume of Madoff's accounts would be completely and legitimately serviced by his documented accounting. The Central Bank of Ireland failed to spot Madoff's gigantic fraud when he started using Irish funds and had to supply large amounts of information, which would have been enough to enable Irish regulators to uncover the fraud much earlier than the late 2008 when he was finally arrested. The FBI report, the Federal Bureau of Investigation report and federal prosecutor's complaint says that during the first week of December 2008, Madoff confided to a senior employee identified by Bloomberg News as one of his sons that he said he was struggling to meet the $7 billion in redemptions that was owed. For years, Madoff had simply deposited investors' money in his business account at JP Morgan Chase and withdrew money from that account when they requested redemptions. He had scraped together just enough money to make a redemption payment on November 19th. However, despite cash infusions from several longtime investors, by the week after Thanksgiving, it was apparent there was not enough money to even begin to meet the remaining requests. His Chase account had over $5.5 billion in mid-2008, but by late November, it was down to $234 million, a fraction of the outstanding redemptions. On December 3rd, he told longtime assistant Frank DePiscol, who had overseen the fraudulent advisory business, that he was finished. On December 9th, he told his brother Peter about the fraud.
So somebody had to get money back. I'm sure
Okay.
a lot of people. I mean,
So he had boatloads of money then.
Yeah,
Like
but
that he could spend.
they thought he had more. Yeah.
Okay. But no. Back to my point. It's $250,000 to buy a jetpack, and you can buy a private jet for $2 million. So, you got to keep the place to do it. But if you have billions of dollars, it's just fucking lazy that you don't have an easy escape route. Like a legit $250,000 jetpack, you see the police, you see the feds, you pop out, boom, you're fucking gone.
Maybe he
So,
wanted to get caught.
Well, no. So here's more to the point was that, and I don't know
Like
for
El
certain,
Chapo ended.
but like it was basically it's like the game Ponzi scheme published by Chase Principal Games, where like you constantly are getting people to invest and invest and invest. You're not doing anything with the money, and you're just paying out the money as it comes in. Well, eventually the string runs out, and like he just had his string just didn't run out for so long. He was just dumb. He never figured that anything bad would happen. So he said that it says here, according to the Sons, Madoff told Mark Madoff on the following day, December 9th, that he planned to pay out $173 million in bonuses 2 months early. Madoff said that he had recently made profits through business operations and that now was a good time to distribute it. Mark told Andrew Madoff the next morning they went to their father's office and asked him how he pay the bonuses to his staff if he was having trouble paying clients. They then traveled to Madoff's apartment where, with Ruth Madoff nearby, Madoff told them he was finished, that he had absolutely no money left, and that his investment fund was just one big lie. According to their attorney, Madoff's sons then reported their father to the federal authorities. Madoff had intended to wind up his operations over the remainder of the week before having his sons turn him in, but he directed DePiscol, to his manager or whatever, to use the remaining money in his business accounts to cash out the accounts of several family members and favored friends. However, as soon as they left their father's apartment, Mark and Andrew immediately contacted a lawyer, who in turn got them in touch with federal prosecutors and the SEC. And then on December 11th, Madoff was arrested and charged with securities fraud. He posted $10 million in bail.
We had $10 million somewhere.
Yeah, and then
Is it
until
around?
March.
That's enough for an escape.
Yeah,
I mean,
until March 12th. He posted $10 million bail in December 2008 until March 12, 2009, when Judge Denny Chin revoked his bail and remanded him to Metropolitan Correctional Center, citing him as a flight risk because of his age, his wealth, and the prospect of spending the rest of his life in prison.
See, he didn't have time to put his plan into action for us.
Prosecutors filed
but
two
no.
asset forfeiture pleadings, which included lists of valuable, real, and personal property, as well as financial interests and entities owned or controlled by Madoff.
Where could
Look
he
at this
go?
from a logistical perspective. I have been on
Where
a
could he
multi-million-dollar ranch before. You would know if you were getting raided. If you had a proper security system set up, you would have at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes to the very least. You buy yourself a multi-million-dollar ranch sort of compound thing. You got 10 minutes to escape. You're telling me you can't come up with anything?
Wasn't he caught in New York City though?
Oh, well, it's different.
So hear this.
I think the raid
This-
was a surprise because they
Hear this.
get SEC investigated.
Yeah.
So listen to this.
Yeah.
Listen to this. So David Sheehan, chief counsel to Trustee Picard, stated on September 12, 2009, that about $36 billion was invested into the scam, returning $18 billion to investors, with $18 billion missing. About half of Madoff's investors were net winners, earning more than their investment. The withdrawal amounts in the final 6 years were subject to return of money lawsuits. You basically, some people actually made money.
That's
You
what
know,
I'm saying. Someone had to make money.
Yeah.
There's no way
The
he went
Internal
off
Revenue Service
500
ruled that
years.
the investors' capital losses in this and other fraudulent investment schemes would be treated as business losses, thereby allowing the victims to claim them as net operating losses to reduce tax liability more easily. Size of the fraud was $65 billion. Jeffrey Picard, rather than Madoff, appears to have been the largest beneficiary, and his estate settled the claims against it for $7.2 billion. Entities and individuals affiliated with received $300 million in respective investments in the scheme. On November 9th, the U.S. government announced that it would begin paying out $772.5 million to more than 24,000 victims of the Ponzi scheme. Well, I mean, it looks like, a lot of people lost their money, but some people didn't. That's just, anyway, he's gone. He lived like a king for
Done.
82 years old. Died in prison.
So if he was convicted in, what was it, 2009?
Yeah.
So he spent 11 years.
12 years in prison.
And here's the deal. They projected his life that he would live another 13 years, and so they asked for 12 years. They said so he could spend the last year of his life in freedom. So they were off by a little bit. So anyway, yeah, he screwed a lot of people out of money, and I guess he paid for his crimes. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. All right, Forest Facts. Here we go.
Forest Facts.
Forest Facts. All right. So this is, once again, these are the numbers, and Forrest will. And once again, Forrest, I want you to think.
Man, last time I second guessed myself.
Forrest,
that's
you
fine.
be you. Fuck
All
it.
right.
You be you.
I want you to think, and then people will guess one way or the other. All right. Are you ready, Forrest?
I am.
All right. What percentage of Germany? So what percentage of Germany's population is between the age of 0 to 14 years old?
16%.
16%. There you go. Number 2. China is known as the golden country because it has the most gold in the world. How many tons of gold are mined every year in China?
Tons of gold. 2,000 pounds of gold. Gold's heavy. 2,000 pounds. Gold's everywhere. How many tons?
A ton of, just so you know, a ton of feathers and a ton of gold weigh exactly the
The
same,
same
by the
thing.
way.
No, I know.
They're both heavy.
One takes up a lot more space.
This is true.
I'm going to go with 10,000 tons.
10,000 tons. All right.
That's a lot of gold.
That's a lot of gold. Number 3.
I'm not sure.
On average, How many minutes a day do people in the U.S. watch TV?
TV specifically?
TV or TV-related programs. So it could be like watching on their phone or watching on their computer or watching on their
okay.
tablet.
An entertainment program in general is what you're saying.
Okay. Wow. This is a scary one to even think about. We'll go with
Is it the U.S., Lance?
This is the
3
US.
hours. No, 2 hours. I'm going 3 hours.
So how many minutes?
how many minutes? Oh, we're going with 129.
Okay, you know that 3 hours is 180, right? You said 3
Yeah,
hours.
I said 2 hours.
You
to 3
said
hours.
2 hours at first. You did.
All right, 129 minutes. Okay.
I love your specificity on that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
On average, how many tweets are published every day on Twitter?
Jesus.
Holy shit.
Let's see. I'm gonna go with 1 billion.
1 billion.
I'm laughing, but if you're right, I'll eat my words.
I think he might be right on that one.
All right, now this is I'm gonna be asking for
A
your
lot.
year, so
Why not?
like you'll have to guess if this was before this year or after this year, or did he get it spot on? In what year was the very first email sent?
Ooh.
Oh, that
19.
ain't fair, Lance.
82.
1982. All right. What percentage of the world's population live in the northern hemisphere?
Shit. Where's China? China's up. Yeah, China's north. So it's 1 billion. India's. Let's see. Where the hell is India? India's there. It's 1 billion. 2 billion. Northern hemisphere. I'm gonna go with 5 billion.
I need a percentage. What
Percentage.
percentage of
I
the
thought I
world's
was stoned there
population?
for a minute.
What percentage of the world's population live in the northern
Is he allowed to
hemisphere?
know what the world's population is?
This is 14.
Yeah, if somebody wants to Google world
Hey, Siri.
population, they can.
I'll go
Hey, Siri.
69%.
What's the world's population?
As of 2021,
7,
the
8.
population of world
It's higher
is
than I thought.
7,846,000,000.
7.8 billion.
7.
So, what percentage of 7.8 billion people live in the northern hemisphere?
You know what? 69% is too high. I'm gonna go with 69%. Good.
Lance, what question was that?
Second
5?
guessing. I like it.
That was question number 6.
Don't ever second guess 60.
Okay.
Forrest, you ever been on a 747?
I've been on airplanes. I don't know which one specifically.
Ever seen a 747?
I've seen airplanes. I don't know specifically.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm with you, Forrest.
How many gallons? How many gallons of fuel does a 747 burn during takeoff?
How many gallons? Okay.
How many gallons of
Oh.
fuel does a 747
So-
burn?
13 gallon tank. Times larger.
13 gallon. You're going off your car?
Yeah, I'm going on my car and then I'm expanding my car larger.
Okay.
I'm gonna go
I
with.
love watching your process.
So do I.
I'm gonna go with
And you got a small car, dude.
1,300 gallons.
That's a good guess.
1,300 gallons.
Yeah.
All right. This is slightly related to the Twitter question earlier. How many searches is Google asked to perform every day?
Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus.
Worldwide or
Like Google
in general? Okay.
in
Worldwide.
general, like that is not like in just the number of searches from Hoboken. This is in a given day. How many searches is Google asked to perform every day?
I'm gonna go with 4 billion.
4 billion. All right, now this is a follow-up to that question for us. of those searches, what percentage of them have never been searched for before?
Never.
There's a name for that.
Is there?
Yeah.
Unique.
No, there's something else.
So repeat that question one more time, just so I make sure I grasp everything.
So of that number, what percentage of those searches have never been searched for before? Meaning, like Google's never been asked.
They've
to search
never
for
been
that before.
searched before.
Do we round? I'm gonna go 0.
It's a percentage. So
0%. Round it
You have
down.
to go higher than that.
I have to go higher.
You have to go higher than that.
All right, I'll go
1%.
1%. 1%.
1%. Okay. And this is the final one. U.S. dollar, $1 bill. Have you ever worked at like a convenience store or anything like that, Forrest, or like a?
I was an ice cream man.
Okay. So somebody comes up and they said,
You were a soda jerk.
I
No, I was in the van.
I want change for this dollar. I want you to take this dollar bill and I want you to give me change for it. How many different ways can you make change for that dollar?
That's an interesting question.
Okay.
I mean, like just work through the myriad of things you can.
This would take too long to even begin to try and do.
Well, I know, but just I want you to just take a stab at it,
95
95 pennies and a nickel.
Does that count the half dollar? I mean,
we're not going to count a half dollar. We're talking like
Why not?
normal
Pennies, dimes, and
That's
nickels,
change.
quarters.
okay. Jesus.
This is a tough question.
Fine, you
Yeah,
can
it
include the
is.
half dollar. I don't know if that was included or not. I just have the fact. That's it.
Either way, it's going
So
to be
many
more than
ways.
we
I'm going to
think.
go with 30, 35.
Okay.
Because, I mean, there's just so many different combinations in there.
That there are. All right, here we go. So, question number 1: what percentage of Germany is 0 to 14 years old? Germany has the smallest percentage of any country in the world, and that is 12%. And Forrest, you guessed 16. You guessed 16.
Close.
I thought it was higher.
I guess
Nailed it.
I was
were
thinking
barking
closer
up
to
the
like
right
the
tree
20s.
there.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Wow.
Nice.
There you go.
I get a brag buck.
You
There
get a
you go,
brag book.
China has the most gold in the world. How many tons of gold are mined every year in China? You guessed 10,000 tons. 440. So a little bit less.
Just there.
A little bit less. You were close though. On average, how many minutes a day do people in the United States watch television? You guessed 129 minutes. This is sad. It is 270 minutes of television.
What?
Jesus.
I think you are failing. I
Four,
think you are
yeah.
failing to take into effect retired people and like children.
What is that, like 5 hours?
That would be four. That'd be
4
4 and a
hours
half
and a
hours.
half hours.
I was
Wow.
This
thinking about
includes
4.5
people
hours,
who
so-
just have it on in the background at all times.
Well, yeah,
So
and like my
Yeah.
mom is a widower and doesn't work and 75, and so like she's just watching TV like,
Lonely,
all day
yeah.
long.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see
Yeah,
that.
so I think that's where you went wrong on that one. All right, how many tweets are published every day on average? You guessed 1 billion. Let's cut that in half. It's 500 million tweets a day
Gotta step that
Still higher
up.
than I thought.
are published on Twitter. 500 million tweets a day.
wow.
In what year was the first email sent? You guessed 1982.
1965.
1971.
71.
I thought it was early
1971,
70s.
and the guy that sent it, they've asked what was it, and he says he's like, I have no idea. They were just test emails of like
It was
just to make
test.
sure that it worked.
Test.
It was
Yeah.
just he said it was nothing of note. Like they didn't bother. So people people have asked him like repeatedly, and he's like, we don't know. But basically, it was basically proving that you could send it, and that kind of thing. Anyway.
So far as I'm curious
1971.
why you thought 82.
I knew the internet was around. I was leaning more towards the 70s, but I wanted to go 82 because I figured they had the technology and maybe they were just tinkering with it and figured it out around the 80s.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was
Well,
kind of
there
in
you
the same boat. I
All right.
thought it was around the 70s, but I know it was in like colleges and shit before. Yeah.
I went to every website in the world when I was in college.
Did you?
There was only 4.
I'm done.
That many?
And that's
None.
it.
That few? I was thinking
Yeah.
maybe 10.
It was not.
Yeah.
There was nothing there.
I reached the
I
end
mean,
of the
research
internet.
information.
Yeah.
The very first website ever is still up.
Is it?
Is it the
Just if you
NCSA
Google it, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's basically like a school little website that, like, you know, and it's kind of funny, and like they've asked the guy, well, why don't you update it? Because it's basically like, how can you create more on the web? And it's like, oh, you could just create a web page to like put random information on and things like that. And he's just like, as a place marker, you can go there and look at it. It'll take you like 10 seconds to look at it.
CERN? Yeah.
And
Yep.
it's
I remember this.
yeah,
Looks the same.
it's not interesting at all.
No.
All right. So, what percentage of the world's population lives in the northern hemisphere? You guessed 69, dude. 90%.
Wow.
90% of the world's population lives in the northern hemisphere.
Wow.
Wow, I knew it was high. I didn't think it was that.
Yeah, I
high.
didn't think it was that. I was
Wow.
thinking 75.
All right, so here we go. How many gallons of fuel does a 747 burn during takeoff? You guessed 1,300. This was mind-blowing to me. 4,000 gallons of fuel are burned during takeoff to get a 747 up in the air. And then it's just like and then after they've achieved like cruising altitude, it's like the engines just basically barely run. It's just like because just to maintain, you know, it's like most of the fuel that you burn up is when you take off.
Imagine what it costs for that Soviet super jet that they have.
Oh, I can't even imagine. How many searches does Google perform every day? You guessed 4 billion. You're on the right track. 5 billion. 5 billion on average. 5 billion searches are asked for on Google.
That's a good guess.
Yeah, it was a really
It was
good
lower.
guess. What percentage of those searches have never been searched for before? You were off on this. I don't know where your mind was. You guessed 1%. It's 15%. Like
15?
around
But how does that work?
I was thinking
That
10.
No one has ever
Because
Googled it ever.
because people are Googling things like my dog's fur is brown on its paw. Why is that? And it's like that those particular words have never been put together in exactly that frame.
I just assumed that billions of people doing it over what, like the last decade, would eventually just have capped out
but
everything.
Forrest, right now you could come up with a sentence that has never been said before, ever.
Yeah, that's a weird question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like you could come up with it's like I'm gonna
You just
take
add
this,
one letter
this,
and it
this
changes
red
it.
hot lead pipe and shove it up my eye until it comes out of the back of my skull. Nobody's ever said that before, you know, because you just came up.
Oh,
with
I bet
something.
someone said it before.
Well, I know, but I
I'm
mean,
kidding.
it's like the thing where like when you shuffle a deck of cards, three riffle shuffles. The
Right,
order of those
that deck has
cards
never been seen before.
the order of those cards has never been seen before. It just statistically it is like 99.99% likely that those cards have never been set up that way. And then you guess how many different ways can you make change for a dollar? You were way off on this. You said 35, 293. You
I knew it was high.
Wow.
You can make a change for a dollar in 293 different ways.
I wonder what the formula for that is. Like, how do you work that out?
I
mathematically?
used to know.
I don't know. Some
I'm sure there's some way. Yeah.
some smart math dude
I'm
figured
sure
it
some
out.
smart way.
Some smart math dude did it. All right, so we got Forrest
I
Stump.
was way off, man, on all these. I was
Really?
terrible.
I was
Yeah,
on
I
a
think I got
few,
like half
yeah.
of them right.
Yeah.
Half of them
We-
against. Not
Do we
even.
want to? I also got my initial stuff. We can play initials, but I got Forrest Stump. I can roll randomly. We can put somebody else into the mix if we don't have to. Like,
Play initials. See if anybody else shows up.
all right, let's do initials first.
Where is everybody?
Oh, like old school initials, right? Oh, wait, we doing the old school initials or the new school initials?
Well, I have the initials here, and I don't have to look up I don't have to spend 2 hours coming up with things. So
Do we need to write down the names?
what?
No, you just buzz in.
No.
Buzz in with your name like before.
Lance, at some point, I do have an old school initials on my computer that I did. I would like to do that at some
All
point.
right. Well,
Yeah, there we go.
all right. Here we go.
Wait, can you
I
guys hear
just-
me? Yeah, okay, we're good.
All wrestlers all the time.
All the time.
Ah. All right, here we go. I grabbed these. Here we go.
Lance, did you watch that NXT takeover, by the way?
Yeah, it was good
That
stuff.
was so good.
Did you watch WrestleMania?
Nah, we're gonna do it this week as a family.
Scott's already shaking his head. We're almost going to.
That takeover was spectacular.
It was.
Gosh.
But oh my gosh, my son and I watched both nights of WrestleMania. We marked out so bad during the AJ Styles match because his favorite wrestler is AJ Styles.
I love AJ. Yeah.
Oh, that guy. He teamed up with his bodyguard, like 7'5" guy.
Yeah. Don't tell me too much.
Oh, I won't tell you anything. But that match, I mean, a lot of people poo-pooed that match. I really liked it. But anyway, all right. So here we go. We got the. Okay, go if you want to pick these things up, you can get this at the Initials game. If you want to do it, you can get I think that's like $40. You can get it sent to you.
Foolish. You got to put that Amazon associate link down at the bottom. Get those pennies, Lance.
Well, no, he's not selling it on Amazon. He's just selling it through his own website. This is created by my friend Corey Cove. He's the morning head guy on KFan, which is the sports radio TV show that I listen to. Those are the same people that have me on like twice a year. They have me on to talk board games, and they're all really good guys. And it is like the number one sports radio thing in the nation. So I mean, and Corey's a nice guy. He came up with this game, and here we go. So if you want to play this, with your friends. Initials game, go for it. All right. So the initials today, I'll give you like 15 seconds to scribble down ideas. The initials today are going to be D.
Double D.
D.
Already so bad at this game.
Yeah, I know, man.
The pre-game is not worth the effort.
What do you mean the pre?
The pre-sync. The pre.
Yeah, I never thought that was either.
D.
Because you're always trying to figure something. You always lose it anyway.
So, Paul Tompkins, you talk a bunch.
We should have him on again soon.
Well, you know what? We can have the Unabomber can come on anytime he wants.
The Unabomber.
Have you seen him? He looks like he crawled out of a hole. No, you.
Well,
Gator,
to be fair, Lance, COVID, we all do, you know.
Well, Paul made it cool before it was cool, right?
Okay.
Shoot, I gotta get steps.
Yeah, and then hey, nobody put these things in the chat. We don't want people looking in here. Anyway, here we go. Clue number 1 for item number 1. Clue number 1 is black. Has lived from being shot multiple times.
Barry.
I
think this is wrong. Daredevil.
I
thought they did an alternate one on him.
Connected to Michael Jordan in 1996. Debuted in 1937.
I know this one.
37.
Has a lateral lisp. Final clue. Despicable is often connected to
Aldi.
this Aldi.
Daffy Duck.
Yeah.
Daffy Duck is correct.
Jump the gun on that one. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Connected to a 1974 Plymouth Roadrunner. Number 2. Is synonymous with an article of clothing. Forrest.
Daisy Duke.
Daisy Duke is correst.
I thought I had it the first one with the
Roadrunner.
The boy
on the Jeep. Yeah.
Just hey, all us, Aldi, just take a moment to remember Catherine Bach.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? You never watched? You don't know what I'm
Duke
talking
and the
about.
Boys.
The Duke. Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, a poster of this
Remember the
character
Jeep?
once sold
Yeah.
over.
I think I was not. That was prepubescent at that time when that show was on.
Yeah, we.
Yeah,
but,
I
It
was
did
same
not
with
mean a
me.
thing to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick at Night.
She was on a
Yeah, I
poster
saw it
that
on the
sold.
reruns too.
She was on a poster that sold 5 million copies.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Is that in the
Wow.
story there?
Yeah, that is over there. Here you go. Here we go. Number 1 was a renowned fashion designer. Had cerebral palsy and was known as Christy Brown. Number 3 was a butcher. Clue number 4 was assassinated in 2012. Clue number 5 has been known to drink your milkshake. Final clue. In 2012, Time magazine named him the world's greatest actor. Evan.
Daniel Day. Lewis.
There you go. Daniel Day-Lewis is correct.
It's not DD.
There's a hyphen between Day and Lewis. So
I wanted that
one word.
fucking one.
Yeah, I could remember.
Like it's gotta be.
I was
him.
thinking actor. I'm like, who?
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. His career was argued about in the movie Super Troopers 2. Number 2.
That appears a lot in these clues. The Super Troopers movie.
Was it-
fashion.
what-
a cult class, cult
Yeah.
following.
Was a stripper on the verge of retirement on an episode of Friends. Appeared in, but not as himself, a 1999 biographical film starring Jim Carrey. Number 4. In 1999, TV Guide ranked one of his 6 roles number 1 on its list of 50 greatest TV actors of all time. Forrest.
Danny DeVito.
Danny
Yeah.
DeVito
Oh.
is correct. Yes.
I wasn't thinking of him.
Always
Was a ringmaster in 2003 and 2019. Was Oswald Cobblepot and the Penguin in 1992.
Jim Carrey did a bio on him.
He was in A Man in the Moon, and he played.
DeVito was in A Man in
Jim
the Moon.
Carrey's he played Jim Carrey's business manager or something like that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Or his agent.
Yeah.
Oh, Grant can chime in here at the very. We're playing. The initials are
Wyatt.
DD. Grant.
We're playing what?
We're playing initials. So the initials are DD. I'm going to give clues. All these things have the initials DD.
Oh, it's not just people.
Well,
Nah, it's
people,
not
places,
fair.
things, sayings, anything possible.
Right.
And you have plenty of opportunity to win this one, Grant.
D-Day.
So all you got to do,
Nailed it.
what you drinking there, Grant?
I am drinking a caramel currant pastry stout.
Ooh, that sounds smooth.
That
Yeah.
sounds so sweet.
Real
Sweet.
creamy and dark.
All
Mm.
right.
I had a long day, so
Did you?
this is me relaxing, bros.
Good
Oh,
shit.
well, thanks for joining us, man. I appreciate that. That's awesome.
Hanging
miss
with
beer.
my board game, bros.
Yes. All right, here we go.
That's my
So-
BBs, my board bros.
Oh,
Mhm.
You're talking
I,
DBs, I'm talking BBs.
Jeez. Yeah.
I have almost got the wife convinced for the board game Runaway.
Okay.
So, yeah. Anyway, all
Not
right, here we
my
go. So
budget
the
this
initials
year.
are DD. Grant. If you think you know the answer, there are 6 clues. If you think you know the answer, just ring in by saying your name, and then we'll call
Okay.
on you. All right. So clue number 1 originated in the United States. Clue number 2, it does not include glass. Clue number 3, connected to Pinky Tuscadero from Happy Days. Number 4, connected to the video game series Twisted Metal. Number 5, includes intentional accidents.
Forest.
Destruction
Derby. Demolition Derby.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. It's Demolition Derby. I'll give it to you. It's Demolition Derby. All right, there you go. Well done.
Destruction's a little different.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Not contain glass? Is that
You have to take the glass
you
out
gotta
of all
take
the
the-
windows,
Uh,
so you can't. It won't break and
for safety.
get in your eye or something.
But getting
like that.
smashed
What
over and over
about
again,
the-
totally fine.
Never
about,
mind that
like-
the engine's going to land in your lap, but
Yeah,
we don't
yeah,
want
it's
your
fine.
glass in your eyes.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, give Forrest half a point. We'll give Forrest half a point on that one.
That ain't right.
All right. So, question number 1 for the next one. Connected to the summer of 1963.
63? Okay.
What? 1963. Clue number 2. Its lead died in 2009. Number 3. Included an abortion. Number 4. Featured a talent show. Number 5. Aldi.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty Dancing is correct.
Nice.
Featured the
Man.
famous line, "Nobody puts,
Nobody puts
baby,
baby
in
in
a
the
corner."
corner.
Yeah.
I
mean,
I
Evan,
brought a
Man,
watermelon.
Someone
My aunt
did,
loved that
though.
movie. She watched that thing so many fucking times.
hey, Evan.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure your microphone was working. Okay, good. deal.
42,
All right, here we go.
42.
He's on the board.
That was a real burn. You gonna let that stand, Evan?
Yeah.
It's
Oh
fine.
yeah, Evan is on the board. Okay, I take that back. Grant, you're okay, but you came in late.
I
so
got one, yeah.
I'm
You
not
don't-
either.
you-
It's
I
me and
don't
Grant.
count for it.
Oh
I
yeah,
bet you-
yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Barry. You're the slow one. Okay,
I'm
here
the
we go.
slow one today.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Lived in numerous locations in the New York City area. Clue number 2. Changed his identity.
Barry.
Forest.
Did I hear Barry? I thought I heard Barry.
I'm not
Forrest.
sure if it was me or
I
Forrest.
mean,
would've got
Barry's
it.
not on the board. Give it to Barry.
Barry, what do you got for me?
Daredevil.
And
Still wrong, motherfucker.
Forrest, do you still want to ring in or do you want to pass for now?
I'll pass for now.
All right.
You guys are on this Daredevil, which is one word.
Yeah, Daredevil's one word, but that's fine.
Motherfucker, you're right.
Clue number 3. Was married to Betty and Megan. Clue number 4. Was connected to the carousel. Clue number 5. The actor who portrayed him was nominated for 8 Emmys, eventually winning on the final attempt.
Grant.
Grant.
David Duchovny?
Eh.
I thought maybe you got.
Can you do the
nominated
quiz one more
for-
time? They
Put
went
that
really-
name back
really
into
quickly.
my side pocket. Thank you for that name.
Final clue. Final clue.
No.
John Hamm played this legendary character on AMC's Mad Men.
I know it now. Am I out?
5,
Can I say it?
3,
Wait till
There
time
you're
out.
2, 1. What do you got for me?
Don Draper.
Don Draper.
Oh,
Couldn't
I
remember.
should have known that.
That was a bad round. There was too much talking.
Okay.
Do I get
Well,
half a
shut
point
up,
for that?
everybody.
Sorry, Scott.
There was too much
You're trying to
yammering.
play a game and have fun. Fucking
Do
kill
I get
Joey.
half a point for that one?
Give Grant half a point. Give Grant half a point. All right, clue number 1. Has a legendary temper.
John McEnroe.
Clue number 2. Connected to the University of Oregon.
This is sports ball. I'm never getting this one.
Clue number 3. Debuted in 1934.
Good year.
Number 4. Briefly appeared in 1988's Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Grant.
Grant.
Is it Donald Duck?
Donald Duck is the answer.
one.
Well done.
Yeah.
Who was in Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yep.
Yes,
Him and
yes.
Daffy had to beat each other up while playing piano.
Yeah.
And
Doesn't
there
wear
was a
pants.
thing-
His uncle is often seen
Yeah.
diving into gigantic piles of money.
Yeah.
All right,
There
here
was
we go.
actually a
Number
thing on
1.
there where they had to have equal screen time.
There you go. Yeah.
Although I think legally distinct from the mascot of U of O.
Yeah, I mean, he looks kind of similar, but it's not the same duck.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1 is a 1946 Disney theatrical short featuring Goofy. Clue number 2, it is illegal. Clue number 3 is an arcade game that debuted in 1986. Clue number 4.
Grant.
Oh, Aldi.
Grant.
Dig Dug?
Save me.
Aldi?
Save me, Grant.
Clue number 4. Often precedes the sound of a whistle. Clue number 5. The opponent is awarded possession after this. Final clue. Is a violation in basketball. Forrest.
Double dribble.
Double dribble is correct.
Damn, you just gotta wait till the end, huh?
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah.
The clues get better. Yeah.
All right, got 5 left.
There was
Got
a
5
video
left.
game called Double Dribble.
Yeah, it was a basketball game, and like and you I remember there was a button that you shoot, and it was also to jump to try to block, but it was also like another button that was an option that you could click to who you wanted to throw the pass to, and there was a button to pass. So it was like it was fun.
He's on
All right, here we
fire. That's all I remember.
That's
NBA Jam.
NBA
Yeah,
Jams,
that was
and
a
I
good
must
game.
have
That was a
it
good
was
game.
yeah, I dropped so much money on that game. Anyway,
It's on
all right.
fire.
Yeah, here we go. Clue number 1 appeared in children's books. Let's start the door. Clue number 1 appeared in children's books created by Hugh Lofting. Clue number 2 was a 1967 musical starring Rex Harrison. Clue number 3 released June 26th, 1998. Clue number 4. Include the voices of Albert Brooks, Ellen DeGeneres, Chris Rock, and more. Number 5. Prominently featured animals.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Dr. Doolittle.
Dr. Doolittle is correct.
Good one.
Surgeon living in San Francisco, played by Eddie Murphy.
Yeah,
All
give
right.
it away.
We got 4 left.
I don't like those clips.
What?
What's all about
Just
the
no
movie?
pleasing you tonight, Aldi. We
Oh, I guess
talked
there was
too
the book.
much. You don't like the clue.
The book reference.
He gets it right. He gets it right. And then he's
Well,
like,
I mean, I don't know.
he's,
There's no
he's
reason.
still grousing about it. Clue number 1 appeared in 2001's Training Day.
I just watched this.
Clue number
Did
2
you?
often
Yeah.
has a ghostwriter. Clue number 3 made a fortune off of electroacoustic transducers.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Dr. Dre.
Dr. Dre is correct.
I just watched
You're
it
right.
last week. I don't know why.
Good
Just
one.
put it on. That movie's rough, man.
Number 4.
Is it?
Clue
Yeah.
number 4.
I don't
did
remember
not
it, though.
attend medical school. And then it said, once said, now let me welcome everybody to the Wild Wild West. And then ranked his 1992 album, The Chronic, number 138 on their list of 500 greatest albums of all time.
Yeah, if
Good
you've not
album.
seen Training Day, it's a good movie.
Oh, it's
just been years. I don't really remember it.
it's got some good moments. Yeah, definitely. All right, here we go.
I want to hear a Dominic Dawes reference. Got anything like that, Lance?
You're giving it away, man.
this is-
Don't give away your clues.
These are fresh from the Initials game,
I
which
don't
you can
think
purchase.
Dominic
You can
Dawes-
buy it yourself at theinitialsgame.com.
I don't think Dominic Dawes is famous enough, but does anybody know that name?
Yeah, he's
I've heard it.
basketball.
Yeah. No, wasn't that a Olympic gymnast? Dominic Dawes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a basketball player.
Just hey, Grant,
Oh.
we're trying to play a game.
Conversation is riveting.
We're trying to
Wasn't
play a
it
game.
Dominique?
Dominique.
Dawes.
Dominique.
Yeah.
Dawes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, here we go. 3 left.
Just-
Clue number 1. Connected to Wagon Wheel by Darius Rucker. Clue number 2. Connected to controversy following a GQ interview. Clue number 3. Appeared between 2012 and 2017. Clue number 4. Prominently featured beards. Clue number 5. Highlighted the Robertson family.
Oh,
Evan.
God.
Final Evan.
Evan, is that Duck Dynasty?
That was
Duck
it.
Oh, wow.
Dynasty is
Yeah.
correct.
What does it have to do with Hootie and the Blowfish?
They were
Isn't
in his
Darius
video.
Rucker?
They were in.
Oh, they
they were
were?
in his. Darius Rucker
Wagon
became
wheel
a
video?
country western singer, and they
Yeah.
were in his video. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Good for them. They leaned
That was a
that
good
so
one.
hard. That was so good for them. Like if
Yeah.
you see the pictures of them like a year or two before the show started, and they're just like regular dudes.
Oh yeah. I mean, they cultivated their look
Yeah,
for
yeah.
the. For this,
They took it
for
from
the thing.
Lance.
Dude, I mean, not much on reality television is actually real. So
Yeah.
Well, and then
Yeah.
and then the one guy was like, oh, it's like he was like, when you're you don't take a wife till you're 30, and then make sure she's like 15 years old, so you can like you're the one who teaches her the way life goes, and just yeah. And now his like books on like
bad
you know,
guy.
yeah, and then he's got all these books that are sold in like Hobby Lobby and stuff like that are like how to raise a God-fearing family and things like that.
Man.
So yeah.
Right.
Anyway.
Get paid.
Well,
gotta get that
It
money.
happens, yeah.
How to commit abuse and get away with it.
Just like the good old days.
Well, moving on. 2 left. Let's see here. Aldi and Forrest are neck and neck. Evan, if he could run the table and tie. Grant just came in late, but he would have probably won.
Yeah, I mean, I for sure would have.
Yeah, so
Definitely.
we'll give him the win regardless.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Clue number
It's
1.
like, whose line is it anyway? That's 4,000 points.
Yep.
Briefly seen with Tina Fey in 2004's Mean Girls. Clue number 2. First seen in Quincy, Massachusetts. Clue number 3. Connected to Al Pacino in a 2011 Adam Sandler film. Clue number 4. One of King Candy's security guards in Wreck-It Ralph was inspired by this. Clue number 5. Announced in 2018, it would be dropping the second word.
Barry.
Dunkin'
Donuts.
Donuts.
Wow.
Boy.
I
What
got
was
it
that
there.
mean?
Got him there.
I had it at Massachusetts.
dropped
but I
the
was making
second word?
sure. Yeah, because
was
they
wondering.
health reasons.
Yeah. Well, no, they
Just
just
Dunkin'.
America
Health
runs
reasons.
on Dunkin'.
I'm trying to think of what the Mean Girls. I love that movie, and I can't even think of how it's in
They
there.
had a couple.
I think she was like
Yeah.
eating
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Or
Of course, now the commercial has to say, it's time to make the...
Duncan.
Yeah, I missed it. Time to make the donuts.
You can't say donuts.
we used to have a Krispy Kreme and it shut down. I
Oh, I
remember.
miss Krispy Kreme. The machine where you could watch it get made, then you can get it fresh at the end.
We've got a couple
Oh
of those out
yeah,
here.
I mean, I remember when you like
You have the
you
neon sign says fresh.
Oh, yeah.
like if you came in at the right time,
Hot.
like if you just walked in, like they like literally like like the fresh ones. They come out want a free donut. They just give you a free donut. It was so sweet.
If you show your vaccine card, you get a free donut now.
Oh, yeah.
The schoolyard drug dealer also gives you the first one.
You know,
for
I want to
free.
say something here. Like, so I went in for my checkup on Monday, and like, you know, they did the whole thing, like, you know, pee in this, take like 7 vials of blood, turn your head, cough, chop the thing off your ear. You know, did the whole thing.
A fun thing.
You know, I don't like going to the doctor, but after you get all the tests and your doctor calls you up and he goes, "Yeah, you look, everything looks good. You're good for a year. You know, we get to put a camera up your butt here, but I mean, other than that, that's a nice feeling. It's like a nice feeling after you're like,
camera up the ass.
yeah, but no, it's. I mean, so go to your doctor, set up an appointment.
Yeah,
It
you
took
got
me-
your
took-
oil checked. It looks good.
Yeah.
What is that called? Just to get like a routine.
A physical,
A physical.
routine
It's a,
physical.
it's a physical. It's just like you go in and they
Blood checkup.
I'm just curious what brought that out. A Dunkin'
Well,
Donuts.
just because I was thinking
Yeah.
about Dunkin' Donuts and like how the, you know, like because like I'm always worried that I'm like am I like pre-diabetic or something, because I'm not exactly skinny and I'm getting
Yeah.
older and I probably shouldn't eat as much sugary stuff as I do. And you hear all these horror stories about like, you know, this, that, and the other thing as far as like, you know, what you eat and stuff like that. And so like, you know, he takes all the blood and my glucose is a little high. And I was like, is that something for me to worry about? He's like, no, because all these other things were normal and your glucose goes up and down all day long. And he said, yeah, and I told you not to eat anything. And you came in here with an empty stomach. And so your body was burning up sugar inside of it to like for energy. And so that's why your glucose was high. And I was just like, you know, and so it's just one of those things where it's like, you're not going to live forever, but 49 years old, it felt good to have a doctor just say, yeah, you know, your ticker's in good shape, your cholesterol's low, you know.
Yes,
I like that your hot take was just like,
yeah.
oh no, the doctor made me feel good.
Yeah.
I like it.
You should do it,
Yeah.
too, motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, it's
No.
just like,
But getting back to Dunkin' Donuts, they suck now. They changed. They're smaller. They're dense. It's
I just got a alert on my phone about an over under thing we did with COVID-19 last year.
oh yeah.
Yeah. you
wait,
want-
time out. We got
yeah,
one
yeah.
left.
Let's finish
We
the
got
game.
one
and
left.
then we
let's
can
finish
go
it.
We got
into
one
that.
left. and then we still have Forrest Stump. But anyway, we'll do your over under thing here. But here we go. All right. Final clue. Or final thing. Question number 1. Connected to planet Earth.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Duran.
Wow.
Hell,
That feels
Aldi,
like
how the
one
fuck
you've
did
been
you do
waiting
that one?
for.
I had that in my back pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, it was just a.
That was the only one I had
Whoa.
pre-thought of.
It was a Hail Mary. I'm surprised Dungeons and Dragons didn't come in.
That
What
was-
about was Dustin Diamond in
I
any
was
of
ready
them?
for
No.
Dustin.
Yeah.
No, wait. What? How is it connected to
The
planet
name of
Earth?
one of their songs.
Oh, it is okay.
Watch your ceiling
Yeah.
panels on for
Yeah,
it.
debuted in
Duran.
1981. Connected to one of the largest cities in South America. Connected to a woman who dances on the sand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
known
name
for
is
Girls on
Leo,
Film
she
and sold
dances
over
on
100
the
million
sand.
albums and is led by singer Simon Le Bon.
Summon the bone.
Forrest, do you know who that is?
Duran Duran? Oh yeah, I love Duran.
Okay,
Girls on.
I barely know. like-
Named after Barbarella.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say the Barbarella clue, which would be the first one, but I guess
Yeah, no, named after the guy who puts women in machines that gives them orgasms.
Duran.
So yeah, that's the initials game. We'll play again at some point.
All right.
No
Well,
Dom DeLuise.
Dom DeLuise didn't come up. Double Dare didn't come up.
Yeah, Double Dare. I was waiting for Double Dare.
Well, I mean,
Double
there's
Dragon.
lots
I
of
thought that
things
was the
out
video
there.
game one, but I obviously not.
There's lots of options, but I mean, we just we didn't get those.
He's just reading cards, fellas. It's not his fault.
Nope, you messed it up.
Relax. I'm trying to
So I
remember
don't,
which one-
I
which
don't
ones
remember
we've
what we
done.
guessed on, but I said over under of COVID-19 normality.
I believe it was a year, Scott.
Yeah, over a year or under a year.
I believe that was what it was. Yeah.
April. Okay. Do you remember what you said, Lance?
So what was the question? I'm sorry.
What or is 1 year will COVID-19 will we return to normality in more than a year or less than a year?
When did we ask?
From
this?
last year.
1 year ago today.
Oh, I mean, can I
April.
say what I hope I think I said? I said
yeah.
over a year. I'm gonna say over a year.
No, you said under.
I'm
Oh,
pretty
really?
sure I
Do
said.
you remember what you said, Forrest?
No.
You said under. Oh, we're not over it, right? It's more than a year, correct? So
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah. So Pete said over. Barry said over.
Yeah, I thought it.
Aldi said under. Man, what was I doing that night? I was definitely wrong.
Well, we were still new with the information and all at that point too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were like 1 year from now. What would be done with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, when
You're
we were
not.
only like a month into it. You know?
I would have said under 2. I would have got
Yeah.
that wrong.
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
I for sure thought the whole year was going to be gone. But not
Barry would have thought.
Barry and Pete.
I know a little bit about history though. I mean,
So we need a question for another.
Well, I mean, did you see like somebody posted on a Facebook page, like it's like on the industry page, who all is going to Gen Con and who isn't? Like Kumani or not, just said, yeah, we're not going.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and like
They
Gray
basically
Fox
said that it almost sounded like they said that they're not going to any conventions. The way he wrote it.
Gray Fox, we're not going. We because
Yeah,
Gen Con. So basically, Gen
We're
Con
not-
gave us the option to roll over.
Yeah.
You could roll over until next year. Well, if you probably know that already, Aldi. And like, and Shane was basically like, so you guys are going to limit the number of people that can be at the convention, but you're going to charge me the same amount of money.
Yeah.
That I would. So I'm going to have less exposure, but you get the same amount of money. He's like, yeah, I'll just roll over to the next year.
That's not what he said. He said, nah, fuck that. That's
Fuck
bullshit.
them. Fuck, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's actually a more accurate
rolled over too.
Shaneism.
That's bullshit.
We rolled over.
Me and my brother were
Hot Games
kinda-
Room, obviously, we're not doing the Hot Games Room either.
Me and my brother were kind of talking about
Be right
this with Disney World. I was saying, like I said, that's the only thing Jen ever fucking asked for me, so I got to take her right after we get vaccinated and shit calms down. But I was looking at the prices and all of it in Florida, and it's like the same thing. It's like you're paying as much, if not more, for what would you normally would for less accommodations and restaurants and all that. And he's like, well, yeah, it's kind of a precedence that they had to set. And I was like, yeah, I can see that, but still, yeah. So I could see Gen Con's end on this a little bit. Yeah.
Do you guys think you'll go?
I'll be there.
So
Gen Con now.
there's a possibility. Well, where did Aldi go?
You said it'd
He
be
said
back.
he had to run off for a second.
Oh, okay. There's a chance that I'll go there for like to take business meetings and stuff like that, you know, and there is an outside shot that I would think about just going in general. I don't even think they've opened up like the ability for like I don't know if they don't do press passes. I'm not gonna go.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're talking about not doing press passes because
Why would they not?
because they're limiting the people, and plus Gen Con.
I feel like you would want press then because
Well,
so-
no, but here's the deal: they would love press to be there, but they want the money.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Is that you know, if you believe what people like theoretically in the know saying is that, you know, Gen Con as an LLC is like if they don't have a convention this year, they'll go
Right.
bankrupt. You know,
Yeah.
so
Makes
so
sense.
handing out you know
And that
2,000 free passes. Normally they get 150 bucks each for as press passes. They'll be like, yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, well, let me, another way I could do it is that if I knew somebody, I mean, if Gray Fox doesn't go, if I know another company that's going and I can like, you know, finagle an exhibitor badge through them, I mean, I would think that, but I mean, but the thing is that me not going to Gen Con, I mean, I'd be kind of sad not to go, but I'll also be like, yeah, that's like one less place I have to be around a ton of people right now that I don't know whether or not they've done the due diligence to take care of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
know,
but
so-
I guess one of the things I'm trying to think about is like, well, once I've been vaccinated, then like what's okay for me to do? You know,
I understand. And,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
You can commingle with people who have also been vaccinated without a mask inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about it. I mean, you
Yeah,
can still
we
catch it.
I mean,
Yeah.
the only two companies I saw that of note that I saw that are going are like AEG and Haba. Both said and both of them said we will not be demoing games.
Why go? What are you gonna do?
Sell
So-
stuff.
Presents.
Yeah.
people in your
Okay,
booth.
so if all you're gonna do is sell stuff, why go? Just set
So
up.
so
just-
so
I
so
mean-
Paul Tompkins is like a dog without a bone, and I'm sure Scott will just say no answer. Is BGGCon happening? Is BGGCon happening?
I have no
He's just-
answer right now.
Yeah,
We are
he goes.
monitoring the situation. I mean, you don't think? I mean, we're looking at it every day. We'll see what the news. I mean,
Well, no, and here's the deal.
I mean, are all
I'll say
these-
this.
we're on the cusp of a ton of states opening up, including
Yes, yes.
California.
Yeah.
I'll say
And
this.
Nevada.
Shane
Very
Shane
scary.
said Shane said BGGCon would be like one of the few he'd consider going to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, and here's the deal. I mean, I'm not trying to kiss Scott's
It's a
ass
smaller
here.
convention.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not trying to kiss Aldi's ass. I mean, it's like if Gray Fox didn't go, I'd still go to BGGCon. If
Yeah.
You
Scott
better
had it.
fucking go. Yeah, you better fucking say that.
Yeah. From a designer standpoint,
Kidding.
Fuck that
like
Oh, no,
BGGCon
I mean-
is better
I mean-
than Gen Con.
My
I've never
daughter,
been. I want to
It's a
come. I'll
different
take-
deal. They're
Yeah,
different.
it's a different
You're
setup.
not missing much, Grant. It's
I would. I'll.
sideshow.
It's the time of your life, Grant. You better
It-
fucking
that
come
is-
this year. If
I would-
we're open this year,
I'll say
Lance,
this.
Grant, I'm giving you a ticket.
And I'll say this right now: BGGCon is the best time you'll have, Grant. I mean, there are the flea market is. I mean, the flea
I
market.
modeled it
itself-
after Willy Wonka.
Oh, that's-
I mean, I'm not kidding.
yeah.
The only
No,
problem this year will be the games, right? Like there
Yeah.
won't be as many new games because there really aren't that many new games.
But
I don't
here's
think
the-
that'll
but
matter.
I'm gonna try to see if I can bring my daughter because she'll be 14 then, and like
Is that above the age limit? I think it is.
yeah, and
13.
she'll be 14 and she's like she really enjoys playing games, and you've played games with her, Scott, so I mean it's just like she's just totally chill and
14's a little. Do you think you'd let her on her own in the wilds
yeah.
of BGG?
yeah. First of all,
Okay.
if she can kick through.
She can hold her own?
She can kick through two birds with her foot, and she's got her phone. And the thing is that she'd be the first person to say, "I'm going up to the room just to sit there and like text her friends and look at Instagram."
I really hope we can have it.
Yeah.
No,
I
I
want
mean,
to badly. I mean,
no. I mean,
Yeah.
right? Mark it in stone unless something really, really freaking weird happens. And hey, did you notice I'm wearing the GEC?
Oh, the GEC.
You got the
Oh,
deck
nice.
on, baby. Yeah, no, I mean, no, it's a done deal. I mean, no, I mean, BGGCon it might be the only convention I go to this year, but it'll be.
I think
I'll
if
be
you're
happy to
vaccinated
go.
and you go to Gen Con and you get sick, you might catch it, right? You have a pretty high chance because a lot of people
Yeah.
are going that probably don't have vaccine, probably
Yeah.
might been exposed, right? You can't
Yeah.
control it. You won't die.
All right.
You might get
Oh.
sick.
Oh, you promised
Yeah.
me? Okay, cool.
Well,
Won't die?
I'm just going by what has happened so far.
I'm gonna
No
live
one-
forever, honey.
Ever.
No one vaccinated has died from COVID-19, right? Am I still
Really?
correct in saying
I
that?
didn't know that. That's amazing.
Pretty sure.
That's amazing. Awesome.
I don't know if that's.
Okay.
I don't know
Died
if
from
there's
other
no
things.
one, but I think the numbers are really
It's very,
good.
very low.
pretty sure
yeah.
that's what I've
I don't
read.
think it's.
I'm not making it up.
Yeah, well, I'm sure not.
If
I-
you were, that'd be weird, especially if you
Yes.
admitted that.
Yes.
Well, I did see.
But here's the thing.
I did see that. Didn't they have that one lady that like she got fully vaccinated and she got COVID again?
Yeah,
Yeah, you
people
can still
got
catch it.
COVID, but they have
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not foolproof, right? I mean, obviously.
Yeah, their coat just not dying.
You can still
God
catch it.
damn
You're
it.
just way less
Yeah,
likely
you
to die.
can
from
still
it.
catch it.
Yeah.
We'll
Unacceptable.
probably all have to catch it at some point.
and it really is the
There's no way that's
hospital-
eradicating.
I'll say this.
Not only just deaths, its hospitalizations are way down too. So it's
When I
Why is that, I wonder.
I don't know, but no, I'll say this.
They maybe
When I
figured
when
out-
I when I tested positive for COVID, I did the spit test, and then
Did you read a will by chance? I'm just curious. Did you read a will?
Oh, I've had a will for years.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm just saying if you didn't have one.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
My when my stepfather passed away, he didn't have one, and it basically cost my mother
Probate.
like $25,000 because he's you will know because okay not very trying to
Whatever.
make it.
Off the
I'll
side.
try to make it a short story. Basically, because he didn't put, even though he said he wanted my mother to have everything, because he didn't have a will that stated that, his ex-wife's, I mean his kids, his sons, who basically went out of their way to write him out of their lives and say we want nothing to do with you and you're a piece of shit, in which whatever, they have their reasons. they, as soon as they found out he died, they came sniffing and tried to get his property, tried to get his money, and because he didn't have a will that basically just stated
They had to
give
like,
everything
yeah.
to my wife,
Yeah.
she had to pay like upwards to 20 grand to a lawyer to basically fight that whole procedure.
Process it properly.
And so they got the zero that he wanted them to have, you know, and just no. And so yes, it's a depressing thing to think about, but write a will. You know,
I was at my when I was at my dad's house like 2 weeks ago, we went over his will all together and stuff.
Yeah.
So
I know it's not a great topic, but I have a whole list of things I can tell you to do.
Yeah.
'Cause I just went through this. My mom died last year. There's a lot of things.
When I got the neck surgery, I went through not only a will, but like my wishes on getting buried and shit with Jen and my family. Yeah. Just in case. I know it was
Did you have a DNR or anything like that? Do not
That
resuscitate?
was one of the things we discussed. Like me and Jen came down to a percentage of like if I'm a vegetable, when to pull me off. You know, like if, we came down to a percentage of, whether they think I'll come out of it or not. The DNR, just to make her feel a little comfortable, I did not at that time. Because I was dealing with a lot of shit at once at that time, It's like this is.
So they would have resuscitated you if you had died on the table or something.
Yeah, unless, like I said, the chances of survival were a certain percentage.
Fair.
No,
I think that's the case too, right? Like, I mean, if you have a DNR and you something weird happens and they don't try to, at least put a little CPR on you at the time.
Yeah.
Just because you have that doesn't mean you're not going to get resuscitated by. I don't think. I don't know.
Anyway, let's stop talking about this depressing topic.
Yeah. You brought it up.
Moving on. Who's going in the box for Forrest Stump? Forrest isn't here. Forrest, where'd you go?
Oh, I'm right. Oh yeah, I was. Yeah, there we go. I was here.
All right.
He was here.
Anyway, so Forrest, do you care if we pick somebody else? Or do
I don't
you?
care.
Let's just randomize it. Randomize it.
I can put your names all. I can write them down. I mean, everybody can go in, and we'll see.
Yeah, put us in there.
All right, hold on. And this will be okay. I gotta rip this piece of paper up.
We should keep doing predictions because I like to have them pop up at midnight.
Those are
on the day of the show.
Yeah.
What's our prediction? Do we have one for next year?
Prediction for what?
How many conventions will we, like board game conventions, will we attend in 2021?
Will BGG Con be the first? Although we could do that basically. No, it doesn't really.
No.
I don't know. Gen Con's happening, right? I mean, it's a.
Well, they say it is, but I mean, who knows, right? I mean,
we need something more fun.
They're in Indiana, dude. Gen Con's happening
for April 15th of 2022.
All right, I got everybody's name here. Hold on.
Are we taking are we giving her numbers?
Well, give me some
conventions. I think. I mean, as far as major conventions will happen, like we're not going to go to Origins. We're not going to Gen Con. I will probably end up going to 2. I'll say I'll go to 2 conventions this year.
In 2020?
In 2021.
Which ones?
Wait, which year is that?
This
year.
So are we going to come back to next? But I need a year out.
No, how many conventions will we attend in 2021? I'll say I'm going to attend 2.
Well, I'm going to set this for January, the first Wednesday in January.
Yeah, because if it goes a whole year, then that'd be different. Yeah. All
right, here we go. Who do we got?
Through the end of 2021.
Well, you probably
Grant
will be Grant will be in the box.
In the box. Grant's the man in the box.
So what do I gotta do? I gotta mute or I gotta leave or what?
Well, I mean, you can't hear us talk. I mean, but like,
are we doing our prediction first?
Well, sure, but just tell them how many conventions you think you're going to go to this year.
3. Gen Con Origins guaranteed, and then a third one, which I imagine will be a straggler, but I'll get to.
I gotta put in the date and the time.
All right, I'm gonna mute my computer. How much time should I give you? What is it like?
Well,
5
how about like just you keep drinking your beer, your smooth caramel, whatever the heck it is, and then when you see me go like this,
chocolate,
that means you can come back.
Yeah, turn the volume down. Give us about 10 minutes, and then see if
That's
we're
not
ready.
that long, is it?
It's not. It probably won't be 10
I've
minutes.
never
but
been
yeah.
on this side of the curtain. I'm
I'm
Five
gonna
excited.
give you like 5 minutes, and then I'll come back. I'm muting my computer, and then I'm gonna leave.
All right.
Okay.
Can Grant hear us?
Yeah.
I don't think he can hear us. All right, here we go. These are the 10 forced stump questions. You're gonna have to guess how many of these Grant's gonna get right. All right. Question number 1. What is the highest grossing Batman movie of all time?
The highest grossing Batman.
We're writing down our answers, or whether or not we think he's going to get it.
Whether or not you think Grant's
Is
gonna
he
get
gonna
this
get
question
it
right.
or
I
The
think
answer
you will.
The answer
think he will.
is what's the answer to that
Dark Knight?
question?
I
Oh,
went
Dark
Batman
Knight.
Returns.
Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
Probably Dark
Oh,
Knight,
is
yeah.
it the Bane one?
Was
He'll not get
the last one.
1.08 billion,
Ooh.
and Dark Knight was like 996
Wow.
million. Anyway,
I guess Batman Returns was in like the 90s.
there are
money was
4
different.
teams in the NFL who have never had the first pick in the draft. Name one of them.
I'll name one of them.
Name one of them. The answer is Seahawks, Jaguars, Ravens, and Broncos. Forrest, your team has never had the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah, we traded for John Elway, but he was the
did.
number 1, but then we traded for him.
Question number 3. What was the 5th country to create a working atom bomb?
The 5th country.
The 5th country.
India?
Definitely Paraguay.
It was China.
Was it China?
China was the 5th country.
Okay.
US, USSR, UK, France, China.
Yeah.
And France pretty much got it because we shared the technology with them. Question number 4. Who is Goldie Hawn's famous daughter?
You'll know that.
Oh, yeah, he'll know that. Kate Hudson.
Kate Hudson. Wow.
And his brother's the most hated person in the world right now. Oh no!
What was the name of Armstrong and Aldrin's lunar module?
I don't get that.
The blank has landed.
Eagle.
Eagle.
Yeah.
I think that's too hard.
I don't. He's in the history.
Number 6. In folklore, who turned all that he touched to gold?
Oh, he'll get that.
Midas.
That's easy.
King Midas.
Ooh,
Everybody knows that.
That's common knowledge.
You thought it was Rumpelstiltskin?
I would have said Rumpelstiltskin. I wouldn't have
I
thought
like it,
about
though.
it. Then I would
He
have.
turned straw in the gold. Or no,
All right, here we go,
but
here we
not
go.
him.
I would have.
What is the most common color house in the United States?
White.
White.
That's a gimme.
Question number 9. Who
Rumpelstiltskin.
was Playboy's first centerfold model?
Oh,
I noticed. Will he? I don't know.
Marilyn Monroe.
Marilyn Monroe.
He'll get that.
And then the final one was, in music, what must your album do to be certified platinum?
Oh, come on.
sell 1 million records. I don't know.
Yeah, it's 1 million
Is that it?
records. 1
Yeah,
million
well.
records.
Giving him 6.
All right, so Aldi is giving him 6. Barry, how many are you giving him?
It looks like 7.
Did I miss
Forrest?
a question?
5.
What did you?
Do you need me to go over them quick, Evan?
I feel
Highest
like we
grossing
only-
Batman movie of all time.
Yeah.
4 teams in the NFL. 5th country to create a working atom bomb. Goldie Hawn's daughter.
Yeah.
Name of Armstrong Aldrin's lunar module.
Mhm.
All that he turned touched to gold. I forgot one. I apologize.
Okay.
I skipped one somehow. What
Oh,
is
now I gotta start numbering shit.
triskaidekaphobia?
What was it?
What?
What is triskaidekaphobia?
Fear of the number 13.
That is
That
correct.
sounds right. Yeah.
That's That's so random, though. Will he know that?
I don't
I'll give him
think-
7.
Yeah,
What the
yeah,
heck?
I'm gonna
Baldy's going to give him 7. Barry,
Oh,
how many? How many?
I'm gonna stick with 7.
Okay, Forrest, do you see with 5?
5.
Evan.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Not lucky number 7.
Ooh. All right, I gotta get a drink. Be back.
3 of you are in line for Alaboom books.
Alaboom books.
I almost want to say 6 now to just be different.
No switching.
I'm going
I'm
7.
excited. Grant, I'll be
Ah,
right.
you're switching to 6?
No,
I'm
no.
gonna make a sandwich.
You can't make a sandwich.
Grant's not here.
But he's going to be back. Just wait. Just sit your ass down.
I'm willing to take this risk.
God damn it.
When it's sandwich time, man.
I had a really good turkey bacon sandwich earlier.
We put my mom's house on the market yesterday.
Oh, how'd that make you feel?
Finally.
buddy?
I need to get it done. Get out of my life.
Yeah.
Out of my mental baggages.
All right.
Forrest went to make a sandwich.
So we're waiting on him.
No, let's not wait.
We can wait. It's not that big a deal. What is it? It's 10 questions.
You got some high numbers.
Yeah.
People
We got
believe in me.
confidence.
Don't
We
put
got
that pressure on
confidence.
me before.
Evan, can I
Yes.
whisper
Oh, I
something
played
to you?
Calico the other night.
You're familiar with Joel Eddy, right? Drive Through Review.
What? Who? No.
You don't know Joel Eddy? He's
Huh.
up in your area of the world. He lives in Idaho.
I don't know.
No,
I live in Oregon. I must know everyone.
Little
in
bit.
Idaho.
Well, yeah. No, he lives in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. No, I mean,
Where
he,
are you in Portland, Evan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, After the Empire for him is in his top of the year.
Ooh, nice. I'm gonna have to
No,
look that
he's
up.
he's got a good following. His review's gonna go live on Friday.
Oh, it's not live yet. Okay, so I won't be able to find it.
Top,
I was like, I want to go look that up.
2021. Top 10 in 2021.
Yep.
Nice. That'll
Well, it's in my
counteract.
top. It's in my top 21 of 10 of 2021 so far. But
It's
the
in my
year is young.
Grant's like
I've
it's
only
in my,
played 3
it's,
games.
it's in my top 2021 of 10.
Yeah.
I've only played 5 games this year, so it's in the top 5.
I have played new games to me. I'm keeping a spreadsheet this year. So these aren't all new games, but these are games new to me so far. And
Hey, can
20
I ask you a question, Grant? Did you back Moonrakers or did you buy it from them? Or how'd you
No,
get Moonrakers?
they sent me a review copy.
Nice.
Oh, wow. You're getting review copies.
Look
now,
at
huh?
you, Mr.
Nice.
Review Copy.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm like overwhelmed by the amount of review copies I'm getting sent now.
And you
Well,
really
do
like
funny
it, huh?
reviews, man.
Do you charge anything?
I'm charging for my Kickstarter previews, but not the other ones.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So, which most of the videos I make are not Kickstarter
You
videos.
what are you making them pay you for your time on the
For the Kickstarter ones,
Yeah.
$50.
Too cheap.
So
Yeah, I was gonna say that
you're
needs
probably
to go
you're
up.
probably
That's
not
Forest
charging
level.
enough, but that's fine.
Yeah.
all right. Well, I just started doing those. I've literally made 3 of those so far.
How many hours do they take?
Well, I mean, most of the
7 minutes.
I'm not covering the,
15
like,
seconds.
I'm not covering the super tough ones.
Yeah.
So, it takes me an hour to an hour and a half to play it multiple times, right? I want to play it like at least twice before.
Yeah, you
I-
got to get familiar with it.
Yeah, and oftentimes 3 times. So it's like, if it's a 30-minute game, that's an hour and a half playing it 3 times. Then it takes me half an hour to shoot and half an hour to edit. So somewhere in that 2 to
3.5.
3 hour range, I
Yeah.
guess. So, but Lance, you asked me, like, I don't know if you remember, like, I also got hired to write creative content for a board game for a company. And that is something where I have experience and talent that a lot of other people can't provide.
Right.
So
Well,
I charged a
How's
lot
your
more.
arm, by the way?
Well, I'm
I mean,
not
are,
bragging.
are you breaking it, patting yourself on the back right now, or
It ain't a pat yourself on the back if it's true. I'm not bragging because I'm not charging that much for the videos because there are other people that are doing that sort of stuff. But there are not a lot of people that have comedy creative writing that I do and know the board game world. So
He's got a skill, Lance.
yeah. So that one, working on that, writing content for that board game, I got $250 an hour.
Woo.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
So
I remember once I posted a comment. This is years and years and years ago, and I suppose if somebody wanted to like dig into the vaults of BGG, you could probably find this. But there was a person who did some reviews, and they posted like a geek list or something along the lines of like talking about how awesome their reviews were and how many like thumbs they were getting or something like that. And I posted in the comments like just a picture of a broken arm, and that's all I posted. and somebody said, "What does that mean?" He's like, "Well, it's like,
Is it still there?"
I just assume that's because you're so busy patting yourself on the back." And like
you might get banned for that these days.
Yeah, and I got
do it, Aldi, do it.
That's definitely an antagonistic post.
Aldi, he's been fucking with you for years. Get him.
And it was like one of those things where there was two things like that. Okay, so then that person called me on the phone and was fucking livid, like breathing fire and anger at me about it. And
board games are serious business, man.
Hey, put in the chat. I want to know who this is.
You can probably guess it in the chat, and I'll say yup. But anyway, no. But then I remember there was another one where like it worked out perfectly. Like some guy and like one of the frequent posters, and I don't know if they're frequent poster anymore, posted like something where it was like, oh hey, I finally like got to this number of like either thumbs or followers or something. Somebody posted like a geek list. It was like, just a thing. And like, and the guy was a frequent poster, and I'm assuming he was a dude. The guy was a frequent poster, and he was, very like, proud of what he'd achieved. And he kind of posted like, oh, this is the thing that got me the most thumbs. This is the next thing. And this is the thing I wrote up and seen people really like it. And he went on and on and on. And then like, I saw it and I was just kind of like, and there was a guy that I kind of verbally sparred with a few times in games. And I was just like, and then like a week or so later, Ender's Game posted like a thing of like pretty much kind of the same thing. This is my review that got the most thumbs. This is my review. And like he kind of went down the road of all these things of these are these things that I created, and they got these kinds of responses. And like he got on there and he posted something like, it's like, you seem to really love making these posts talking about how awesome you are. And then I immediately like I saw it and I was like, oh, fuck you. I quoted it. I was like, so I guess you can post and talk about how great you are, but nobody else can. Funny world we live in. It's just like blah, 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 blah. I was like, yes, won that argument on the internet.
So Aldi, you say I'm
good about it.
Charging too little. How much do you think I should be doing?
Well, how many hours? How many hours is it? Like 5 or 6 hours?
No, I would say like 3.
Like $300, $100 an hour.
Yeah.
So?
Yeah,
Right.
300 minimum.
All right.
I mean,
here's the deal. I mean, are you getting a lot of offers at what your price is now? There's a lot of stuff coming at you.
I mean, I literally just started doing that in the last month, and I have like 4 lined up.
Yeah, that's a lot of work for
$200. Yeah, it's true.
Now, Grant, do you think your followership is big enough for?
That's the thing. I mean, it's growing all the time. I mean, I don't go a day without getting a new subscriber, but it also isn't that big yet.
He's a grower, not a shower.
Yeah, no, but I mean, if you're trying to figure out a charge, you got to base. You got to take some things into consideration, and I think that would be one of them. Yeah.
Hey, Lance, you recognize this comment? Someone wrote, "I'm one of BGG's most hated and regularly banned commentators. I'm such an asshole regularly to so many people." And you replied, "You seem boastful of this, yet I have never seen a single post of yours prior to the comment. You, sir, are no Frank Latera."
Yeah. What was that from? Where was that? Please tell me. Give me that link.
It's from 2009.
Well, how
I'll
did
give
you find that?
I'm looking at your Geek List comments. I just want to find
Got
that.
it.
Oh, yeah.
don't
You,
know who you're
sir, are
responding to.
no Frank Latera. And he wasn't. 'Cause
I'm just wondering who you were responding to because you quoted him, but the name is gone. Maybe
Lance, why do you ask me about the Moonrakers copy?
Oh, just because you spoke glowingly of it, and it had negotiation, which is something that I love in games.
It's very fun.
Lance.
I will not play it at 2 again. It was not a great game at 2 people, but at 4 it was really fun. I thought.
See, now I gotta figure out who did I say that about? You know, it's like
Here's
oh,
another
like,
one you wrote. Man, you were really snarky. This is just my opinion, and since I'm no one, feel free to ignore me. You wrote done and done. Who are you again? You get banned for this today these days.
I get what you're saying, Gordon. It's
It was
tough to play
it was a Wild West back in the day.
Yep.
Yeah.
When's
I would
the-
get banned
used
for
to
that
post a lot of
nowadays.
that's a little. That's a little on the edge.
It's a little aggressive.
A little aggressive.
It's
You haven't posted since October 12th, 2020.
just, I mean, it's not the same, man. I mean, it's just like
Only not
it's
the same because you've made it not the same.
bullshit.
Yeah, Lance, it was you. It's all your fucking fault.
No, we'll circle around to this, and I will.
Yes, please. We got a
I
game
mean,
to play.
just-
You wrote funny little quips and all things all the time. Like you could still do that.
I legitimately
You're like,
have.
oh, thank you for the great write-up you wrote. I gave my blessing on this. I find it hilarious.
Aldi, is there anybody who's done a video or has a post about like the best ways to utilize BGG?
I don't think so.
Because it's
Maybe
definitely
Tom.
like it takes a while to figure out.
Oh yeah, it's
all the
got a lot of
different-
ins and outs.
Yeah, and I think that would be a useful thing.
I've talked about it with some people. Just hasn't
Like a-
happened.
Like a how-to video.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
a how to like. Here's some different features. Like, oh, you can go here and
I've-
get in. This is where you find people that are interested in this stuff, or like, here's how to promote your videos, or this is where we do. I don't know. I think that would be helpful.
I've thought about sitting on Twitch for 5 or 6 hours and just taking all questions, but maybe that's not the right move.
Yeah.
Something producer.
Yeah, I don't
would,
think it
but
would.
I mean, I forget who kept. I've talked to several people about this, and yeah, I'm not blaming them or anything, but it just kind of
Yeah.
falls apart.
Oh, yeah.
You wrote this, Lance. God bless you and your family. I will keep you in my thoughts and prayers. Where's that guy? Oh, you
guy-
wrote
the
that last
guy-
year.
He's
You wrote that
long
last
dead.
year.
Well, he's still in his thoughts
Where
and
was
prayers.
this comment with me being an a-hole to somebody? I want to know.
I don't know. I mean, I posted it in the chat.
Oh,
I
you
looked at
did?
it.
You did?
I
I
looked
didn't
at it.
see.
These are geek lists I look forward to every day. Wonderful read. Thank you. You wrote that in 2009.
Well, I am normally a nice guy, but every once in a while, some guy is just a
Depends.
j-hole. I would have.
Can we get back to roasting?
It's just- Hey, so you see both of you. I've never seen you, sir, are no Frank Latera. Yes. Frank Latera was. This guy's awesome.
Was he?
Well, I mean, he wrote it. His solo mode for Runebound was
Oh, sure.
perhaps.
Yeah, when you're talking about gaming stuff, fine. But I'm just saying, I always wonder if like we had banned a lot of those people earlier, what the future, how would BGG have morphed or changed? Just the feeling of it. Because we let a lot of people get away with a lot of shit for a lot of years. Anyway, whatever.
All right,
let's
here
do
we
the
go.
questions.
Here we go. Grant's in
okay.
Grant's in the booth. Or
All
Grant's
right.
Grant's back. He was in the soundproof booth, and so here we go.
Yeah.
There you go. We
Sure.
have
I feel like I have a reputation.
Aldi. Were you switching your
here.
number, or were you standing
I'm
pat?
Pat. Yeah.
He stayed at 7, yeah.
Okay.
Grant, how many do you think you'll get right?
Shush. Nobody
Yeah.
say anything. Hey, and all of you,
No
no
pressure.
reactions, poker faces.
Wait,
Don't
can
let-
we pause this? I want to go make another sandwich real quick.
Oh, come on.
All right, here we go. Question number 1, Grant. What is the highest grossing Batman movie of all time?
Well, are we adjusting for inflation?
No.
No.
Probably not.
That's not how we roll, Grant.
No.
Boy. I mean, I would still say it's probably The Dark Knight Rises because everybody was super super excited for that one to come out.
Dang.
Correct.
Yep.
I didn't think you were gonna get that one.
All
All
right.
right, here we go.
I mean, it's once you build up the hype, you know.
Yeah.
It was like 1.08 billion, and then like
Lot.
Dark
Was it that
Knight
high?
was yep, and Dark Knight was like
I even saw that in the
996 million or 998 million or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Question number 2. There are 4 teams in the NFL who have never had the number 1 pick in the draft. Name one of them.
Who's never had the number 1 pick. Well, so it's got to be somebody that's been fairly good throughout their history. The 49ers.
Final answer?
Yeah.
Correct answers are Seahawks, Broncos, Jaguars, and Ravens.
I should have done. The Jaguars is a
And weren't
good.
the Seahawks terrible for many, many years?
They
Although
were
they didn't make the
terrible.
playoffs.
But they didn't come around until the mid '90s, I think, right?
Yeah.
No, they were bad. I know football actually very well. I should have picked the Jaguars is actually surprising because they have been so bad, but they're an expansion team, so they just haven't existed for nearly as long.
Yeah.
The two, the youngest teams are the Houston Texans is the newest team, and before that's the Carolina Panthers and the Jacksonville Jaguars. I feel like my knowledge of football right now that I'm expressing and conveying should give me half of a
You
point.
fooled me.
You'd be wrong. All right.
Lance has serious points on this game, not the other one.
Yeah, Alaboom Bucks are up
There's
for grabs here, man.
Alaboom Bucks.
Yeah.
Whatever
What
that
was
Yeah,
what
we still
was
don't
the what was the 5th country to develop and create a working atomic bomb?
The 5th country.
5th
The
country.
5th.
Man,
That's a terrible question. That's such a guess.
no, I mean, let's think of who has nuclear weapons. The United States, India, Pakistan, North Korea, France, the UK, Russia. Does Germany? I don't think Germany does. There's been a big controversy of Iran. Do they have one? They wouldn't be the 5th. China? China's my answer.
China's final answer?
Yes.
Good
Correct.
freaking guess.
China.
Hold
China
it.
You had
is
it in you, Grain.
You didn't even mention it in the list. Then you
Yeah.
Well, they were in my mind.
I thought it was India myself.
Does Germany have nuclear weapons?
I don't think
I
so.
don't think so.
Yeah, I don't
I
believe
don't
it.
think so. There are still like people who say that because of like Norwegian resistance are the reason why Germany didn't win World War II, because they blew up the heavy water plant in Norway. And,
What about does Iran have them or no? Like obviously that's been a big.
nobody
I
knows.
I believe they do.
The fact that Israel hasn't been blown up yet maybe tells us.
I
they
didn't
have.
say Israel on my list either, but I knew that they had them, had it as well.
All right, here's question number 4. Who is Goldie Hawn's daughter?
Oh boy, she's in all the Matthew McConaughey movies, and
All right.
Kate Hudson.
Kate Hudson is correct. Well,
Yeah.
final answer, but yes.
I think you're shooting above average right now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I couldn't think of her name for a while. I was
He's 3 for 4. He's 3 for 4 right now.
I was nervous there for a
Still
while.
on
So
track.
far,
She's
so far,
she's
I'm
in
right
a
on the
bunch of
money on
bad
all
movies.
these.
All right, here we go.
I
Question
like
number 5.
Mm-hmm.
What was the name of Armstrong and Aldrin's lunar module?
Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong. Oh man, I'm embarrassed because I'm a history lover. It was called. Fuck.
Nope.
I feel like it's on.
I don't think
Final
guys
answer?
would have went with that one.
Yeah, no, it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think of it. It is the I don't boy.
He's gonna kick himself for this one.
Yeah, I am. It's called the Their lunar module was called the solar something. I don't know. I got nothing.
The blank has landed.
Yeah.
When they touched down, Neil Armstrong sent back to NASA. The blank has landed.
I can't think of it.
The Eagle has landed.
Oh, that's really what it was?
Yep, the Eagle.
Man.
So if you go
Not
to the
the
Onion,
actual name of it, what they named it.
Funny thing. I mean, it was one of my the Onion. 15 years ago, they had the Onion through the ages, and they basically had like the front the quote unquote front page of the Onion for all these historical moments, and like one of them, and one for like the moon landing, it was just holy shit, man walks on moon.
Yeah. Well, you know, he actually flubbed his line. It wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was one small step for man. That was one small step for man. That was one giant leap for he missed one little bit.
Yeah, he missed a word in there, but it made it better.
All right, number 6.
Yeah.
In folklore, who turned all that he touched to gold?
Midas.
Finger.
Yeah.
I might actually win this. Come on, Grant.
Shush. He's got 4 correct. He's
4 out of 5, right?
Yeah.
4 out of 6. 4
4
out
to
of
6.
4 to 6, yeah.
All right, here we go. Grant, what's the most common color house in the United States?
I mean, this was just like a random. This is not anyone you would know. You just have to deduce, right? The most common color house, I would assume, is white.
Final answer?
Yes.
Correct.
Woo! Fire.
All
Three
right.
away from a perfect
That's 3 in a row.
score.
Here we go.
I mean, that's not what I knew at all. That was just deduction.
Shot in the dark.
Question number 8. Who was Playboy's first centerfold model?
Man, I mean, we're going back a long time. Marilyn Monroe?
Final answer?
Yes.
Jesus.
Got a shot still.
See,
I mean, that was, again, I didn't know that, but I'm just like, it would have to be somebody that I know. I know she was in Playboy. It has to be somebody from a long time ago, you know.
And somebody who was willing to take her clothes off.
Yeah, it's just deduction here.
All right, here we go. Next question.
Where are we at?
This is question number 9. He's got 6 correct. It's always a sweat. It's always a sweat. It's a sweat. In music, what must your album do to be certified platinum?
There's goal. It has to sell 1 million copies to go.
Final
platinum.
answer?
Yeah.
That is correct. And it's still a sweat. Here we go.
Come on, Grant.
Here we go.
Here we go. All the Alaboom bucks riding on this. Final question, Grant.
Okay.
What is triskaidekaphobia?
What?
That was almost my reaction.
What is triskaidekaphobia?
Well, I have no idea. So then you think about the Latin etymology of the word to try to get there. Try, so that's 3 at the beginning with the first words. What is it again?
What is triskaidekaphobia?
Decaphobia. Triskaidek. Fear of balconies.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, because I have no idea.
I thought you were almost there, man. You had the 3.
It's close.
It is the fear of the number 13.
Oh, is it? I mean, that's
the number 13.
You just gotta logic through some of them, you know.
Yeah, and Deca is 10. Deca is 10. So
yeah, you were there.
You,
so I
had
thought
you
you
gone
were
to the
there.
next variable, you would have got.
But look at that! You won. You won, Evan. Barry and Aldi, Alaboom bucks, because they had you
All
down
right.
for 7.
this
Forrest
is
thought
the
you were
first
stupid
time-
and said you get 5.
I didn't think
First
we
time
did
I
the
ever
Batman
got
one.
all my
Hard-
yeses and
hard for
nos
me, at
exactly
least.
correct.
Say that again, Evan.
I got all the yeses and nos exactly correct.
Did
Of
you?
which ones you would guess which way.
Really? That's surprising. Oh,
Nice
So I
work.
thought you would get triskaidekaphobia, but not the Batman.
but
So you
not
got
what?
Batman.
I
The
figured
Batman,
he had
the
Batman.
Batman one.
Oh. Why do you think I would get triskaidekaphobia? Because of the Latin etymology?
Yeah. I thought you would get
Yeah.
it.
I mean, if I had taken another minute to really think about it, I
You might have
probably would have
worked it
gotten there. But I didn't want to. It's not that interesting on camera to just watch somebody.
Oh, you this is us though. We don't really care. about
Nobody's
people
watching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those people are there to
Nobody's
talk to
watching.
each other anyway. So
Uh,
Kabuki said she
Kabuki
had you
had
for
8.
8. She had you
Damn,
for
I'm-
8.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat. A lot of people have me at 8 in the chat. Oh, that's nice of everybody.
I almost did, and then I double guessed.
Oh, Gator Dave apparently was really doubting me. He said in the chat. He said he won't
He
doubt
can
me
he
again.
can go
Wait, how do you look at the chat? I only see you guys in YouTube or in
Gotta pull
whatever
up the
this is.
YouTube.
You got to go to the YouTube page.
Oh, you got to go to the YouTube page.
I
Where's
See,
the-
wanted
what-
8. I'm
places?
sorry. Though I will say that is the most anybody's gotten in this game. 7.
Yeah, you have the
No,
record.
you did
Yeah, I
great,
believe
man.
it is. Yeah.
You're the leaderboard.
So
Uh,
hey, Lance, is it okay if I pat myself on the back now, or will I get made
Don't
fun
break
you might
your
break
arm.
that arm.
Yeah, be
Yeah,
careful.
you
You
might
just
break
got
your
over a
arm.
knee.
You got to find that arm breaking one.
of?
You
Yeah.
I think
remember
I think
how long ago it was?
Oh, it was a while ago.
So which ones did it? Which
I
ones
can't believe nobody's tried to guess the name, but I mean, yeah.
I don't want to say anything.
So
I
Oh,
think.
look, here we are.
Okay.
I
I
missed,
think.
I missed the lunar lander. I missed triskaidekaphobia, and what else did I miss? What was the other one?
The football one.
Ah, yeah.
That was super hard.
I'm mostly upset about that one. I feel like
I thought you got the Moonlander.
I was like, man, I was ready for which NFL team has made the Super Bowl the most times without a victory. Minnesota Vikings, baby.
Yeah,
Lance
yeah.
Lee, worst team in the NFL. I'm
Well,
just ready for that
technically, let me see here. So I'm doing some backwards. So I would
Minnesota
have
Vikings
posted
made
it
the
around
Super Bowl.
2011, like my comment, if it still exists. The only reason I know that is because in 2011, Aldi, I uploaded this picture into my gallery.
Oh,
So I get,
oh yeah. Did you post it
Look
in
at the
the
picture.
general comments or did you attach it to a game?
I think I just attached it in a thing.
That's
So
awesome.
That's
Yeah.
pretty
So that picture should appear.
that picture should appear unless,
to find it.
if I remember correctly, the person was so angry. They told me to delete it, and I think I deleted the post.
Maybe you deleted it.
I might have deleted the post. So
Yeah, because I don't see it.
yeah, I mean, whatever. That's fine. They were upset, and I still
Is this
consider them
person
a
still
friend.
reviewing?
Oh yes.
Hmm.
And I still consider them a friend. I just, it was one of those things where I was just flabbergasted because
I mean,
it's
is
like
it Dice Tower?
I guessed in the chat. Yeah.
I mean,
has
to be that.
I didn't see any guesses in the chat. So
Just put-
no. He would never. No way. No way.
That's good.
No way.
There we go. There's another guess.
Yes.
Hey!
Got it in
You
two.
know what? That should have been my first guess.
Got it in two. So yeah. Which is fine.
Fine.
He's still my buddy.
I'm just also, I got a chip on my shoulder when it comes to intelligence because I'm a comedian. And sometimes people don't think comedians, it doesn't scream intelligent. You know what I mean?
Really? I find that the opposite. Because
People that are smart know that. You have to be smart
Yeah.
to be a good comedian. But a lot of people don't know that.
I actually had a question for you, Grant. Me
Yeah.
and Jen were talking about politics, religion, and comedy. Do you think this is something that's learned from, your parents or somebody that you grew up closely with, like especially comedy, or is it
is
something
your
you
question-
acquire?
Do you mean the act of being funny or the choice to be a comedian?
Oh
Or
no, I'm okay. Just your sense of comedy in general.
I mean, as with most things, I imagine that there is both a sense of nature and nurture in any choice that you make, right? I mean, I think I had funny people around me in my family, and so that encouraged my sense of comedy, right? My grandpa was super funny and was always messing around with people and always doing jokes and stuff like that. And all my siblings are very funny and stuff. So I certainly had that outlet, but I can also say I was by far the most performative of any of my siblings. There's 4 of us, and my parents like to tell a story about when I was 3 years old. There's a stage at Disneyland that comes out from underneath the ground, and a band will play and stuff.
Yeah.
And when I was 3 years old, I went and climbed up onto that stage and stood in front of the lead singer and danced on that stage and got the whole crowd going.
That's
right?
awesome.
Where it's like, well, I mean, that was 3 years old, so that was obviously just nature there,
Yeah.
I like it.
So the choice to be a comedian, I think, has a little more depth to it. I think every comedian I've ever talked to, there are 2 things that makes people comedians. One, they have to have felt like an outsider at some point in their life. There are no comedians that were like the most popular kid in school or anything like that. You know what I mean? Or if they were, it wasn't perceived that way in their own mind. And the other, and this second thing I'll say, I can only substantiate this through male comedians because I haven't discussed this theory with enough female comedians to know it to be true. But for male comedians, every male comedian I've ever talked to has a contentious relationship with their father. So those 2 things, and some of those relationships with their father might have been repaired or things like that. But at a time of getting into comedy, it was something from your childhood that made you feel like an outsider and a contentious relationship with your father.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious, I don't remember if it was Billy Crystal or Kevin Pollak was saying he thinks he got his sense of humor from watching Johnny Carson with his dad, and then I think it was Eddie Murphy was like the same thing with somebody close to him with Bill Cosby.
The Simpsons was probably my biggest comedy education growing up. So it's kind of weird. I mean, I actually grew up in a fairly strict household. So I was only allowed to watch 2 hours of television a week growing up. I could watch an hour I chose and an hour that my younger sister chose. So I saw all of Dawson's Creek. But one of the things I always picked was The Simpsons. That was like a big thing for me. Yeah. So, yeah.
Interesting.
Does that answer your question, Barry?
Yeah, it did. Like I said, me and Jen were just talking. She was asking me why I went with my political and religious at first, and I said, well, it was mainly my grandparents, influence on me. My mother wasn't around, my father was gone,
Yeah.
And then eventually, especially religion, I veered away from it. Just I think it's just different mentalities between the generations, you know,
Totally. I mean,
and stuff like that.
the younger generation is the least religious generation that has existed in our country.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think people are moving away from organized religion into individual spirituality. You know, a lot of people are moving that way.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, I don't know. Anybody else have questions about comedy? I feel like while Lance is away.
Did you see this? Well, this comment inside the actor's studio with Grant Lyon.
Yep. That's
Well,
correct.
I didn't mean it like that. It's like with me, I was telling Jen, like my sense of humor is like, especially the senses of humors are different with me and my sister, who, you know, had a very similar life, where my brother was not there as much. But I was like, our senses of humor are very different, although we got it from the same people. But it's only because you know, she's a girl, and I was exposed to a lot more shit that wouldn't fly today. You know, with the men, you know, especially being construction and shit like that. Yeah.
My buddy is on Jeopardy this week, and
Nice.
just thinking about you know, the trivia and stuff. It's really interesting because so man, when he told me, so he won $100,000 on Jeopardy, won 5 episodes in a row earlier, and he's now back for the Tournament of Champions. But man, when I like listened to him when I was talking to him about winning all those episodes of Jeopardy, where you're thinking about that, like the try thing that I was doing, where you're like, a lot of trivia is logic, like logicking your way through it, even if you don't know the answer, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting like that.
Yeah.
Except you don't have that much time on Jeopardy.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, even with the forest questions, it's the same thing. It's you think you're putting yourself under a time crunch mentally, you know, and then you're trying to logic through it, and that's part of, I think, why Lane started, is to watch Forrest logic through it.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, why do you think it's for Stump? I mean, it's just it's fun that Forrest will allow us to be his little punching bag for a while.
Found it, Lance.
Oh, I don't mind. I realize.
You found it?
Yep.
Post the link.
Forrest, you remind me a lot of John Belushi's in a lot of ways. You really do. It's just like, go with the punches, whatever.
You just diving in.
My wife has allowed me to really become myself.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's those are the best relationships, the ones where you can be yourself and be a unit at the same time.
My wife said her favorite thing about me is the fact that she never knows what to expect next.
Am I the only single person that comes on this show?
I don't think so.
I mean, who else? I think I am.
Might be the
Give me
only
a
one.
minute.
Well, Peter Vaughn, he just recently got divorced, so
Did he?
yeah.
Huh. But
Where-
doesn't match
post-
up.
Boy, I had a real
Give me the
vivid
link.
dream about my ex
I don't
girlfriend.
have. I found it in the database, but I can't find it on the site.
I probably show me the screenshot.
Too many ones there.
Speaking of like odd
hold on.
Forrest shit,
How
I'm
long? So Grant, how long were you? Were you dating? Not that I'm trying to dredge up old things, but how long? were you
No,
dating?
it's fine. I mean, it's an interesting thing because I like had a very vivid dream about her last night where we were like,
go on.
I mean, I'm not going to get graphic, but we were about to hook up, and then she told me she'd met somebody and was in love, and she couldn't, it was like upsetting.
Oh, dreams like that suck.
I love them dreams.
Yeah.
Especially when my wife has them and she's pissed off about something I never did.
Yeah. So, I think part of
You were a
it
jerk
is
in my dream.
I'm about to hit the 1-year anniversary of her breaking up with me, so that's probably partly
Ooh,
why.
that's rough. Right before COVID. Oh,
No, in COVID.
Oh yeah, in COVID. Yeah.
She broke up with me April 21st. Not that I have marked the date or anything like that.
Nah, nothing like that.
Not on the top of my brain. It's fine.
Yeah. So, how long were we together, Lance? This one was we were like 14 months, just over a year.
That's substantial.
So, I mean, it's the second longest of my adult life.
And how old
Yeah.
are you, Grant? I mean, I just out of curiosity.
Yeah, 36.
You got a little time, dude.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean, and not
Yeah,
that,
white
I mean,
cracks.
and I'm not some wizened, wise
Yeah.
guy, handing out the, like I dated. I'm not, and this isn't being braggy. It's just I dated a lot of girls. I mean, like I had
girls.
no, I
Ooh, where's that?
I-
Where's that arm? Hold on.
no. So I had the one girl in high school, and then she broke up with me because I went away to college and she wanted to sleep with other guys, so she had to break up with me so she could not feel bad about it. And then so then in college I mean, not much, but as soon as I got out of college, it was like things just started clicking for me, and I don't know, whatever. I just started dating girls, but none of my relationships lasted. It was always like 3 to 9 months. Eventually I would just piss somebody off and they would just be like, but I was fine with it. I was just like, whatever, I mean, it kind of sucked, you have to go looking for somebody else, but eventually, things would just work out. But there was one girl that like totally had me wrapped around her finger, and so like it was a yo-yo, and she'd just be like, oh, I want to date you for 6 months, then I don't want to go out with you anymore, and then like 5 months later we'd run into each other and she's like, okay, I want to date you for another 6 months, and like I was just totally sprung over her. And that was like 10 years of bouncing back and forth. And then so yeah, it's just like, but anyway, I got to be 35, and like, well, I was probably like 33, 34. And I was just like, and I had finally like, that girl and I, like after 10 years of doing that, and like, and other girls as well, and her other guys, she even got like knocked up by some guy and had a kid. And, but I remember I was like, the last time it was over, like I said, you need to, I was like, you need to go to my apartment. You need to take every single thing. Cause like, it was always something weird. Like, oh, you still have that one thing of mine. I got to pick it up at your apartment. And I would be like, oh, she's gonna be at the apartment so I can talk to her, whatever. And I just said, you need to go to my apartment. You need to get all of your stuff out of my apartment, and you need to leave my key to my apartment there. Cause she just had one, and leave my key. And if I find anything else of yours, I'm going to throw it away. And I said, I'm going away for the weekend. You go there and get all your crap out. So I just wouldn't have to deal with her or see her again. Yeah. And then it was like, and so then it was gone, and it was like, rip the Band-Aid, move on with my life kind of thing. And I was still just devastated. Like, it was the only one I was gonna love, right? And it was just like, and then I felt like that for like 2 years, like just horrible. Like, I'm never gonna, be able to date anybody. And then I met my wife. I mean, it was like literally like, it was one of those weird things where it was like, and then things just kind of slotted together. And
yeah,
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I was kind of probably in the same boat as you, right? It was just,
I'm not, I'm like, I'm joking around that I'm single, but I am a complete and whole individual without a partner. A partner would be great to enhance my life, but I do not feel like I am missing something. Because, I think that's the way you have to be.
You will find somebody when you aren't looking. That's how it always works.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I mean, I've been married to my career for a long time, and my career's tough on relationships.
Well, I mean, I hear your career is really good in the sack, so good for you. Your career is pretty sexy.
Yeah.
I was in a similar boat as you, Grant, with that, but Jen made me realize quite a few things about myself that I really didn't think I needed to. But we started late, and my sister was 39, 40.
Yeah.
And her opinions on that was extremely different. She was like, I don't want kids. I don't want a man in my life, and there's reasons for that. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I you know, a big thing for me that I've realized, you know, I dated a lady for like 3 years. We lived together. That ended like, I don't know, 4.5 years ago, something like that. But yeah. And then, you know, then this next one have been my two like big sort of adult relation. Everything before that was like, you know, 6 months here, 6 months there. And I feel very grateful for both of my last people because I feel like the one from 4.5 years ago really taught me what I don't want in a partner.
Yeah.
And this last one taught me what I really do want in a partner. And now I have like a full picture of that to go into. You know, I feel pretty good about it. But I think, you know, dating, obviously for me, dating somebody that is career focused is kind of a must. My last lady worked on a bunch of TV shows and all that sort of stuff, and was like more of a boss person than I am, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah, I've told my wife numerous occasions. I said if I was ever single again, I would never get married again.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's just
What
one
a
of those
charmer.
things. No, I mean it's man. I mean it's
What if
like
she said that to you?
I would say cool, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I mean, I mean, whatever. I mean, no. I mean, it's like it's as I've gotten older, and I think, and this is one of the things is the classic saying is that youth is wasted on, you know, it's like it's a line from a book where it says, I don't know if youth is wasted on the young, but I do know that wisdom is wasted on the old. And as you get older, and I'm not speaking for everybody, but this has been my experience, is as I've gotten older, I have realized that there really isn't any value in getting all bent out of shape about bullshit that you can't change. And the trick is that there's basically like, I mean, I love my friends and I love my family, but if push comes to shove, there are 3 people in this world that are my number one concern, and that's my wife and my 2 kids. And I mean, and if like, and I mean, I would do nearly anything for my friends, but if there was ever a choice, it's going to be my wife and my 2 kids. And the vast majority of the decisions that I make in my life that are anything meaningful, I consider how it's going to affect them first, because that's my job, right? You know, it's like I often have said on this show, it's like, you know, if I can live to be 65, anything after that is gravy, because at 65, my kids will be out of college. They will theoretically, you know, be moving on with their lives. And then, no, I mean, like if I were to pitch over dead, like in the next year or something like that, and you know, if I like, that would devastate my kids. I mean, it was like, yeah, I mean, and it's just like, and that would totally, it has nothing to do with like, oh, that's really sad. It's like, no, that would really screw up my kids.
I can confirm. My mom died when I was 12, and 15 through 22 was pretty much 7 years that there was not much positive in my. So it has nothing to do with like, oh my gosh, if I'm not there to direct them through lives. No, I mean, just in general, just one less thing they have to worry about in their lives is my dead dad, right? But if I get to 65, that means that, like I said, my kids would theoretically be done with college. They'll have started their careers. They'll move on with their lives. I keel over dead, or a bus runs me over, or something like that. That's horrible and tragic. However, you know, they're okay, right? They're on their path, and I've done my part, you know, and I've told my wife said, it's like, oh, well, you know, my wife always says, I'm so stressed all the time, I'm going to die before you. And I was like, well, first of all, no, you're not. You're 15 years younger than me. I said, and she's like, well, what would you do if I died? I was like, I don't know.
I have no idea what I do. I would probably be really, really sad for a really, really long time. I really wouldn't want to date anybody else. And I would just like putter around the house for the rest of my life. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just, it's, dating, the idea of actually like having to date somebody again and having to like meet somebody and have a conversation.
Oh
with
God,
somebody
it's
and
the worst, man. I hate
no,
it.
it's just like I'm so,
I mean, I can tell you, like,
can I pull it off? Oh yeah, hell, I can pull it off.
I can tell you some horror stories of dating in LA, man.
Well, I would rather.
Dating in LA is also
I've been meaning to
particularly
ask you this. I've been meaning to ask you this, since you hobnob a little bit in the rarefied air out there, and I know we've asked you a few questions like, oh, have you ever met this stand-up comedian or something like that? I mean, I mean, when you've been like an extra on this, or like a small role on here or anything, have you ever like truly met any like really true a-holes that we'd know if you gave us the names? Like,
well, I mean, not to speak ill of the dead, but like we threw out the name Dustin Diamond earlier. That guy was a fucking awful person.
Really?
Oh, big time. I mean, he's a terrible person. Yeah, he died last year.
Cancer.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I didn't even know he was dead.
I'll tell you, a lot of the people that are not cool are the people that were famous first and then started doing like stand-up afterwards.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have to come up through the like struggle at all.
Right.
The people that like came up through like Robin Williams, one of the nicest people ever. Chappelle, he's aloof, but he's also still nice. You don't get a sense that you like get to know him at all, but he's still like cool and chill. But like, somebody like a Aries Spears, man, that guy's awful. He used to be on Mad TV, and he's been in a bunch of stuff. You'd recognize him. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, age 44. That's February 1st, 2021.
Yeah.
Diagnosed with extensive stage small cell carcinoma of the lungs.
Yeah, Dustin. You looking up?
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but that guy sucked.
That ain't right.
I mean, you just attribute that to like the fact
well, maybe
that like,
it is. Yeah.
you attribute that to basically the whole like.
I attribute it to a couple of things. One, that guy. The only reason that guy was known was for being America's nerd. So I imagine everywhere that guy went, he had people treating him like a nerd.
Yeah.
Like, which is not his fault, because that was a time, right? Nowadays, there's so many different outlets. There's so many different things. You don't just get known for one thing. Dustin Diamond got known for being the nerd on Saved by the Bell. And I'm sure he got picked on a bunch even when he wasn't on that show, because he was like America's nerd. So I feel bad for him in that sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of them childhood stars really turned out well. I shouldn't say none of them, but a lot of them didn't turn out well.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is, I mean, you see this with like a guy like Bob Saget too. I mean, I don't know Bob Saget at all, but I don't know if you've seen his stand-up. His stand-up is filthy, like really, really dirty. And so was Dustin Diamond's. And I think some of that comes from, they got cast in these very clean roles, but those weren't them. That was the character they were playing.
Yeah.
And
wasn't Bob Saget a comedian before?
Yes, he was a comedian before.
I think he always did the dirty stuff.
Yeah, he did it.
But when he came back, he did it hardcore.
Yeah, I mean, he dove in the deep end when he came back, and I think that was somewhat of an attempt to differentiate himself from the character that people knew him from TV. You know, and it's also like an easy laugh, right? When you're like, oh my God, the dad from you know,
Full House.
Full House is saying pussy or whatever. Like it's like, oh my God, I can't believe this. Right? It's like it's an easy laugh. And the reality is that when you go see somebody like that, most people there are not not there for the show. They're there for the picture afterwards. It sucks. And it's like a hard reality, but it's true. It's like most people are there because they want to take a picture with you afterwards and say they met the dad from Full House.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, one of the most brilliant things I've seen from like a marketing perspective is, do you know Steve-O from Jackass?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Steve-O does stand up and he tours a lot and he sells out all over because people are like, I remember that guy. Steve-O does a thing where he goes, I will stay as long as I have to after the show and take pictures with anybody. But we're going to have 2 lines. One is for people who are buying merch. All of those people get seen first and get to take a picture first. And then there's a second line that I will take, that are not buying. They're not buying anything, and I'll take pictures with them. And you see half the people in the second line go, man, fuck this. This is taking too long, and jump in and just buy something so they can get a picture with him.
That's awesome.
I mean, it's pretty brilliant.
Yeah.
You know? And he does. I mean, he stays for an hour after the show taking pictures with people.
Grant, what is that like? That's got to be exhausting, meeting so many people. Like you're up on stage, you spent yourself with your job, and then you got to just the amount of people you got to interact with afterwards. What is that like?
I mean, if the show goes well, the interacting with people afterwards is fun. The hardest part, and I'll tell you the reason so many comedians have problems with drug and alcohol, is because this is hard for people to imagine that aren't in that world. But imagine going from 300 people loving you to all of them go home with their friends and their wives and their girlfriends, and 10 minutes later you're sitting in a hotel room by yourself.
Yeah.
The drop from there to there is so fast and so extreme, and it feels really bad, you know? I mean, that's why a lot of comics turn to like booze and alcohol, because they don't want to feel that.
Booze and alcohol.
I mean, booze and drugs.
Just cracking wise.
Yeah. So, but it's like tough to go. I mean, dude, I can't tell you how many times I've gone and gotten a drink with random people from a show because I don't want to just like go back to my hotel room right away. You know, and some of those experiences have been really fun, and I have friends in cities all across America now because of that. And some of those experiences are awful, and I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here because you guys are terrible people. You know? Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Sounds to me like you need a girlfriend.
Yeah, I do, boy.
I
do.
See, I brought it all around and I made fun of you, and I'm horrible.
Or a dog.
Yeah.
Which date do you show each other your face? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My sister's stepson is 4, and he recently asked how old she was. He was like, "How old are you?" Kelsey, and she was like 34, and his reaction was, wow, you're gonna die soon.
Oh man.
Awesome. I like
Isn't
it.
that great? In all seriousness.
That's why I love kids and animals. They're serious. You always know what they mean.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't imagine traveling all the time. I mean, like in a normal year, my 5 to 7 conventions that I go to, so I am not home for 5 to 7 weeks basically. Like I dread it, right? I mean, it's a combination of not being around the 3 people in the world that I like really care about. And then I've said this countless times on the show. First day of a convention, I'm like just total convention high. I'm yeah, hey, it's you. I haven't seen you forever. Hey, how's it going? I'm like, yeah, it's awesome. And then by the second day, I'm like, I want to be home. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh, hey, how's it going? Hey, how are you? Yeah.
The longer I've been a comedian, the more I've like set ground rules for myself. I mean, when I was in my early 20s and shit, I would do whatever. And I'm like, now that I'm in I cannot be gone longer than 2 weeks without at least a couple of nights at home just to like reset. I mean, there were times, on like when I was 24, I did like 2.5 months without coming home on the road and just like every, all over the place and stuff like that. And you just don't have anything tethering you to the world. You just loose out there. It's just too easy to be a maniac.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I can't even imagine. Yeah, I would just feel completely out of sorts, right? I mean, you just kind of like, I mean, and you don't have anything that's have you ever seen the movie Up in the Air, George Clooney?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I love that movie.
It's
It's a great movie, and like he keeps coming back to like that apartment that you can tell he spends like maybe a week out of a year in that place. There's like nothing in the place. It's like he pops in, he's got the girl who lives across the hall that obviously he hooks up with every once in a while, just random, and then like his fridge has 7 things inside of it, most of it's spoiled. And then by the time the next day he's on the plane and he's flying, the next day. Yeah. I mean, it's I can't even imagine living like that. Just not having
yeah, I mean, I'm not gone as much as that. I would say, like pre-pandemic, I'm gone 50% of the time.
Yeah.
Maybe 40% of the time. So I mean, it's still a very significant amount. But
yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's a different life, right? I mean,
yeah,
it's something that none of us can probably comprehend. I mean, so you must have an agent that finds things for you to do, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And so like, is that how you ended up at Courtney's Comedy Club in Moorhead, Minnesota?
No, I mean, that's like, my agent and my manager are more interested in like the bigger things. A lot of the like, it's like I'm doing Courtney's for a weekend. I'm getting paid $1,000 for the weekend, which, it's not terrible, but they're also not paying for my flight, and they're not paying for, they're paying for hotel room, but they're not paying for flight. So you're like, all right, well, that profit margin is already cut into a bunch, right? My manager is not interested in that small fry stuff, right? He's like, I'm interested in like getting you pitch meetings for TV shows and for you know, he's like, he got my album with one of like the big labels, right? You know, so that's the stuff that he's interested in more. He's not like taking a commission on the just live stand-up dates. Though I do want to reach out to, you know, there's a really great, Courtney's disclosed, but there's a really great comedy club in Fargo. And I want to come back. So I got to reach out to those people.
I think
Nice.
Lance said he was busy that weekend.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
busy that weekend.
And he said, "Come in February. It's beautiful out."
It is. Well, I'm gonna get more snow tomorrow here, so I mean, it doesn't
I mean,
matter when
dude,
you come.
honestly though, Fargo has such good breweries. I love Fargo for that reason. And even Moorhead, man. I love Junkyard.
Junkyard's that Junkyard's awesome.
I mean, I've like told people about that place all over the country. You know?
Yeah, the new good one though is in Fargo, and that's well, it's not new, but they bought up a spot in the industrial park, and why can't I think of the name of the place? It's really good. I mean, their beers are getting ranked like nationally. I got beer in my fridge right over here, my little beer fridge, and I can just look over there, and I can walk over there, and I can get a beer out of it, and I can tell you guys what it is.
But
Shane, my boss, has me buy the beer and send it to him. God damn it!
Where's Shane located?
St. Louis.
Yeah.
Really?
Hey Grant,
What's up?
do you know Bithead 1000?
No, Kabuki was talking about they put a link a couple of episodes ago about them.
Yeah.
And it's a person that does comedy online and things like that, but I haven't looked him up enough. Yeah.
I got a little bit of a grievance. I got a weird one. I definitely got a me grievance.
Okay.
With the creators of Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I did a Kickstarter critique on
the new version or the old version.
They're doing a Kickstarter right now.
For what?
Yeah,
what are we talking
my
about?
buddy is one of my good friends is one of the voices.
Nice.
What are we talking about? What? Time out.
Mystery Science Theater 3000 has a Kickstarter right now. It's raised over $2 million, I think it was.
Hampton Yount is one of my close friends.
Who does he do the voice of?
One of the two like main characters.
He does one of the robots?
It's either Bender or C-3PO. One of those two.
I can't.
R2D2, I think.
So. Yeah. That's right.
Anywho, I did this video, and I kind of tore him a new asshole. Like their Kickstarter page was terrible. They have like 20 different pledge levels, and they didn't tell you any of the pledge levels at all in the story, so you just had to scroll through 20 of them. And I kind of got into them a little bit. I did a video. It's pretty popular for me right now. But they used so much from the video. Like, it is so obvious that they're like, oh yeah, we totally should add this. Like, I even showed them examples from like board game Kickstarters. Like, this is what you need. And like, I sent them a message on Kickstarter. Didn't even message me back. Didn't even get me like, yeah, we'll check that out. I was just like, okay. Give me the cold shoulder here. That's what's up. Whatevs.
Well, your fault was that you went to them and gave them help for free. So
well, you know what? Maybe the people that create Mystery Science Theater aren't cool, but somebody else will get free help too. They'll be like, hey, what's up? In the back end, they'll be like, cool. Here's something for you. Because I actually do. I've had probably 3 or 4 people after I get done with it have immediately just paid me and said, thank you so much. We backed you for the Fiverr level retroactively. Here's 5 stars. And it's like, so that does come up. It's interesting. It's interesting. The more Kickstarters I do, like there was another one, Onyx and the Fortuitous, who's like this pretty big YouTube guy who does like these weird Arby's ones. Like you might have seen it, like the Satanist guy that works at Arby's. He did a Kickstarter. He did a Kickstarter critique as well. And I kind of dug into his like pretty hard too, but he actually was like, oh yeah, we used a whole bunch of it. And he turned around and used a whole bunch of it too. And it's like, it's really cool seeing like me have a direct impact on these $100,000 plus Kickstarters.
You should do a Kickstarter critique of other Kickstarter critiques. Ooh, make it real meta.
Well, I've seen some
Exactly.
other people doing things similar now, and so
Yeah.
I wonder how people would feel about that. I did a series this last week called Kickstarter Slumming that I was really nervous to talk about, where I looked at the bottom 6 popular Kickstarters and just was like 2 or 3 minutes, like why I felt like it was down there. But people seem to be digging that too.
That
Like,
sounds awesome, actually.
Yeah.
there's some bad stuff down there. But there's also good stuff, like stuff that is just like, this is not the right place for this. Like, this is
Hey,
a
did-
$700, sports football gaming shuffleboard table. It looks amazing, but this is not a Kickstarter thing.
Forrest, did you ever watch my video?
Which one was yours?
I told you it was a couple of weeks ago. It was like a Kickstarter from like 7-8 years ago. It was like a 7-minute video.
Oh yeah, I was gonna go back and revisit some of them. No, I didn't watch that. What was the name of the game again?
Big Fish River.
Big Fish River. I'm
To
gonna
be
see.
fair, Evan, back then it was a little different on Kickstarter.
That was the
Everybody
game
wanted their
you were
saga
developing?
out. Yeah.
It was different, but still, like our 7-minute video was still way like I think 3-minute videos was kind of max at that time.
I think it was longer than that.
Really?
I
Okay.
think it was closer to 5.
All I know is everybody
Because
made fun of it.
everybody wanted to tell their world. This is how it
Yeah,
started.
yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta go pee.
Oh my god, what the hell am I watching?
Exactly.
I just went to the 28-second mark, and there's a shirtless man in bed, and I'm immediately in love.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, I'll watch that.
Yeah, watch it later. Yeah. It did not fund.
So I got something pretty cool. This
Womp womp.
Like, I've been trying to expand my channel to more things, and it actually just, I posted in the chat, but I got someone on Fiverr from Mexico who's talking to me about doing a Kickstarter video for them for their dog drink.
Nice.
They're like bottled dog soda or something. And they're like, we
dogs
love
get
your
thirsty too.
enthusiasm. We think you'd be great to do our Kickstarter video.
That's
Oh.
awesome.
I'm a carve a niche.
I like it.
Beach. But yeah.
Oh, I just did a football review too, because Blue Orange is now doing a bunch of toys, I guess. They sent me a box of toys and fidget toys and stuff.
Huh.
You are carving yourself a niche.
I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm excited to find out what the hell it is.
So am I, Forrest. So am I.
I am making more money in the back end. Like, I'm about to raise some of my prices on Fiverr again.
The aforementioned pennies that we've been speaking about.
Well, I took everybody's advice and I went all the way to $200 on my Kickstarter videos. I was just like $200, and I didn't get any orders for like a month. And then I realized I'm not really getting orders because I'm not hustling it. Like, I'm not trying as hard.
Yeah.
And I've got what's probably going to be about 2 orders in this last week, and that's $400 right there. I mean, that's
Yeah,
and
two
I got-
orders times. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Let me get a pen. 200 times 2, 4. Yep, math checks out. $400.
Yeah, 60.
and then I got 3 Kickstarter critique Fivers in the last 10 days. I mean, business is booming.
I like it.
Booming, motherfucker.
Self-made. My wife says you're gonna talk yourself into being a Kickstarter professional. And I was like, yeah, I might do that.
You might.
All I
This
need
is
is-
how Madoff started.
One big
Right.
marketing guy was like, this guy knows who the fuck he's talking about. Let's hire him.
Hey man, I mean, you've been building, expertise in the area for a long time.
Crazy to think about.
Yeah.
Gotta be good at something.
Let me know when you figure it out.
I will. It's gonna
He's
be
working on it. Takes time.
or
He's
maybe
good
it'll
at
be flunking. Who the hell knows? I'll find
He's good at
out.
stacking boxes. We know that.
Stacking boxes, stacking cardboard, cashing checks, so on and so forth.
Lance, what are all those books back there on the table?
Oh,
Furniture.
those are like basically RPG books that I need to go through.
I was gonna say they look like D&D books or something.
Yeah, it's not just D&D, it's all kinds of RPGs, but yeah, it's just I just got I mean, I've got so much crap. It's ridiculous. And I need to just get rid of most of it and move on with my life and
That's what my wife tells me.
you know.
She's
No,
a
I
condo.
got. She's what?
She's a condoer, and I'm like a hang on to everythinger.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with having stuff. I mean, it's just at a certain point you have to like break the chain on a lot of it and just and like, okay, we need to get rid of some of this crap and we need to toss it and or give it away or any one of a number of things.
I wonder if that's like a normal thing because it sounded like Forrest and his wife was like that. Me and Jen are like that, I wonder if that's a normal thing or not. Like Jen gets attached to everything emotionally. It's like I just gotta go.
Well, I mean, for me, it's like for me, it's with the games. It's like, oh, I should get rid of these games. This is stupid. I shouldn't have all these. But then I'm like, well, yeah, I'm talking about getting rid of this stuff. But then I'm like, yeah, but I'm not gonna ditch this stuff because I know what it's worth, and it's like, and so like I talk myself out of getting rid of it because it's like, well, what am I gonna do? I mean, it's like I'm just throwing $60 away. If I get, and the thing is that if somebody comes over and says I'll give you $20 for it, I'll say sure, take it. And then like because like I convince myself, well, I only lost $40 then, and it's just like, which is why I try not to buy board games at all. I just every once in a while, like I almost bought Cryo during this thing. I almost bought it like 5 times. I was just like, oh, I could even get it on Amazon and for $55 and have it here 2 days later. And I was just like, no, because you're not going to play it. You're not going to play it anytime soon. Just, the game will still be there a year from now when it's on some clearance rack for $25 and Cryo. And then I won't buy it then either because I'll be like, well, fuck it, it's a year old. Why would I buy a year-old game? I don't know, man. I talk myself out of buying stuff all the time, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
And it's just I don't I don't know. I tend to think that it's like I feel like I get to a point where there's games like, I'll look over at my games and I'll like find stuff like I'm trying to think of a game over there, like Dungeon Pets. And like I have that with all the promos and all the expansions. It's a really fun game. Haven't played it in 5 years. Why do I still have this? Why is this still in my collection? If I wanted to play this, I'd have to read the rules again to figure it all out again. I should like literally just see if somebody's willing to give me $5 for this, and then get rid of it. But I can't. I
can't get rid of it either.
Yeah.
Just be drinking there, Grant.
Well, I'm getting tuned up tonight, fellas.
Nice.
Tune it up and tune it out.
This is straight mezcal.
While I was researching random facts to get trivia for, there was the reason Coca-Cola infiltrated and eventually started getting sold in Russia was because after World War II, there was a Russian general that got a taste for it, started drinking it with American GIs that he was around with. And then when they got back to Russia, they didn't have it. And so he got in with like basically people in the United States, that the people that created the Coca-Cola bottling company, and he got them to ship him on the sly Coca-Cola that had no coloring to it, so he could drink like basically Coke that was clear, and everybody thought he was drinking vodka.
Yeah, dude.
So
I did not realize he went that far back.
He wants to reverse party.
Yeah.
So can I
No, you can't.
no.
I got a question for you guys.
Go ahead.
As this is a board game show.
Tis?
Yeah. how many games? Like I've been keeping a spreadsheet this year for the first time.
Ah,
How many games?
that's cute.
How many games do you guys think you've played this year for the first time?
Oh,
Played for the first time.
Yeah.
well, see,
I-
here's the
Grand first
weird deal.
definey or 20.
I have probably
in 2021.
I
How many-
have probably played
last 3
more
months.
games. I have played more games in the last 12 months than I have in the preceding like.
I mean,
12
like
months. No,
in
just let me
2021.
let me finish my comment. But
Shut
and
the
I've
fuck
said
up.
this
I'm
before.
talking.
I've said this before. I have played more games over the preceding last 12 months than probably the last, like in comparison to like the last 4 years of 12 months each. But it's been the same stuff over and over again. Like this is like for Gray Fox, like we're constantly playtesting things,
Yeah.
and I'm
Yeah.
like, and I'm streaming games, and I'm doing. So it's like, I mean, I played After the Empire probably 100 times now. I'm guessing.
And when are you gonna send me Deception?
Never.
Well, if we had a copy, I'd send you one. Honestly,
No.
I mean, I just send you one just to be nice. I mean, like honestly, we
Okay.
don't need a review for it. I mean, it's just like the game sells out.
Especially
I mean,
from the likes of you.
Yeah.
that's the thing that drives me crazy. Is people are like, I'll get an email. It's like, can I get a Champions of Midgard copy for review? No, because we it's like it's on like constant reprint. It's like it's just basically like, and we're down to 500 copies. Tell China to make more. You know, it's just like.
I'm
we
mostly
don't-
just teasing Lance.
Yeah, no.
are.
You don't.
Like,
You don't have to
Lance.
worry about it. I mean, it's one of those things. I'll send you one as soon as we have one. I'll send you one. That's no big deal. But I mean, it's just one of those things where no, Shane loves you. He thinks you're hilarious. So like,
Does he? Okay.
You are hilarious.
yeah.
You are.
No. So but no, it's just it's like that's what drives me crazy. It's people like, oh, I'd really like to get a copy of City of Gears for review. Yeah, that game's like 6 years old. You're not going to sell a single copy for us. I mean, sure, if you were like, shut up and sit down, and you showed up and said, yeah, we want a copy of City of Gears, we'd like, yes, please. And we'd have them do a video, and then we could probably move some of like the backlog, like the copies that we have, but we would never reprint it.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's just, it's like games don't have shelf lives anymore. I mean, we've talked about this before.
How
It's
does
like,
how does Run Fight or Die Reloaded do?
it's like we'll probably well, no, that's not true, because I know we do have some expansion material that we're playtesting. So that so Run Fight or Die did really well.
It looks fun. I mean, that's something that I'm
okay. So Run Fight or Die, like there's a lot of backstory to that one. Run Fight or Die was like a really cool like card game at Gen Con like 5-6 years ago. Jason Alexander designed it, and it was for his company called Eighth Summit Games. Jason Alexander, like basically he was a guy that did a lot of work with Richard Lanius. He had two really, really good games right at the end. One was Defenders of the Last Stand and Mythos Tales. And Mythos Tales probably damn near killed him, because Mythos Tales was basically Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, but Cthulhu based. So the whole game was like, and if you know what those types of games are, then you know it's like it's a lot of text, a lot of hidden clues, a lot of things, and they're basically games meant to be played by one or two people, and you just kind of test yourself. And so Jason had to pretty much just do all of Mythos Tales by himself, and the game ended up being very, very, very late. And he was a one-man show. His Kickstarter backers were relentless. Or like, I shouldn't say all of them, but there was that small percentage of people that were very angry about how long the game was taking, and they were relentless in their basically pestering him, I guess would be the best way to put it. And he finally just started like, yeah, you posted something negative, I'm just refunding your money and canceling your pledge. He just started doing that. And then of course that made things worse. People were like, oh, it's like I said something negative and you just gave me my money back and canceled my pledge. You know, this is BS, you know, just like,
and so that just made things worse. And then he basically like he got it out, and then I saw him at a convention. I saw him at a Dice Tower Con actually, and that was the last time I ever saw him. And he basically said, "Yeah, I'm getting out of this." He's like, I can't. And he's like, he had to like go to like he had a cabin, he had a like lake cabin. He went there with and just basically turned off his phone and turned off like the internet and just like turned off the world for like a month because he was having a nervous breakdown. And he just basically says, I can't do this. I can't be a publisher anymore. And so Run Fight or Die was a game that he and I believe Richard Lanius designed. And that game and Mythos Tales, Shane bought the rights to those games. And so I don't think we'll ever, I mean, I think we're out of Mythos Tales at this point. I don't think we'll ever reprint it, but Mythos Tales is really good. If you can find a copy, it's good. But Run Fight or Die basically reloaded was they took the kind of the basic card game idea and they expanded on it a great deal. Deluxed it out, things like that with cool miniatures. It's a fun game. I mean, it's definitely a neat take on the zombie theme, and it did really well on Kickstarter. And if we did an expansion type thing, it would do really well again, I'm sure. So there's a chance it would come. But as of right now, I mean, we still have Kickstarter editions of the game in our warehouse, and they trickle out, I guess is the best way to describe it. But if we supported it with an expansion, I'm pretty sure that we could start selling that one again.
Yeah.
It's just there's no new material for it, and the people it's the old thing where, like, so if you go back even further, God, I don't mean to sit here and be the old wizard telling stories, but back in the day, like 12 years ago in the board game industry, there were like the 50 stalwarts of like the 50 games that everybody owned, right? And it was just like, in those games just kept on being printed and created, and people bought them because it's like, oh, you play board games, then well, you must own El Grande, it's just like, and that was just the way things were. And like there wasn't like new stuff that came out. It just really wasn't. There was like, there was a handful of releases every year, and some of them were great, but pretty much everybody bought everything. And then you would go to a convention and you'd be like, oh, there's like 20 tables in here, and there's 4 people playing Catan, and there's 3 people playing El Grande, and there's 4 people playing, and it's just like everybody just kind of did their thing, and they played the same games. And that's obviously radically different now. And the difference there is that, like, now, because everything comes out that's so new, it's like the game comes out, people get excited about it, and then it's done. That's the vast majority of games. And then pretty much you sell those, and then everybody who's going to buy that game has bought it, right? I mean, it's just like, it's like I just said about Cryo. It was like, oh, that looks really cool. Oh, I should probably buy that. And then over the course of an hour, I talked myself out of it.
Okay, yeah.
Well, and I wondered, I was thinking about this. I don't know if you saw Stonemeyer's numbers came out this week.
Okay, Stonemeyer is
atypical.
Is a totally, that is a very good word for it. It is extremely atypical. But go ahead.
So I get it that it has gone beyond just hobby gaming, but it made me think, like, I bet there's a lot of publishers. The reason that you keep pumping out games is trying to find that one that hits.
Well, yeah, that's totally it.
I believe it's part of it, yeah.
Like, once you find that one that hits, it pays for anything else you want to do.
So here's what Shane always says.
Yeah,
he's like, he's like, he said, I have two evergreens. He says, I have Deception and I have Champions.
Which is probably more than most publishers have.
Oh yeah, he says that's 2 more than most publishers have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, and it's just, and then in his back pocket, he says, at some point, He said at some point I will do the Ultimate Champions of Midgard set, which will be like the super box set with everything pimped out and everything will be
yeah.
amazing. And he's like,
Comes in a Viking box made of wood.
yeah, it'll come in a wooden box, and it'll be like, and it'll be beautiful. And he's like, I've got that in my back pocket. And I told him, I said, you need to do that sooner than later, because nothing lasts forever, right? I mean, the window's still open on that one.
I'm gonna do a top 10 dice games at some point, and that'll be on my top 10 dice games.
Yeah.
So, Grant, I'm sorry, I had to walk a little bit because of my issues. But what was the question? Was it new to you games this year, or new games from this year?
Yeah, we got.
Well, I mean, I've probably new to me games over the last 12 months. I would.
No,
say,
he's saying 3 months.
I said new to you games in 2021.
In 2021, so over the last 4 months, I would say 10.
It's April.
10.
I'm probably somewhere around 15.
Give me a minute. I could give you an exact number.
I've been keeping a spreadsheet. I started at 2021.
I'd say 40 to 50 for me, somewhere in there.
And do you feel overwhelmed by that, Forrest, at all?
No, I personally, I love it. I love it. Like I have a couple people in my game group who are not the biggest fan of the churn, but for me, I just it's like just picking. It's like, oh, this one's good, this one's good, this one's great, this one's great, and I love when you find those.
But do you feel like even when you find a great, you don't get to play it again that much because you got to move on?
Yeah.
That's the hardest thing for me.
That's one of the biggest reasons I stepped away.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
And it sucks.
On 2021 so far, I'm at 51.
Wow.
New game.
Why don't you brag about it?
51?
I am.
In 4 months?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a lot.
That's a lot.
It is a lot, and some of the reason why is because when I get back touring, I'm not going to have as much time, so I'm trying to build up like a backlog of games I know.
Bingo.
So, Grant, what is your estimation overall that you think you'll get done this year? Like, including preparing for tour and all that?
Wait, so ask the question again. Are you asking about comedy or games?
The games. Like,
how many do I think I will play this year?
Like, say, based on making a video for, you said you did.
Well, I keep a schedule. I do it I do 2 a week every week.
So out of those 2 a weeks, like, how many games do you play to narrow it down to those 2?
Well, I mean, those 2 a week, every 2 a week are for different games every week.
Yeah, but I'm saying in your decision process, you selected these 2 for this week. Where did them 2 come from? Like, how many other games did you consider before going to them 2?
Oh, I mean, it's usually out of a pool of 20 or 30 games that I have played and haven't made a video for yet. Something like that. But, I mean, with my series, I'm only making videos for games that I like.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to make, it's like I played Tiny Epic Dinosaurs and I did not like it, and
what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah. I mean, I know some people really like that game.
There's a lot of the Tiny Epic I don't dig myself.
Look, I love Tiny Epic Galaxies. I love that game.
That's their best game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying there's a lot of people that really like Tiny Epic Dinosaurs, and I don't get it. It feels like you're playing a checklist, and you're just like, okay, did this. I'm like, well, this ain't fun.
I said this before, but I was asked to play test Tiny Epic Dinosaurs before, and it was like, they're like, yeah, this is like 95% done, and I play tested it and I broke it, and they're like, oh, that's not good, and they're
that's
like,
the 5%.
And then the next day they came back and they're like, okay, we fixed that. Let's play it again. And I played it again and I broke it again.
How were you breaking it?
I mean, if you held me to, I mean, it was there was like just a synergy, like basically like it got to my turn, and I like the first time I was able to basically do a point loop. So I was able to, I'll do this, which will turn to this, which will turn to this, and do that. And then and then it's just like, and then I can do it like, you know, it was so basically I could replicate a certain action like,
Yeah, and then it makes it boring because you're not doing anything different.
well, yeah, but I mean, it was like, well, no, I wasn't playing it to like do something different. I was playing to win, right? And it was like, and then I ended up like doubling the next person's score.
Yeah.
And then the next time I played, I did a strategy, and I don't remember what it was, but I did something different, and it was something to do with like a dinosaur placement or something, and then like and I crushed everybody again, and then it was like the age old argument. Well, the other players have to realize what you're doing and have to like try to stop you from being able to get those dinosaurs or whatever, and that's a road you go down where you're like, oh, it's up to the other players to recognize your strategy and prevent you from doing it. And it's just like, that doesn't work. You know, it's just like, you know, there should be safety gaps or whatever in games to prevent those things from happening. So I was, and the thing was, it was like, they thanked me a lot. They were like, wow, it's really cool. You figured that out, you know? And it's just like, you know, and they, you know, and obviously it got better after it. Hey, here's your Joel Eddy quote. After the Empire is a very smart design. It's an extremely solid economic design that hides its inner workings underneath a lively and exciting risk and reward, seat of your pants siege combat system. It's really unlike anything I've ever played.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, you want a quote for me?
No.
I do.
I'm giving you one right now.
I want
this
it.
pile of dog shit and go.
This is how I gauge my worth in the world.
After the Empire is one of the games I've played, is one of the only games I've played that I enjoy every play of it more than I did the previous one.
Oh. One of the only games I played that every time I play it, I enjoy
it more than the previous time I played it.
Forrest, did I send you an After the Empire?
I think that's a pretty good quote.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Check it out though, if you would.
I did. Oh, that's right. I asked you, and you were too good for it. You were like, I don't need
No,
that.
no. It's just, you know.
No, I don't need that. You were like, man.
It was out of his wheelhouse.
I definitely.
I really like that quote, Grant.
Especially after hearing it how good it is.
I like that. That feels
I don't
good.
think I ever played
I like
it.
that.
Yeah, I don't think I ever played
Oh, Forrest, some guy reached out to me and asked me to do a Kickstarter preview for his game, and I sent him your way.
I sent him to my Fiverr. We'll see how it goes.
I was like, you can reach out to Tony the Spy at gmail.com.
I like to keep it professional.
Yeah, Grant, what I was trying to get at is like knowing you had to put out 104 games a year.
That basically my schedule is 104 games a year.
Yeah, but knowing that and knowing that your schedule, there's a chunk of time that you're going to be missing. Do you think it's possible you could estimate approximately how many games a year you'll play?
I mean, I imagine it's probably going to be 120 games in a year, something like that. Yeah, something like that. You know, I mean, this pace right now, I'm at 51. So by the end of this month, say I'll be at 60. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm at half of the pace in 4 months rather than 6 months, just to try to get some backlog. I mean, some of that I'll, you know, if I do some top 10 videos, they might take the place of, you know, one of the scheduled videos or whatever.
Yeah.
It might not be exactly, but I imagine it's going to be somewhere around that 110, 120 range. And I feel that's one of the things that's hard, like hearing Forrest say that, where it is like, I'm like, you know, a game I love, I'm getting 5 or 6 plays at most of it.
Yeah.
Because I just have to do other things, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that changed my habits with board gaming a lot too. It's like even pre-pandemic, it was like this shit's not getting to the table. Some of them I won't let go. Arkham Horror is one of them. It gets to the table twice a year maybe.
Yeah.
maybe 3 times if I do it solo, you know. But there's other games. It's just like I got to think: is it going to hit the table? Is it not? You know, is it worth even bothering to go back to? But and then that informs me on what I'm buying, and the amount I buy drastically cut back on that. You know,
Yeah.
I
and then
can't buy that many
like I
games
said,
because like I have to spend 90% of my gaming time like working on prototypes, you know, like
yeah.
I can't play that many new games. I have to play some because I have to know what the heck's happening in the industry, but
Yeah.
So Evan, I have this discussion with all like the designers and you know whatnot. Being said, you're sort of so out of touch with the board game industry. How do you
I'm
know
out of touch.
what to play
I'm out of
when you're looking for
touch.
something new?
Sorry, say it again.
Being
Lance
that
distracts me.
yeah, that happens. Being that you're so out of touch with the industry at a point, in a sense. I'm going to reword that soon, motherfucker. How do you know? How do you know what to play when you want to look out to see what the new good great thing is?
I mean, a lot of it has to do with opportunity, right? Like
Laughing.
what is easy and available to me right now
Okay.
when I have that moment to, I mean, plus I have a, 17-month-old little girl too. So it's like when I have that moment to like sit down and play a game, what is there right now and who's available to play with, and that will help inform what I play.
Yeah.
So, like occasionally it's things that are big and hot, and then other times if I'm not playing my game, I'm playing another designer's game. But then that game, if it does well and comes out the next year, then I'm like ahead of the curve. I'm like, oh yeah, I played that. That was great.
Oh, you could be like Lance. All right.
Right, exactly.
Don't you
So
mock me.
mostly I don't do a lot of choosing. It's kind of just whatever is
Whatever's
there
there.
when I have that free hour or whatever it is.
You're out of touch.
You're out of touch.
Who is that? Why is that stuck in my head? Who
Hall
is
and Oates? Pretty
Hall
sure-
and Oates? That
Is
would be
it?
It
that
is,
would be
yeah.
the Hall and
Yeah.
Oates. You are correct.
My wife went to high school with
Quit bragging.
Hall.
Nice.
You know
Oh
who
no,
doesn't-
I'm sorry.
You know who
Didn't go
doesn't get
with.
enough? You know who
You
doesn't get
went
enough
to the
credit?
same high school. It was a few years class difference.
But do you know who doesn't get enough credit? Oates.
Right?
What
He's the
do you mean? You got the
Garfunkel of Hall and
Quaker, you
Oates.
got the granola.
Yeah. Oates was pretty boss. Didn't get the
So yeah,
credit.
I don't play as many new games as I would like to. That's definitely for sure. I mean, it's not like I'm totally out of touch. Like I watch a lot of
Out of
podcasts, or I listen to a lot of podcasts in the car, and I
Out of time.
look at
Yeah,
a lot of reviews and all that kind of stuff. So I know what's going on, but I don't actually get to play that many games. Yeah.
You know, the Hall and Oates came out with another song, like a new song, like last year.
Do you believe Steve?
And it was a rocker too. I can't remember what
Was
it
it?
was, but it was actually really good.
Huey Lewis is in the news. Most recent stuff is pretty damn good too.
Really?
You know who doesn't get it? You know who doesn't get enough credit?
The news.
The news.
I just heard a thing that Stevie Wonder left Motown after 50 years, went with a new label, and made a new album. And this was within a year, within this year.
You know that Stevie Wonder's very first contract with Motown Records was in 1964 or 67 or something like that. It was for like $14 million.
Oh.
That's like $14,019,67, which for inflation is like 80 billion now.
Yeah.
But can you imagine? He was like in his like early 20s, and he signed a contract deal with Motown Records for like $14 million.
If we were still doing the barter system, that would be all the chickens.
Yes, all the chickens.
Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine. I mean,
Except for
You
him
know,
skipping.
there was an old stand-up comedian, Grant, who had this line where he said that his bit was he talked about, like, everybody said that Mike Tyson has an attitude or something like that, and he's like, he's 21 years old, he's the heavyweight champion of the world, and his last fight he got $22 million. He says he's 21 years old, he got $22 million. I mean, let's cut him some slack. I was a dick for a week when I got my student loan money.
It's true. Can you imagine how much of a maniac you would have been with that kind of money at that age?
I'll tell you one thing. I've always been a huge Justin Bieber fan. Like, and I'll tell you what,
You're the one.
His most recent stuff
more than one
is so good just for it's so deep. Like, it talks so much about what it was like to just be like, oh yeah, I'm 18 and now I'm a multimillionaire sex symbol, YouTube celebrity, crazy, awesome. And like we kill the guy. People kill the guy in the media because it's, oh my gosh, this millionaire 19-year-old's being a dickhead. And it's like, well, yeah, of course he's being a fucking dickhead. But it's like, man, I love me some JB.
I mean, he's got legitimately fun music to dance to. I love that song, Sorry. Is it too late now to say sorry?
So like, he said 14 million
You're
back
out of touch.
then.
I have realized slowly but surely that, like, nobody in my household will ever enjoy the music that I listen to. So,
oh, my kids are starting to rebel so hard against everything I do, but it's really hard for them to rebel against my music because everything, like from metal to Garth Brooks to like
you didn't know who the Spice Girl was a few weeks ago.
I knew it was Ginger. I forgot about Ginger Spice.
No, so let's not just be chatting ourselves up. Let's not.
Well, no, the thing is, my Spotify playlist that I pretty much just always play my Spotify is 5,300 songs.
Oh my God! You just
diverse.
So my daughter said to me today, we were driving to school, and I was just sitting there. No, I was driving her home from school, and listening to the radio or whatever, and Wherever I May Roam by Metallica came on, so I was just like singing along to, and just like, because I've heard that song 1,000 times. And she's like, "How do you know all the lyrics to this song?" And I was like, because this is Metallica. This is the band that I've seen in concert a dozen times. This is a concert that, like, I worked security for like 3 of their concerts over 3 days. I mean, like, it was like one of the greatest moments of my life. I was just like, and she's like, huh? And I was just in there. It's just like, and I was sitting there, and she's like listening to the song, and she's just like gets this look on her face, like, and then she finally said to me, "So, Dad, how did you have on-demand music when you were listening to this?" And I said, it was on a tape. And you did fast forward and pause. No, rewind. Too far. Fast forward. Nope. Oh, there it is. There's the song I was looking for.
I tell you what,
to explain what a tape was.
DJs who announced what the next song were my jam when I was a kid. Like when they would tell you what the next song was, so you could be like ready to record with the button.
All right, everybody, we've got a request coming up. This is from Jamie to Jessica. Love you, babe. Okay, we're coming up here with.
There's still some that do that. Some terrestrial radios, like Pierre Robert here over in Philly does it, and there's a few of them still around who do it.
I mentioned the K-Fan sports radio show. So like it is so like one of the guys on the morning show is this guy named Zach, and like he's never paying attention or something like that. And whenever they ask him a question, he's always like, what? And like, okay, it's like not paying attention, and like, and he answers everything like, yeah, okay, we can do that, no problem. He's like totally cool. But then like it took me forever to realize that like he's also their radio voice guy for all of their everything. And so like, because it finally at one time, like some guy was giving him crap, and he was like, Zach, could you just be on for once? And he's like, all of a sudden he snapped it on, and he's like, what do you need me to do, Corey? Do you need me to do the radio voice every single time I talk to anybody? I was just like, holy crap, this guy, the producer of the show, that's just like, yeah, fine, we can do that, guys. So go ahead and
It's
do it.
awesome.
Yeah,
I feel that way about Eric Summerer. When he talks, I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's smooth. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so it's weird. Like Eric, I knew who Eric was, and Eric knew who I was, and we just kind of but we never connected. And then we finally connected because at Origins, 5 years ago, I got something to eat, and I went upstairs in the place. I can't even think of the North Market. And every once in a while, that place just gets crammed full of people, and there's nowhere to sit.
No
and
tables,
quite literally, the only spot that was left
circling.
was I saw Eric kind of spinning around, and the only spot that was left was the chair across from me because I was eating by myself, and I was like, Eric, just sit down. And he's like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah. And then we ended up sitting there for 2 hours talking about everything and anything, and then then both of us were like, holy crap, we've been here for 2 hours, and then. As people are walking up, noticing we're done eating,
right, hovering.
Yeah. Can you maybe move on there, buddy?
Can I sit there? Are you going to finish that?
It's like, do you mind? I'm talking with Eric. Eric's
so good.
So I asked him once. I said, so because he does a lot of audiobook stuff.
Yeah.
And I asked him how that works, and he's like, "Well, I mean, basically, he said he has his own recording studio at home, and then he just does it himself. He just sits there and he has the book and he just reads it. And
it's super easy, man.
Where does Eric live?
New
He's
England,
on the East Coast.
Connecticut. Yeah, I thought it was that or Massachusetts somewhere.
Yeah, I think it is. I think he is correct on the Connecticut.
I didn't know if he was in Florida with all the Dice Tower people.
No, I know he joked about trying to get him moved there, but no, I'm pretty sure he lives up northeast.
Yeah, good guy, really good guy.
Yeah.
If you ever get a chance to sit down and talk with him, and a good game player too. The guy's
he is
fantastically good, and you can't beat him in Merchants of Venus. That's his number one game of all time, and if you play against him, you might as well just be shooting for second place. He'll beat you every single time. That's one of my favorite games. That's a game I Merchants of Venus was a game I thought I was good at, and then I played with Eric, and I was just like, holy crap, I'm horrible at this game.
That reminds me of Halo and 14-year-olds.
Ha!
I was like, we're pretty good at this.
No, you're not.
That Gramps.
No, I remember so my daughter had this brief foray into the playing online games or online shooter games. She played Realm Royal, which was a game that was medieval age, with crossbows and arrows and stuff, and you jump on your horse. It was basically Fortnite, but it was just and when you got killed, you turned into a chicken. And then then you could run away as the chicken, and if you managed to run away for 30 seconds, you came back to life with full health.
I like it.
Yeah, so it basically, but the chicken had 10 hit points, so basically one hit killed you, but you could sometimes escape, right?
I think
And she
Hearthstone
sat
had
there.
a card that did that.
Yeah,
Anyway.
and she sat there and just begged me to play. She's just play it once, Dad. I was like, I don't want to play it, and she's like, finally, so fine. I sat down and I played it. And I portaled in to the thing, and I remember I was I had no idea where to go, I had no idea how to get weapons or anything like that. But I ended up in a room with somebody else, and this guy was trying to open a door or trying to open a chest, something like that. And you start with a melee weapon. I walked up and I just stabbed the guy with my dagger 6 times and killed him. And then somebody else came in the room and killed me, and I was like, I'm out. I got my kill. I'm never gonna play the game again. I killed the one person. I'm out. I'm done. And she was really mad because I never played it again. But I felt pretty proud of myself.
And that's all that matters.
Well, no,
Fuck
that
that
is all
kid.
that matters. Yeah,
Right?
fuck that shit. No, and that's the other thing too. Have you noticed that there was that giant spasm of the kill everybody, live longer and be the last man standing kind of thing, King of the Hill type games, and then they've obviously vanished now. I mean, there's still ones that are doing okay, but I mean, for a while there, that was like the only type of video game that was like, that was the only type of video game people were streaming. That was the only type of video game that, you know, I thought that was kind of weird that it was just kind of like, that was it. And
Isn't that still what they mostly stream?
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, like, I think it depends a lot on. I think it depends a lot on what is it. Whatever's going to get you the follows, right? Whatever's going to get you the follows. Whatever's going to get you the.
It's basically anything nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, if you gotta get the people, right? You know, and you gotta get the. I don't know. I don't have my finger on the pulse of the people. I don't think, so to speak. I don't know. I just don't understand. I mean, I guess I get it. I mean, okay. Here's the thing. I'll say.
Come on, Gramps. Here it comes.
No. Okay. I'll make my argument, and then I'll make my argument against it immediately afterwards.
In my day.
In my day, no,
I don't. 17 miles and 4 feet of snow.
I don't get why people would want to sit down and watch other people play video games, right? And my daughter loves it. She'll just sit there and watch people play these video games, like, and my son does to some extent.
My buddy Sean used to think that I would love to watch him play a video game for a long time.
So my son likes me to watch him play. My son asks me all the time to watch him play VR because like he just wants somebody to see what he's doing because he like tries to do goofy stuff. But anyway, what I'm getting at here is that I'm like, I don't understand why I want to watch somebody play a video game when I could just play a video game myself. But thankfully, my daughter has not come up with this argument yet. But this is the perfect argument against that, is that I'll watch grown men play football and baseball, and I'll happily watch them play that. Right. And it's just kind of like, and so like she's never given me that argument, but it's just like, and it actually transcends the entire argument as well, because it's like, I'm watching them play football because I can't throw a football 70 yards through the air, and so they have skills that I don't have, and it's like, oh, those people playing those video games have skills that, and so seeing somebody like being really good at something is pleasing, or it's whatever. So
inspiring.
It is, I mean, so I get it, right? I get it, and I understand why my kids like watching that stuff. I guess I shouldn't say I get it. I think it's ridiculous and stupid, but they seem to enjoy it, so well, good for them. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's tough for me to. I think the word is grok, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But
you're a Heinlein fan.
Yeah, there you go. No, I don't know, man. I mean, it's just kind of like that goes through. It's like, why do I enjoy it? My wife doesn't understand why I enjoy listening to baseball games instead of watching them. I'd rather listen to a baseball game on the radio than watch it. I don't know why.
Yeah, I can see that. Watching baseball is horrible.
Well, it's watching baseball in person is.
I'd rather play it before anything, but at least listening, you could do other shit while you're listening.
Yeah, I can see that.
And my grandfather loved baseball. I used to watch it with him all the time, but it was fucking horrible.
Yeah.
It might be a cultural thing too. I mean, that generation, even into like the baby boomers, they were hardcore in the baseball. It was an American sport after all at one point. I think that's kind of died away because of the advent of the NFL getting so big and basketball and whatnot.
I find it very interesting in the NFL right now, and not to talk sports ball too much, but that all these guys are playing 1-year contracts and like crossing their fingers and holding out because the collective bargaining agreement radically changes after this year, and everybody's ability to spend, basically the salary cap gets raised for all teams by like $25 million or whatever. So it's like so basically all these guys are signing 1-year contracts, like basically prove it contracts. Like, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna have the best possible year I possibly can have, and then
I mean, that
so
happened in the NBA too.
yeah,
You
so they can cash in. Now, A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez wants to buy the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah.
And he did with that.
Anthony
full
Bennett
contract
doesn't
he
know
had.
who he is. And did you see that whole thing?
What? No, what?
I'm a big fan of sports ball, so despite my missing the NFL question, I know a lot about sports. Anthony Bennett is a potential rookie of the year candidate playing for the Minnesota Vikings. Potential rookie of the year. What's that?
T-Wolves.
Yeah, he was the number 1 overall draft pick.
You said Vikings.
You said Vikings, but
Oh,
anyway, go
sorry.
on.
Timberwolves. I am also drunk at this point. And so
Attaboy.
I probably should call it quits here soon.
one
Well,
more.
we're
excited
gonna
for
wrap up
whatever
pretty
comes
soon.
next.
Yeah.
Yeah. I probably
Anyway,
don't.
you were saying, he didn't know who Anthony Bennett was?
No, Anthony Bennett was asked last night in the post-game conference. They were like, what do you think about Alex Rodriguez potentially buying the Timberwolves? And he was like, what? And they were like, what do you think about A-Rod, maybe being a partial owner? And he was like, I mean, is that supposed to mean something to me? I don't know who that is. And they were like, you don't know who Alex Rodriguez is? And he was like, I mean, he's a guy that's like maybe buying team, right?
Well, how old is this guy? How old is this guy?
He's a rookie, so he's probably 19 or 20.
Well, I mean, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. But I mean, like, it wasn't a put on. He had no idea who
That's
Alex
awesome.
Rodriguez was.
Yeah. Well, I see that. Forrest didn't know who Hendricks was, or I'm sorry, Morris, the Doors guy.
Jim Morrison.
Jim
I know who
Morrison.
Jim Morrison is.
Yeah.
My wife's favorite band is The Doors. I know who Jim Morrison is.
Really?
Oh, you just didn't know he was buried, right?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
why the hell would I know where he's buried? I mean, that's like
It's
that.
part of his lore, but yeah.
I'm not a big Doors fan personally. A little too out.
I was gonna say that makes one person who I know that's their favorite band.
The Doors.
Nobody else.
My wife, she's kind of grandfathered in because her dad loved The Doors and her dad
yeah.
died when she was a kid.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Me and Jen were talking about that. Like, I'll listen to big band music once in a while just because of my grandfather. I was always, the Glenn Miller bands and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But she's like, your taste in music is extremely odd. He's like, what do you mean? Like, you'll listen to that. You'll listen to Irish folklore. You'll listen to rap. You'll listen to rock. You'll listen to country. You'll listen to new country. You'll listen, it's like, yeah.
It's good, man.
My wife cannot handle the organ in the Doors. She's like, oh, every song has an organ.
What's wrong with the organ?
She can't handle it. I don't know. That old Hammond organ, she can't do it.
Too far west.
I think I've grown an appreciation for it. Like, back then, everything they made was new at the time. Like, they physically had to make it, And when I was a little younger, I didn't really appreciate that as much, I don't think. Yeah. Especially like Brian Wilson and all them guys. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right?
I'm out.
All right, Grant.
Yeah,
Get up, buddy.
Yeah, it's getting late. We had a good one tonight, so it was fun.
Yeah.
But drink a big glass of water, Grant.
Oh yeah, I mean, I got an audition at 10:30 in the morning, so this probably wasn't the best time.
Oh, what's your audition with?
I mean, it's for a commercial.
Yeah. Sounds cool.
Can you tell us what it's gonna be like? Is it for a vacuum cleaner?
I literally am not allowed to say. So,
does it look like this?
A lot of times you got to sign NDAs for stuff. So yeah.
Fair enough.
It's annoying because they didn't send it to me till 9 p.m. tonight, and it's got like a bunch of lines, and I'm like, man, why are you sending this to me so fucking late then?
They
Well,
want to see how you do under pressure.
yeah, I guess so.
So they're going to write those edits, man,
Yeah.
all the time.
All right. Well, good luck, man.
Hey,
Yeah.
thanks.
Crush it.
Hey, keep your head up.
Appreciate
Good
it.
night. Good luck.